Hello and warmly welcome to Match XR Innovation Talks. My name is Johannes Malkamäki and I'll be your host for the duration of this event. Innovation Talks has been specially curated to showcase the latest of XR, AI and gaming innovation. This event would not be possible without our partners, which are HTC Vive, the Finnish AI region, Interreg, Baltic Sea region, Business Finland, and Enterprise Europe Network, Finland. Today, we get to hear from a lineup of keynote speakers who are thought leaders, innovators, and experts in the extended reality sphere. There will be also 3 panel discussions scheduled for today. Those are the trustworthy AI, sustainable gaming, and privacy paradox panel discussions. The expo area is also a key part of this event. The expo area is open throughout the day, and we have over 60 exhibitors showcasing a comprehensive overview of the current state of the XR industry. So during the breaks, let's definitely visit the expo area. The exhibitors are scattered around the premises. The cafe at Restaurant Luova is open throughout the event on the first floor. And nearby you'll find a free code check and a watcher station. The first floor also features a lounge area with seating and refreshments. And after work, refreshments will be available starting at 4 p.m. There's also matchmaking here, and the matchmaking takes place on the second floor, and those matchmaking meetings have to be booked in advance. And after a day in the XR sphere, we get to have an after party that kicks off at 8 p.m. in Bistro Brück, which is located at the very opposite end of the building. In case of any information, you need the information desk, and the organizer's desk is located in the entrance lobby. And there's also staff available that can be recognized from the staff badges if need be. Okay. I think it is time to start the fascinating program here at Innovation Talks. It is my great pleasure to introduce our opening speakers for today's event, who are Tiina Vuorio and Damon Hernandez. Tiina Vuorio, yes, let's give it up. Take a seat and I'll keep on introducing you guys. So Tiina Vuorio is a driving force behind the XR and Metaverse ecosystem here in Finland and beyond. As the head of Helsinki XR Center, Tiina has played an important role in fostering innovation and collaboration in the virtual, augmented and mixed reality technologies. Joining her is Damon Hernandez, a visionary in immersive technologies and the CEO of Mix Reality. With over 15 years of experience, Damon has been instrumental in shaping the 3D web and mixed reality landscape, bridging cutting-edge technology with industries like architecture, engineering, and construction. Today, Tiina and Damon represented the intersection of innovation, sustainability, and collaboration. So, one more time, Tiina Vuorio, Damon Hernandez, let's give it up.
Thank you so much, and I warmly welcome you to the Match XR 2024. It's a pleasure to see you all here, and I will introduce Damon here with me a little bit later, but I would like to tell you about a little bit about the history of Match XR and where we are actually right now. So I'm representing Helsinki XR Center, which is, I would say, leading XR-related hub, innovation hub in Europe. We started our operations in beginning of 2019. Maybe all of you have not visited our space. It's actually in this same building, and super inspiring place where we are hosting our own hub teams. We have around 35 early stage hub teams, freelancers, artists, and developers in our space that we love to support in all ways we can. We offer free free development space, also equipment, all kind of tech that they need to go forward with their own development and innovations. But we are actually RDI center, so major part what we are doing is actually related to different kind of research and development projects. We collaborate across Europe, also with many of you here in Finland, with different universities, University of Applied Sciences, and of course companies and other stakeholders. So that's kind of our bread and butter, what we do. So in addition of that, we love to support this industry in all our ways how we can. We know quite well many of you and the companies that are operating here in Finland and also across Europe. So what we wanted to do today is actually discuss a little bit the community and the XR community. There will be a talk about the ecosystem, the XR ecosystem also here in Finland, and the Metaverse ecosystem that is developing right now. Many of you, I suppose, know that Finland launched the new national Metaverse strategy last year in this same place. So this is kind of our annual contribution for this industry and especially European and Finnish XR companies. And we want to give back to this community, and there are this year I think around 60 booths of SMEs and startups, and we always we have been able to provide them for free, and that's our contribution for this industry, and to get everyone together once in a year. So above all, this is really a community event. And that's why I would like to discuss a little bit about the XR community here in Finland, but also globally. And before I let you talk, I would like to say that I have been in a tech industry all my life, and I don't know what is it, but this XR community and people that are working for this project, it's really something special. It's creative. Super exciting, wonderful people, kind of in the interconnection with the technology and different kind of art and creative field. Maybe that's kind of the thing why it's so special. We attended last summer in AWE, which is the biggest industry event in this field, and it felt like that you just have a really big family gathering. So I would like you to, Damon, to introduce first yourself and then tell that how you ended up here in Finland, and well, why did you stay?
For sure. So hello everyone. My name is Damon Hernandez. I'm sure you could tell by the accent, I'm not Finnish. I'm from the US, and after 20 years in Silicon Valley, what originally brought me to Finland was a building industry hackathon that I started back in 2015. And that for me was always exciting because it was, you mentioned community. And what I loved about Silicon Valley is that it showed me that when you have bright, intelligent people, you can come together and you don't have to over-engineer really anything because you have a direction. Everyone's passion and intelligence gets you to where you need to go. And so that was already starting to see the infectious nature of, just that. It was like, okay, I want to be involved with this. Coming to Finland, it was very exciting because at the time, VR was starting to come out. We actually were among the first to bring the HTC Vive here to Finland for people to play with. Same thing with the Magic Leap as well. And then in 2022, I saw this program called 90 Day Fin. Has nothing to do with getting married, which is usually the number one thing that brings folks to Finland. I think the ladies do a great job of that without the city of Helsinki's help. But what it did is it gave the 15 people that were selected out of the several hundred that were mainly either serial entrepreneurs and or investors to come and see what I like to call Finnish spring and summer. Because and while it was literally in August, I think in a society, community ways, Finns, y'all have a very long winter. of it takes of getting, over that, hi, I'm Damon, nice to meet you, and then begins, winter is coming, right? Yet if one has the sisu to stay through it, it's such an amazing community of warm people that much like your summers, it's among the best in the world. And so for me, I think that's what, the program is what brought me to Finland, but it's the people that made me decide to stay. In addition to then on the more technical nerdy side, it's the fact that in the world, Finland has, with only a handful of others like say Singapore or maybe the Netherlands, great infrastructure and how you've done digitization. So for a person like myself who very much got into this field actually 25 years ago, it was like, okay, if I want to see the first mixed reality city that's open, ideally on the web, but then also, most importantly, done in a place where it's very human-centric, where there's great values. There's no better place to be in the world for me, I feel. And that's why I stayed.
Thank you, Damon. That was so nicely said. So, how would you put in few words the key differences with the Finland and Silicon Valley when we talk about startup, scene and the community and so on?
Few words. Hustle.
Okay.
That was one word. You said a few.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Next question.
No. Just to build on that. I think the thing that's neat about Silicon Valley, right, is that when I was out there, and this is what, as you said about the XR industry, I came in, my background was not computer science. My background was passion for how could we use these technologies to improve the world. And what I saw were these individuals that also had that same passion of how do I do transcendence, how can I help the world, how can I make where I live and humanity a better place? And just because they happen to be great in mathematics or computer science or something like that, that is how they use that tool. And I think sometimes that's what's missing, especially when people are coming from a very engineering background or an engineering-focused society, is that we get so focused on algorithms and technology, and it's like, actually, this is about people. This is about how do you make people's lives better. And so pull yourself out of the nerdism and really don't lose track of what this is about. And so from the Silicon Valley perspective, I think it's the equal importance of saying, yes, engineering is important, but equally is content creation. Because at the end of the day, it's about the user experience, not what features you have.
Okay, something on to this actually. You know that Finland is engineering country.
Yes.
It's very obvious. And we always talk about how well we do things, and there's a great innovation in place in Finland. But, I think that we also recognize some of the things that we could do a little bit better, and one is selling. So it looks like that we really are able to do amazing things in Finland, and but we should be able to take them to the world somehow better. So do you have any advice, or how do you see this?
Yeah, a great question. I think I would say is that don't mistake being humble for being able to state your value. I hear a lot of people say, oh, well, Finns were very humble. That's fine. Don't brag, but communicate your value. And that, I think, really comes from confidence. So I would say, have confidence in what you do. Be proud of it. Don't boast and overstate, because then you're going against that humility. But it's totally possible to be humble while letting people know how badass you are.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get back a little bit of the community and the partnerships that we have. So recently, I think it was around 1 year ago, we get to know really well the Virtual World Society, and actually it was you who connected us in the first place. And one thing took us to another, and so it kind of get us into the situation that we started up this new Immersive Sustainability Lab, which is a great initiative inspired by the collaboration with Virtual World Society. Tom Furness, the founder of Virtual World Society, is our guest for today and also have been here a few days already, and it's such a wonderful thing to have many of Virtual World Society people actually here. So yesterday there was a really important kind of milestone in developing that concept and platform. We opening up a new space in Helsinki XR Center, which is called the Immersive Sustainability Lab space, and it aims to inspire people and get them together to develop immersive sustainability related solutions and experiences. So how do you see that initiative, since you have been part of our core team actually when we have been working with that, when you think about you come from the startup angle and how you see that it could benefit you or similar companies in that scene as well?
Yeah, well, I want to go back to the building industry hackathons and how, because those are global, over the 11 years, I've been able to see how one of the oldest industries to humans, and will never go away, implements these technologies. And they need a place that's kind of focused on that. Sometimes, environment is key. And facilitating and setting the right space. And so for me, the exciting thing about the Immersive Sustainability Lab is that it gives this multi-trillion-dollar industry a place to say, where can I go that's the clubhouse for us, for those of us who want to look at ingredients. So it's kind of like a kitchen, right? Mm-hmm. Where you have the ingredients, but you know what you need to cook. A big problem that the industry faces is that people are selling, it's the push. I'm going to sell you technology, but what's needed is the pool of solutions. And there's no place for that before. Where on planet Earth could I go to say, how can I connect with other people that are focused on something that relates to the real world, the R part of X, R or other, and be with like-minded individuals, and we can try and experiment with these. So from the business perspective, because startup is too small scale, I think it's from the long-term relationship building and from the company perspective, the value is that you're now giving the global community a place to where they can go, and as you said, like with AWE, they can go and say, I have found that family I didn't know I had. I found those fellow collaborators. And from that business perspective, you can identify the partners in the deal flow to help your businesses grow while you're helping the world become a better place. And so that's why I'm excited about it.
Okay, thank you so much. It looks like that our time is almost up. We would like to show you a couple of videos. First one about the Immersive Sustainability Lab. We actually launched this initiative last summer in AWE in Los Angeles, but let's show that. And also another one which was taken from yesterday when we had launch, and also the official red ribbon cutting ceremony where Tom kindly attend that. So let's have that, and then we just like you to spend an awesome day today, get connected with other people, meet old friends, new, and just enjoy the day here. Thank you.
Thank you all. super nice video.
Let's wait a few seconds. Thank you.
And I just want to say, from behalf of the global community, amazing job to you and your team for pulling this off and giving this to the world. Thank you.
I think that we have the most amazing team in Helsinki XR Center. Just not only pulling this up every year, but the sustainability lab work, what you have been doing, it's simply amazing.
Absolutely. A round of applause for them, please.
Thank you, Tiina Vuorio and Damon Hernandez. Our next speaker is Sanni Siltanen, the mission lead for Immersive Digital Life at Business Finland. With a career dedicated to innovation and ecosystem building, Sanni has been a driving force in advancing immersive digital technologies across industries. From her previous roles at DMEC, where she fostered collaboration among technology leaders, to her contributions at Kone in robotics, automation, and XR, Sanni has consistently bridged cutting-edge technology with practical, sustainable solutions. Today, she will share her visions for the future of immersive digital life. So let's give it up for Sanni Siltanen. Welcome.
Thank you. Hey, nice to be here and great to see so many people here. So I'm Sanni Siltanen and I'm leading at Business Finland this Immersive Digital Life mission. And I'm very honored to be here speaking to you today. Some visions for the future and maybe also challenging you a little bit on the thinking, hopefully. I know you are all familiar what immersive technologies are, what is Metaverse, but just to kind of some kind of definition, what I mean when I'm talking about immersive digital life. Regarding the technologies, we are talking about XR, VR, Metaverse, reality capture, 3D rendering, human-computer interaction, and so forth. Maybe not all the technologies are listed here. I had a little bit arguing with the ChatGPT in creating this word cloud, so he didn't understand me correctly. Of course, in addition to the core technologies that create the immersive experiences, we cannot do those in isolation. There are lots of other technologies affecting the field as well. I think the most important, artificial intelligence, but also 5G, 6G, supercomputing, blockchain, and so forth. But in a technology-wise, we are talking about something that where we have understanding and data in the 3D environment. We are trying to replicate something existing or creating something new in spatial environment and making relations with the real and virtual. Typically also we are talking about real-time technologies and some kind of interactions there. Of course, it's not only about technology, it's also about the experience, about the humans. And I think the technology-wise, we are quite far, but I think we are still waiting something new to come in the experience side, on the human side. The experiences in immersive technologies, they can vary a lot. We can have very simple experiences, like the one on the left side. That's from the Moomin Museo from last weekend. It was very simple application where when you go into one space, your shadow starts to evolve. And it's not representing you only, but some augmentations or mediations on your figure. Very simple experience, something different. And on the other hand, on the other side, we can have very deep technology immersiveness. For example, in the military training, where you have all these sensors and gadgets, you have the 3D audio, maybe haptic suits, VR glasses, very kind of different type of applications. And there's a lot of variation between these two ends, and I think we need all of them in different applications. And it's not only about how you perceive the virtual environment, but also how you perceive the real environment. It could be that we have a digital twin of this space, this room, and there's some data and sensors and things, and I could be just pointing that, hey, I want that light off, or I want that light on, and so forth. So I could be interacting with the real environment without any displays or headsets or gadgets on myself. That's also immersiveness, that there's some real environment and the digital replicate that has a data and some kind of interaction between those. So that's what I mean with the immersive digital life, roughly, not the exact definition. And we can continue about the definitions later at the after party then. I think there's always good discussions on what people mean with metaverse, what they mean with immersiveness and so forth. Okay, why these technologies? There are lots of predictions what these technologies mean in the market-wise. And of course, there are different, as I said, there are different definitions of what is the field, what is actually metaverse or XR, and what is then perhaps AI or different layers of experiences, and depending on what definition you use, what market you look, which industrial sectors you look. Of course, you have different predictions for the markets. But what is all common in these predictions is that they are huge numbers and the growth is exponential. And when the growth is exponential, it means that at some point it's really going high up, which means that it doesn't really matter if the prediction is 1 year there or there. Eventually, it will be a huge market, whether it's by 2030 or 2033. It doesn't really matter because it's coming fast and it will be huge. So, one thing to remember about the market potential is that it's exponential. Oops, now I went, thanks. Okay, then a little bit of the uncertainties in predicting the future. We all know that it's very difficult to predict the future, but my colleague at Business Finland in the Global Strategic Foresight Unit, they have been thinking about different scenarios. How will the world look like in this area, and what are the factors that affect the future? And here are now 4 different factors that kind of affect greatly on what kind of world we see, what kind of metaverse, what kind of immersiveness we will have in the future. Let's start on the commercial structure. Will there be one metaverse with standards where everybody is in the same environment, or will there be several metaverses that are different from each other, where you cannot change or transport your assets from one metaverse to other? Will there be interoperability problems or what? So we don't know that yet. Then there's this societal level. Is the metaverse going to be filled with the misinformation and disinformation, or will it be trustworthy knowledge center where we can learn things, where we can trust the sources that, okay, this information is correct? How we are going to position on this dimension. Then there's this regulatory environment. So on the other end, we have lots of regulations, we have different standards, we have different legal requirements and so forth. And on the other end, it's a free field. Everybody can do whatever they want. There are pros and cons in both. In certain type of regulation is needed. We need to protect the privacy and secure some things. But if we regulate too much, if we are too low on that dimension, then we don't have the freedom for innovation. We don't have enough space for startups trying new things. So we should find the correct point on that dimension. Then there's this societal level. Are we going to the dystopic kind of thing where we have people who spend too much time in the virtual environment and not enough time in the real environment? Are they disconnected from the society? Or is it place for social connections where you can meet people, learn new things? I think this was nice example. This I think it was a Norwegian boy who had this muscular disease and was handicapped, and after he died at the age of 25, his parents were kind of sorry that he didn't have real life, he didn't have friends, and after he died, they learned that he had whole community in the virtual space in the World of Warcraft game, and there were lots of people coming to his funeral, his friends, and he even had a romantic relationship with one girl, which the parents didn't know. So there are also lots of possibilities in the social side, not only the kind of fears and things. Okay, then a few scenarios. Again, from my colleague, Martin Swirm. If we think about those dimensions, and if we think about the scenario where we have the multiverse, we have several different metaverses. We have the regulatory environment of the Wild West where we don't have regulations. We are on the corner of social concerns and misinformation vortex. This is a scary situation. It would mean that it's very difficult to operate there, as there are no regulations and there are no kind of interoperability between different kind of these metaverses. It's also very common there to have cybercrimes, have misinformation, and it's very difficult to kind of keep those in a shape as you don't have the regulations. It's very difficult to even notice when there's deep fakes or information that is this place real or is it virtual? What is real? And so forth. Of course, somebody will make their also business and succeed, but in many places this would be a very scary situation. As an example, another scenario, we are looking now the one metaverse end of there. We are looking the regulation, high regulations. We are looking at the social hopes corner and the knowledge center as a whole. I think this is more positive future, and maybe this is something we would like to kind of try to guide the development towards. Of course, this is not perfect either. It's better, but of course there are some, as I said, for example, in the regulation part, maybe if you have too much regulation, it's then restricting the innovations. But on the other hand, one metaverse and lots of standards, lots of regulation, it's easy to operate in all those. Also, smaller companies have better possibilities to enter there because they don't have to kind of recreate everything for all different kind of environments, but it's one standard, one place, and it's easier for them to get also involved. And maybe this is also more like a social thing then. But of course, we don't know where the future is going, and these are just a couple of scenarios. There are lots of more scenarios as well. But let's look at a few other things that I would like to highlight. One is the virtual products and brands in Metaverse. And my concern here is that are we able to think big enough what comes to virtual marketplaces, new business opportunities and branding? We had this example that cookie, this handbag was sold in virtual environment. The virtual handbag was sold for more money than the real one. We had last summer IKEA hiring people to work on Roblox, on virtual environment. In Finland, they were looking for summer job worker to work in, to sell hot dogs in the game environment. So who should be there? I think everybody should be there. Those companies that now say that, hey, this virtual environment is not for us, they should reconsider. Maybe they should. It's like like 15 years ago, some companies told that we are not going to the social media. That's not for us. It's not good for our branding. We don't advertise in LinkedIn. That's not good for us. And maybe we are in the same situation with the virtual environments at the moment. Then user experience. What does it really mean to design the user experience? Are we too fixed on the status quo, or do we dare to reach for the stars? There's lots of things that can be on the user experience side. Multisensory experiences, 3D user interfaces and tools, and also measuring the experience, how we know how the people feel there. That's also something we can then transform to the other industries. For example, in healthcare, we do lots of this kind of measuring of people, how they feel, are they stressed, and that can be also developed with the virtual environments. Then there are these sensory augmentations. We can also enhance our senses. Okay, we have glasses, I can see better. We have this kind of small cyber physical things like the cochlear implant for hearing aid and so forth. But how about increasing our senses, having thermal vision or ultrasound hearing, or having senses that we don't yet have, like this magnetic, what's that called, magnetic thing, so that you could sense where the north is, or having other senses that humans normally don't have. Maybe we should think about those as well. Then industrial metaverse as a third one. it's about transformation, transforming businesses. What are the new business models? What are the opportunities between or outside of traditional business sectors? It's about new ways of working. And by the way, there's the advertising we have at Business Finland at the moment, this Working Life research call, also having few research-related things on immersiveness and how that will transform the working life. It's about data-driven decision-making. It's about competitiveness, simulations, and sustainability. But most importantly, it's about transformation. The whole way we work is going to change. Okay, a few takeaways from my talk. So, transformation. The immersiveness is about new ways of working. It's about new business opportunities and new ecosystems. There will be jobs that will be disappearing. There will be jobs that will be appearing. There will be business areas that are not going to survive, and there will be new business areas. Exponentially growing markets. There's lots of potential for transformative businesses, but of course there are, as it's exponential, there's also room for basic business like content creation. There can be hundreds, thousands of companies doing that for the immersive environments. We should have ambitious goals, and my kind of 3 highlights are here is the experience design, scalable business, thinking about where we can make big businesses. And of course, there's still room for some technological breakthroughs. Then the operational environment. We should be trying to affect on the regulatory framework and standards so that we go on that direction that we need to go. And of course, there's geopolitics, which is affecting the field, but maybe that's something not we can affect that much. And all digital content and have advertising nowadays, so I will have also one advertising in my presentation. For extra companies from Finland, from Nordics, we are organizing Nordic Metaverse Day at the Osaka World Expo next year. It will be in the Nordic Pavilion on 30th of May. We are going to have there themes like business to business, industrial, smart cities, sustainability, and defense sector. And we are making the connections with the Japanese companies, authorities on these sectors. And if you are interested, please contact Laura Olin from Unite AI. She's the main organizer for this event. There's still room for a couple of more companies to join. That was all. Please come to talk to me afterwards, and I hope to have good discussions with many of you today later.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Sanni Siltanen. The World Osaka Expo seems very interesting indeed. Our next speaker is Medha Gupta, who will be telling us about Metaverse Finland ecosystem. She is a design strategist and the MIFA ecosystem lead at DIMEC. Now, with her, here on stage was supposed to be Tomi Kankainen, the Chief Business Development Officer and Chief Operating Officer at DIMEC, but unfortunately the flu season does take its toll. Medha has expertise in design thinking, innovation management, and sustainable investing, and she has driven strategic initiatives across industries. She will share how the Metaverse Finland ecosystem is shaping Finland's journey to becoming a global leader in Metaverse technologies. Medha Gupta, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Oh Lord. Okay, my name is Medha Gupta, and I am the ecosystem lead for MEFI, or Metaverse Finland ecosystem. But before I get into that, I wanted to mention the Finnish Metaverse initiative. Sorry, I lost my train of thought entirely. But yeah, And I know that, Sani just spoke about everything that they're doing and everything that is going on, but the fact remains that this initiative is an act of bravery. It is the researchers here and the industry professionals and Business Finland coming together and realizing that this shift towards metaverse technologies is inevitable. So we can either just sit back and let the big boys make all the rules, or we can band together and really have a hand in what happens in the future. Make something that is safe, make something that's accessible, make something that's interoperable. And that's where we come in. That's what MEFI does. Any minute now. Trust the process. Yes. So, well, obviously, because we used the initiative as a Bible, like when we were designing MEFI, we used the initiative as a Bible. So our key focus areas are exactly as the initiative has stipulated, where we bring in the tech enablers, the society, health, industrial metaverse, and also the business networks together to build something together. And how we do that is by creating opportunities for EU influencing, where you can take part in EU programs as a member. We create possibilities of collaboration, not just within Finland, but also outside of it. And then, obviously, increasing awareness with the general public as well. And also, I would really like it if you guys come to our booth and have a chat, because there's so much more that I want to tell you, but I don't think we have time for that. But one thing that I do want to tell you is that we have this upcoming workshop that's going to happen, where all of our members are going to bring in all of the projects that they're thinking of doing or are already doing them, so that we can get a sense of where the industry is at and how we can use this as a building block to create a trajectory for what MEFI will do. So, I'm sure that we're going to have 100 changes that are going to happen in the coming years, but this is going to be the first step that we take. Please work. Yes. So a lot of times people might be like, okay, so now you have a whole bunch of organizations, and then what? So this is a very live example of something that happened very recently, where Vamos, it's an autonomous mobility ecosystem that we have running in DIMEC, or running by DIMEC. And so I don't know if you guys know, but LA is going to have the Olympics happening in 2028. And they decided that they want to have everybody getting to the stadium using public transport. Public transport is not their thing, though. So they decided to bring in Finnish companies through Vamos. So now there's 10 Finnish companies that are redesigning the public transport for LA. And that's something that could not have happened if it wasn't for the ecosystem. So that's a live example of what can happen if we all band together. So yeah, this is something that was literally an idea in January, got funded in July, and now we have 21 companies, not just companies, my bad, 21 organizations. It's the city of Espoo, there's universities from all over Finland. There's big companies like Nokia, there's small companies like Top Data Science, and we have a 5-member management board, which has an equal representation of all of these types of organizations that are ready to go. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and this is my team. There's Tommy, who is sick but also super cool, and you should definitely talk to him someday. There's Vilma, who is the facilitator, and she basically does everything, trust me. And then there's Arto, who is the expert, he knows everyone there is to know. So our job is to help make the vision that everyone came together and made the Metaverse initiative with come true. And that's what we do at MEFI. And I'm sure you have 100 questions, and I would be more than happy to answer them. So please see me outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Medha Gupta. All right, we're a bit ahead of schedule, but I believe our panelists are here for our next panel. So I think it might be just the right time to jump into our first panel discussion of the day, which is trustworthy AI. So all the panelists, can you get ready and get mic'd up? And maybe if we have event staff here available, can you go say backstage that we are a bit ahead of schedule? So, in Trustworthy AI, we'll explore the intersection of artificial intelligence and ethics with industry pioneers. This panel will delve into the principles and practices needed to build AI systems that prioritize ethics, transparency, and accountability. Our panelists will share insights on real-world examples, tackle the challenges we face today, and discuss the future of landscape of AI ethics. The panel will start with Fuad Kalhori giving us the opening words. He is a tech specialist and Finnish AI region European Digital Innovation Hub project lead at Metropolia Helsinki XR Center. Our moderator for the panel is Magnus Westerlund, a principal lecturer at Arkada University of Applied Sciences and director of the Laboratory for Trustworthy AI. Before I go further, okay, so we'll postpone the panel for just a little bit. We don't have all the panelists here yet, but we'll reconvene in 20 minutes or 18 minutes, 10 past 1 with the panel. So let's get back then, and I'll repeat everything I said just now here on stage to start off with. You. All right, welcome back to the panel discussion on trustworthy AI. And for some of you, I might repeat a few things here on stage. So, in Trustworthy AI, we'll explore the intersection of artificial intelligence and ethics with industry pioneers. This panel will delve into the principles and practices needed to build AI systems that prioritize ethics, transparency, and accountability. Our panelists will share insights on real-world examples, tackle the challenges we face today, and discuss the future landscapes of AI ethics. The panel will start with Fuvad Kalhori giving us opening words. Fuvad is a tech specialist and Finnish AI Region European Digital Innovation Hub project lead at Metropolia Helsinki XR Center. Our moderator for this panel is Magnus Westerlund, a principal lecturer at Arkada University of Applied Sciences and a director of the Laboratory for Trustworthy AI. Then we also have 4 panelists here on stage. First up is Sonja Sulkunen, a project manager at Finnish AI Region EDI. She leverages her expertise in innovation management to connect stakeholders to foster safe, inclusive, and transparent AI development. Next up is Kristiina Knaving, who is a senior researcher at RISE, focusing on the ethical, societal, and personal impacts of AI and emerging technologies with a deep expertise in human-computer interaction and visualization. Then up is Beatrice Schutte, who is a postdoctoral researcher at University of Helsinki and an expert in AI and digital technology regulation, contributing her knowledge as a member of the Ethics Advisory Board of the Finnish Center for Artificial Intelligence. And finally, Karoliina Partanen leads AI Finland, driving innovation and Nordic collaboration to position Finland as a global AI leader while empowering organizations to harness AI for transformative business opportunities. But before we go into the panel, Fuvad Kalhori, the stage is yours. Let's give it up for Fuvad.
Finnish AI Region Fair is a European digital innovation hub that helps SMEs transform AI-empowered innovations into actual products and better internal processes. Focusing on digital services, smart cities, and health sector, FAIR offers the services of 60 AI professors and their teams, access to Europe's fastest supercomputer Lumi, state-of-the-art test environments, and world-class venture capital. With FAIR, you become the future.
Thank you, and thank you, Johannes, for the introduction. Distinguished guests, dear friends, colleagues, lovely grandfather. Allow me to also personally welcome all of you to MatchXR 2024. Let me start by politely asking you to silently ask yourself, would you like to ensure that you could trust your doctors, mentors, teachers of your children, and perhaps your car, also in the future? I hope the answer is yes. Do you know why trustworthy AI as a topic is important to us in Metropolia? If you don't, I hope I can at least partially answer to that question during my speech now. Dear friends, insights from research and news articles tells us that there is a strong demand, I call it panic, for harnessing the potential of AI, not only to maintain but also to enhance the competitiveness of European enterprises. And also to be able to address at least some of the domestic and global challenges that we face today and possibly will face in the near future, some of them very scary. The last report of OECD forum, where governments of 38 democracies collaborate together, warns us of significant AI risks. This risk, one of them, will eventually lead to harm of our democracy. I wonder, have you experienced this in social media or not? At the same time, we heard devastating news. For example, a 14-year-old kid taking his life as a result of creating an intense relationship with a chatbot. You got it right. Our deepest condolences to his family. So if you still wonder why this topic is important for us at Metropolia, let me make it more clear. As the largest university of applied sciences in the country, our units and innovation hubs actively drive AI adoption across various sectors. For instance, here at Helsinki XR Center, we are developing AI solutions for companies both here in Finland and sometimes elsewhere in Europe. For example, in the context of the Finnish AI Region Initiative. So as enablers, we have a responsibility. We must address the benefits and risks of the deployment of these immersive technologies. To make it more clear and perhaps give a better understanding to you is that somehow explain how do we see the future, what the future means to us. We strongly believe that a sustainable future is envisioned, designed, and built with the power of immersive technology. Don't get me wrong, of course, in addition to other enabler technologies. We look at these technologies through a set of values, such as equality, trust, respect for nature. These are core Finnish values, ladies and gentlemen. These were the foundation and the building blocks in the creation of the Immersive Sustainability Lab. We believe that trust in AI solutions requires AI developers to harness also a set of values, such as honesty, openness, transparency, core Nordic values that drive our operations and daily work here at Metropolia. So dear friends, yes, AI systems are increasingly becoming our teachers, mentors, doctors, even companions and friends. So let us raise awareness in our communities and societies, advocate for clear values and policies, and insist on trustworthy AI solutions. As we accelerate the deployment of AI, let's ensure that we are making the right choices today. Choices we can look back on with pride even 30 years from now. I hope I could at least partially explain why the topic is important for us. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and I wish you an excellent MatchXR 2024 experience. Dr. Westerlund, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fuad, for those very encouraging words and something that we, I think, all need to think about deeply. And for me, who's an engineer at heart and a software engineer, and before I became a researcher, I think what Fuad is trying to convey to us is that we make choices every day. When we design, for example, technology, when we use technology and so forth. These choices are, you can say, the future that we build together. And when we build this future, it becomes part of who we are. So technology essentially helps us to become something that we were not yesterday. And these choices that we made in technology, these help us to kind of become something different, become something better, become something worse. The question is, if we look back at social media a few years ago and we had the time and the possibility now to redesign it, what would we do differently? This is an open question. I honestly don't know what we would be doing differently. It's this hard. So thinking about these questions is, I think, a very important part. And I really like the sentimentality that Fuad is trying to get across here. That these are really, really deep questions that we have to think about and try to solve, try to do our best. I have an excellent ensemble here of panelists today. They are very different, and I have to say thank you for getting this panel together. I was really excited coming here this morning, and I'm not far from it. So we are located very close by here. So I had the possibility to walk over and thinking about, what is it that we're going to talk about today? But maybe we could start by a very brief discussion on who we are and what is at the moment the key thing we are thinking about when we hear the word trustworthy AI. So what comes first to mind? Doesn't have to be something very deep. More about what is your, what are you working on at the moment? Why is trustworthy AI so important? If you just start from a short introduction of your own thinking.
Sure. I'll probably start. My name is Solja. I work as a project manager of Finnish AI region, European Digital Innovation Hub, with the purpose of accelerating and widening the usage of AI in SMEs. And in my case, when we, together with our customer companies, when we think about trustworthy AI, it's mostly about the security of the solutions, even basic GDPR-related matters, but also the trustworthiness of those who create foundation models and those who operate on the engineering and modification layers. Those would be my highlights here.
Perfect.
And I'm Karoliina Partanen from AI Finland, which is a network for companies trying to utilize the potential of AI in their own product and service and business model innovations. And when I hear trustworthy AI, I'm all like, oh no, not again, to be honest, because we already have lots of regulation in Europe which ensures that most of our services and products will be ethical and will be trustworthy, and we should not concentrate on that anymore, but rather how to live with all that regulation, how to come up with RegTech tools, and how to actually accelerate the innovation part instead of just regulating it more and more.
Right. Hello, everyone. I'm Beatrice Schutte from University of Lapland, and I am researching AI regulation and also ethical aspects from a broader perspective, but more concretely, I'm currently involved in a project on emotional AI. And there, of course, trustworthiness is key, because when AI is trying to recognize and process our emotions, it's our most private, and of course, if it ends up in the wrong hands, it can really backfire badly, and we may be ending up stigmatized or discriminated against. So trustworthiness is not only about the AI as such, but of course about the people behind it. So who is using the output for what purposes? So therefore, for me, even trustworthiness goes beyond the AI as such.
Okay, my name is Kristina Knaving. I work for RISE, the Research Institutes of Sweden, and I have a background as an engineer, and then I went into human computing interaction research. And I think that at the moment I work a lot with large language models because they present really interesting problems. And also, they are a consumer technology. People don't usually treat them as such, but they are, right? People started adopting them long before organizations and companies. And they also are very, very easy to work with because they have natural language and so on. And I think that when it comes to trust, one of the most important things with trust is to trust enough, right? You can trust your friend to do something, but you wouldn't trust them to do something else, right? So you can trust them to bake a cake, but you would know that they don't know exactly how to drive a car like James Bond, and you wouldn't trust them to do that. In the same sense, I think that getting this understanding, and also down to individuals, because they are the ones using chatbots, for example, of what is trusting enough? What are the limitations of the technology? It can hallucinate. This is not necessarily a problem if you don't trust it not to hallucinate.
Thank you very much. So the first main question I would like to ask everyone here is that when we talk about the impact, particularly on social media now, we have noticed that there are some individuals that are really spreading fears about AI. And I personally I would say I find technology usually in a positive way. I believe that technology is usually created out of love for doing something, doing something in terms of your own profession as an engineer. And I wonder, what should we think about? So we hear, for example, about runaway AI. So what is runaway AI? Runaway AI is essentially something that can change its own goal function. It can change its own behavior. It can find out that, okay, now I can jump from one system to the other. But my question to you guys, what do you think about the bad impacts of AI? If we start from this, where would you go?
Yeah, well, I think this talk about runaway AI is more like populistic noise at the moment. Looking at this from the SME's perspective, small and medium-sized companies' perspective, it's more like trying to just skip over the responsibility of us human beings making those choices you mentioned, Magnus, earlier, to just kind of moving straight forward to a situation where technology would kind of like order itself. It is a tool for us humans to do things better, and it's also our responsibility to manage that tool and where it can potentially develop. From the SME's perspective, of course, I'd like to highlight the question, who do we want to use AI to begin with in order it to be ethical, trustworthy, and also sustainable for the society and environment?
I echo Solja. I have not seen any signs of singularity approaching us or machines taking over or even generic AI. And actually quite the opposite. I have seen a trend of like a fragmented agents or a network of specialized agents implemented by means of AI. So instead of having one super intelligent AI taking over the world and humanity, I actually think that we will only have in the near future, we will have these smart agents who are specialized in one process. So I don't find that as a threat at all.
Well, I basically agree with you too, and I have to admit I'm not the most tech-savvy person to have ever walked this earth. I'm usually, as a lawyer, I'm the one who kills the fun and says no, this is not possible. But yeah, to me, this whole concept of runaway AI, at least at this point, we don't know what happens in 5, 10, 20 years, but it sounds pretty much science fiction to me still. And if we look at the regulatory landscape right now, I mean, we have this. Well, one buzzword is, of course, trustworthy AI. Another buzzword in relation to AI and its regulation is human oversight. And human oversight, especially if we are in the more high-risk AI domain, human oversight is paramount. It's a requirement. So also hoping that people abide by this would basically also not make me as scared as this kind of very dystopic scenarios are trying to point out. And yeah, as I said, from a technical side, I'm not even sure if at this point it's possible. If it is possible, then we might get, and here I come again, I'm killing the fun. Oh, there are legal loopholes. A lot of them. But we can adjust regulation, even though it takes time.
So, I'm going to be a responder here because I'm the last one, in a sense. I'm thinking, when it comes to who is going to be able to have AI, there's a huge power asymmetry problem here, in a sense. We allow people to have knives. We don't allow them to have AK-47s, for example. And that's because, you know, giving people, single humans, levers to do things might be problematic. We don't allow them, tactical nukes. So where is this limit? What is a big enough AI that it would be a problem if everyone had them? Is one problem, because of course on the other side is who is then going to have this technology, and what are people who are not allowed to have that technology? What are they going to do in response to the power asymmetry? So that's one of the risks I really see, what humans will do to humans with the help of AI, which we already see with, for example, drones. The other one, when we talk about this agents things that we have, like lots of small AI agents, I think that the complexity of these is going to be a challenge, because there's this old comment from Peter Haldane on what happened when people use algorithms. Some company used the wrong trading algorithm. It took them 17 seconds to become bankrupt, but 47 minutes to figure that out. And in the same sense, if you have agents that talk to agents very, very quickly, how are we going to do this human oversight? We are mainly lazy, so we are not, I think. So that's maybe the other challenge I can see, is that it's going to be much too complex to have this constant human oversight.
One idea, we can actually use generative AI or predictive maintenance or algorithms to notice if this system is not working in the right way. Because AI is really good at recognizing some like poikkeama, what is it?
Irregularities.
Yeah, irregularities.
Anomalies.
You could, but it's going to introduce more complexity. So the small things that get away might be really big after a while.
I still, everything I hear here, also the very sad stories like from personal lives, etc. I think this is still a human issue, a human problem, not a technology problem itself. All of these things could be solved if we wanted to. I'm also more afraid how people decide to utilize the technology available, and how it will, the utilization of AI, how it will actually affect the society and how power is distributed. But again, human problems, not technology problems itself. From the SME's perspective, I mean, of course, the ability to utilize these new technologies is something that we should be aware of. It might, kind of not being able to utilize the technologies might actually take or give advantage to certain companies and not certain companies. So I think our job, especially at FAIR, is to make sure that all of the companies have the equal opportunity to grasp on the potential of these technologies. But that's one.
Can I have a follow-up question about this? I've been thinking quite a lot about what is the national perspective here. So Sweden, Finland, we are small countries. We don't have much money. We don't have much resources in terms of people, but still we need to make choices here. Do we play together or do we go separate ways? Maybe there's something that we could learn here. Maybe there's, what do you think?
Well, obviously, since I represent company network, I think we should play together and try to learn from each other, and that way accelerate innovation. And also, that means that our government should try to kind of coordinate this whole thing instead of, for instance, our healthcare areas do their own separate trials. Because we're such a small country, we cannot, we don't have resources to do overlapping innovation and testing, but we should really think smart how to use our resources.
Yeah, I agree when it comes to the Nordics, the Baltics, even within the EU, definitely we should collaborate, and this is what the Commission is now enforcing very heavily through, for example, these EDIC networks. But when we take a global approach, I think more elements come into play regarding the ethical use of AI. I think we don't have a consensus. What is the value base here? How our societies are built upon, and that's the thing to start out with. So globally, I think it's a different game versus here in the Nordics.
I totally agree about the value base. I think that many of these questions can be solved if we talk more about what kind of society we want, because we have been rather visionless in regard to technology. And I think that one of the basic things here is to, because I don't think people are generally evil when it comes to building AI technology, but there isn't any discussion of what do we want to build it for. And the same thing goes for many of the challenges we stand before, that we don't talk enough about how we align visions.
But Beatrice, we have tried to do human rights for a long time. We have tried to find commonalities in legislation, and we know how difficult this is.
Yes, it is, of course, a challenge, but I also, first of all, I agree that especially at a Nordic level, also collaboration is important, because we are small countries, and also I think it would be a good area in which to actually continue this very long tradition of Nordic collaboration, be it in regulatory matters, but for sure also in other matters, to continue this. And what I see, well, of course, human rights, or in general, if we try to globally agree on regulation across borders, it's always a challenge, because there are cultural differences, there are different conceptions of what is ethical, what is trustworthy. Especially in the Nordics, I mean, we have always been high trust societies, so trust has always been at the forefront, and it's more common that people just tend to trust each other, and maybe in other parts of the world it is a bit less so. You see nowadays a lot of desire anyway to achieve some sort of alignments, even globally, when it comes to, for instance, artificial intelligence. So there are collaborations initiated by the European Commission with Latin America and Caribbean countries to also promote in these countries an approach that is human-centric approach to AI. You can see that already during the legislative process when it came to AI regulation, that some countries that are drafting their legislation, they seem to follow a bit the AI Act. You can see that in the Brazilian proposal, which is not yet in force. I don't know when it will come into force, but the latest draft looks very similar in at least the key parts when it comes to human oversight and the values on which it should be founded. So there is already collaboration. It's probably not that visible, but we'll see where we're going.
I'm glad that you mentioned Nordic collaboration, because actually we already have an initiative trying to align Nordic forces in terms of AI innovation and even trustworthy AI. Last weekend, all the ministers responsible for AI got together in Copenhagen, and they actually met and agreed to join our forces on AI development and ethical AI. And we have established a Nordic Center for AI, and Finland is a strong stakeholder in that initiative. So it's actually already happening, and I'm very happy we are doing it, because in Nordics we have the similar values and similar like a starting point. We are very digital native, and we have great infrastructure and green electricity. So I think that's a perfect place to actually find the synergies.
A comment to this now, again, from the perspective of SMEs. Now there's a lot of really good talk and initiative, and now we really need to run the walk, so to say, so that we can achieve these innovations in this area. And the crucial thing when it comes to kind of the ethical utilization of data is something that we really need to figure out how we can get like this mass access to the data that is being like governed within the EU in a safe way, so that these innovations can flourish. And this is a bottleneck at the moment as we speak for many SMEs.
Indeed, indeed it is. And this leads us into the next question about what is happening on a EU level and the Commission, what we're currently working on there. And within the Commission now, they're trying to establish a general purpose AI code of practice. And this code of practice is something that should essentially be a bridge between before we have a standard and once we have a standard. At the moment, we have a challenge, though. No one really knows how to create a standard for general AI or general purpose AI. So here we include, for example, large language models, so LLMs that we usually call them, right? But it could also be other type of models, modeling solutions. Now, part of this code of practice now is considering what do we do with data, right? So you know how the companies are gathering data, right? They create a small bot, a crawler, we call them usually, that goes out to all the websites, scrapes them, takes that text that they find, and provides that as an input to the during the training phase for the machine learning model. Okay, well then we have the European data, right? Do we? Is internet nowadays regional or not? I don't know. Apparently some people feel that there is a difference if the data was created in Europe compared to the US, China, whatever. But now the question is, should we create virtual borders? Should we say that also on internet we have differences between where the data was created? So my question to you guys here is that going forward, thinking about these more sophisticated, more general type of solutions that we are talking about, how are we going to be able to have a European view? Should we have a European view? Or should we simply consider that the path forward is global, essentially?
So I think there's a huge... The internet has never been a national pastime as such, right? Even though we do have, in some senses, we have domain addresses that are national. And I think we do have the robust. We do know the robust exclusion standards. We do know that companies like ByteDance are not always following these because it's not something you have to follow. And that's part of the problem. And we do also know that the data commons, which are the data that is available to all, is shrinking currently according to research, that people are creating or are hindering bots that scrape data through the robust exclusion protocol much more often, which really leaves a number of questions. For example, does that mean that the companies that were early will always have an ability to build larger models? The companies that started before we realized what the problem was. What does it mean for companies in countries where you don't have the same strict following the... there's no law, right? Following the standards. And also, what does it mean for me? If I want my words to be available to the world, does that mean, and also scrapable? Because there's another side of it, and is that if we're going to make these ethical AIs or whatever, they should be diverse, they should represent humanity. And if we lock down some of humanity from it, it's not going to represent that part. So I might want to be represented as well. And so far, I've had the right to say, my robots.txt does not say you're not allowed to scrape me. Is this a natural thing?
Well, I mean, there have been for quite some years discussion, again, from a legal perspective, what happens to data that is transferred outside the EU. From a technical point of view, again, I'm not very sure. Is it technically feasible? As Christina said, that the internet is a global thing, so it's hard to put in barriers. There have been discussions. There was the privacy shield that was meant to prevent transfer of personal data to the US. Then it was overturned by the European Court of Justice. Now they have made this agreement that US companies that want to access personal data that were gathered in the EU, they have to certify themselves. So there has been a lot of discussion, there has been a lot of criticism, it has been called protectionist, this attempt to kind of to shield data. So I find it difficult from both from a feasibility standpoint and also from a regulatory perspective. Can you really? I mean, of course, you can write all those regulations on paper, but is it feasible to enforce them?
From my perspective, I only have like two things to say about this. So if these virtual borders would mean stronger internal EU market for our SMEs, then sure, fine, why not? If it means slowing down the solution and business development, then absolutely not. And just to from our customers' perspective, they are looking for training data. They're looking for opportunities to handle and utilize even, for example, patient data in a safe environment, in safe infrastructures, in a safe way that they are not spreading anywhere else. They just need to make sure that their algorithms are working, so to say. So we're not even talking about really transferring data anywhere else, but to make sure that their solutions work. So those are my two or few opinions about this.
Yeah, I agree. Virtual borders are not feasible, and they would definitely harm our competitiveness because Europeans' own language models, they are not as good quality or as effective as, for instance, a Llama 3.2. Which cannot be used in Europe. So actually, companies are they are harmed by these current regulations. And actually, I just heard an excellent point from Tommi Vilkamo from Relex. He actually suggested that what if we open European closed databases to Meta and other, like for OpenAI, and that way try to ensure that also European voices and languages and our values are visible in the winning language models. And also the Draghi's report on European competitiveness claimed that we are now late on this competition on creating large language models. It would cost us billions or even trillions. It's really not realistic. So we should ensure that the language models that we use and that come from America, they represent also our culture, languages, and values.
I'm really happy to hear this type of reasoning, because I think sometimes it's a bit too one-sided, this idea of protecting Europeans only, and it's also about being open with what we believe in and sharing that. So if we regulate too much, we also then lock us into something that the future that we don't perhaps want to be in. So yeah.
I think that we also have to talk about data and data. All data is not the same. So when we talk about the robots.txt, we often talk about data that I have curated and put on the net myself. The problem might be that I may have curated it and put it on a website that does not have a robots.txt file that I agree with. But that's also something I'm willing to do. But we also have data that I create within a specific context, like, for example, on social media, that is not available to the public, but is sold to AI companies. And we also have data exhaust, which is when we walk around the net, we create a lot of data streams about what we do, right? We've never written this, we've never curated this, it's just that these are the files I've searched for, these are the websites I've gone to. So part of the problem here is also to figure out that there are all these different expectations as an individual of where data should be and who data should be shared with that we have to work with. And this might be extremely complicated for healthcare, for example.
Very shortly, very briefly.
Very briefly. Thank you for mentioning data and data, because this is also one problem when it comes to personal and non-personal data. Because personal data are, of course, they are specifically protected, but the border between personal and non-personal data also becomes more and more blurry. So where do we draw the line?
Indeed, indeed. If you had to summarize fairly briefly, how do we find a balance? how do we find a mindful use of AI? So I share, I think, with what all of you are saying. We have a law, we need to follow the law somehow. We have some ethical principles that most of us, I think, share in Europe. But how do we go forward? What is the next technical step that we need to take? How do we convince the organizations to start using AI, and what should we think about here in order for this to be a mindful use of AI?
In our case, I would just recommend all of the companies to start documenting what they do, their intentions, and what happens afterwards. And start with that. For many SMEs, I mean, even the AI Act and the upcoming regulation is not as highly relevant as for those who create these foundation models. But it's been, like, this is just like business as usual when you work with technological solutions and different technologies to document everything you do since day zero, and you are most likely able to conquer many of the questions that might rise at some point in the future.
So there are like 3 levels in a way, or maybe more, but individuals, and then we have organizations, and then we have societies. And I think they have very different ways of looking into this. So for individuals, it's having the right amount of trust, I think is really important. Having AI literacy, as it were. But for organizations, I note that engineers do not have the same structures like, for example, doctors and journalists have in organizations. In how do you catch the possible problems, and how do the organization keep their eye on them because they might show up later? How do you teach people enough to say, this might be a problem? And how do you actually listen to them in the organization? I think that is key to having mindful organizations.
You're describing tensions here, right? You're describing tensions here, right?
Yes.
So you have competing interests.
But also, I think just structures. Take a newbie journalist. They might not know a lot about ethics, but they had an education where ethics was like a red thread throughout the education. And they know that, okay, we're going to publish a name. I need to talk to someone, and I know who to talk with. Because there's someone who's responsible. I go to the editor and say, I'm going to publish a name, is it enough? And I think those kinds of structures are really helpful, because no one can, be both an AI expert and, an HR expert and an ethics expert at the same time. We need to find shorthand.
True. That's right.
Yeah, I think especially when it comes to companies, it is important to make all this legislative framework, which is not only the AI Act, which is not only the GDPR. There is a whole lot that is already there, and probably a lot more that is coming. I think it would be very important to make it accessible, because not every company can afford a huge legal department, especially if we have SMEs. So find a way to make regulation accessible, so that is first and foremost that is possible for them to comply, to see what are our rights, what are our obligations, because I think the worst that can happen is uncertainty, because if someone doesn't know what are my rights, what are my obligations, then they might rather say, well, I'm probably not going to use it because I don't know what can happen if something goes wrong. So it would be very important to probably, whether it's coming from EU side, to have some additional guidance documents or make it otherwise more accessible. Because I have often heard also all this criticism on over-regulation that is coming from the AI Act, which may or may not be true. It will take time to see how it is applied in practice, but more accessibility to the legislation, I think, would be key.
Yep. To continue from there, there actually already is a good plan on different tools that will be provided to companies. For instance, sandboxes where companies with high risk concepts and ideas can actually iterate with legislative specialists and lawmakers like how to be compliant with the current legislation, not just AI Act, but also Data Act and GDPR and all that. And also, for instance, us in AI Finland and Technology Industries of Finland and Sitra, we are together providing a RegTech tool to help companies understand in what risk level their solutions or future solutions are going to be at. And also we're collecting the interpretations Q&A so that companies who are already on their way to publish their services, they can check if that's like okay and compliant. And what else? Yeah, finally, I also think that we should have more positive tone of voice when we think about regulation to prevent that, what you described, that companies do not dare to innovate because they are not sure what should be done and if it's okay.
So Carolina, you lead us into the next step, I think. And the next question here is that Finland has been a leading driver in terms now of the development of these AI factories in Europe. What do you think about this? Is AI factories, so this is essentially a way for us to utilize the infrastructure, the compute infrastructure that we have, for example, in Finland. So CSC has been a very good player here, and very important player here for establishing these supercomputer solutions. And now the question is, should we be able to use these for companies as well? Because, you know, we need a lot of compute power.
For sure. Actually, we're now benchmarking Paris, where they have very lively and innovative ecosystem around such AI factory and quantum computer. And we as AI Finland will help CSC to bring the company perspective and companies' needs and yeah, like real life use cases, and also help companies to understand what are the possibilities of quantum computing.
Do you think it's feasible? I come back to you, Solia, as well. But do you think it's feasible that we are able to scale as well based on this? So can we start serving these models to the whole world?
Oh, totally. Yeah. Only the sky is the limit in there. And actually, I'm very happy we have Lumi because that's something not all the countries have. So that's finally giving us competitive advantage.
And I'm hearing rumors that we're going to invest even more in them.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Good. Yes, so as IRIX, we have been, especially in Finland, we have been for the past 2 years operating with CSC on top of Lumi, Mahti, and Puhti, the 3 supercomputers we have in Finland, and connecting those resources to the SMEs. And figuring out the situation, basically, what are the use cases that are applicable from the SME perspective for these supercomputers, and what might be hindering the usage of those supercomputers and the calculative power. So I think there are 2 main concerns that we have at the moment. One is the planning from the beginning, your usage for resources, how you make sure that you can actually fund your utilization of the resources after the pilots, as we've spoken before, also when you kind of fully take your solutions into production and scale them. But then the other is from the perspective of SMEs, that we are really hoping that the AI factories would help us out with is to open and enable the SMEs with data, more data to actually reach the use cases and their intentions, as now at the moment it seems to be the main showstopper.
How can the FAIR project support this further, particularly towards the SMEs, do you think?
Right, so we are kind of the front line at the moment for CSC into SMEs. We're doing the pre-screening, so to say, finding out the potential customers that are in need of more computational power, basically, in order to move forward with their solution development. And then we hand them over to CSC, who is currently doing these like HPC needs analysis, and then perhaps taking them further to try and buy programs, and further to just experimenting with the supercomputers, which is really well funded by the state of Finland at the moment.
Very well.
Yeah, and actually SMEs and startups will be prioritized in AI Factory, and they will also be provided support for this first phase innovation, like recognizing these use cases and building mock-ups, and it's not actually to be used for production, just in the first phases of the innovation process. So,
do you think it will scale to production still, though?
Yeah, as further steps, but it will not be done within AI Factory, but it's actually concentrating on the beginning of that innovation journey.
Very well. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's turn to the more pressing matter, perhaps. We have all these new stuff coming out, all these new fancy models, all these new fancy solutions. In research, we starting to see now that these models can improve on, even doctors' reasoning, lawyers' argumentative capabilities, and so forth. We as teachers, I think we all noticed that there's a shift in the language students are using suddenly. I don't know, have you noticed this? For me, it's been really strange, getting a thesis that is perfect language, and I have no idea, okay, what happened? What should we start thinking about? I mean, usually we had a very long educational step before we got to this level, right? But what do we do now? What should we think about?
I think we should start by thinking about output we know is AI or semi-AI, and output we don't know. Because there's two situations, right? One is the thing, how much can I trust my language model when I ask it things? But the other one, of course, is how should I handle all other texts that I don't know about? And I think, in a sense, I don't know if the paper was shared here or somewhere else, but there was this paper noting that doctors that use their own methods and that use their own methods plus a language model did not do much better, but the language model did better than either of the doctor teams by itself, which is slightly worrisome, actually. So I think learning how to work with them, and I think part of it is figuring out what is actually unique to me. Because if there's something that most language models aren't, it's unique. They go towards norm. If you give them a set to train on of 70% male CEOs and 30% female, their output will naturally be 100% male CEOs if you ask them for a picture of a CEO. And they go towards norm. And when we have a norm that we agree on in the world, like how we should treat people, we generally agree, although we don't always do that. And when that is a good norm, they actually do that rather well. They did very well for doctors who tried to write scripts on how to talk to patients that had a disease that would kill them. So they would do very well on that, because we have a norm about how you treat people. You put them in a room, you talk calmly to them, you think about the relatives, what are you going to say to the relatives? So I think, but then there are the things when we are unique, like my personal experience as a researcher, or the context I know that the language model does not know, right? And that's where we should not give away the ball, as it were.
So, Beatrice, you're going to get the last word. We just got the sign here that we're getting close to the end. But when we think about students using LLMs, we know that it exists, right? And we know that the generation prior to all those that went through the education, they got a certain training. Now the new generation is going to come out in a few years, 2 years. They're going to enter, into practice and all that. Listening to this conversation here today, what should we think about in terms of reasoning capability and uniqueness and all these things, you think?
Well, I agree with what Christina said. So the question is, at least at this point, again, we don't know what happens in terms of development. Can those large language models perform genuine reasoning? Usually, as you said, they go for the norm, so they go for the data that they have been trained this. Interestingly, we recently had a conversation as to whether large language models can actually do comparative law. And most of us were still doubtful whether they can do real comparative law, that is, compare different national legal orders, because comparative law is not just reading the black letter law, it's understanding the legal culture that is behind it. And especially when we get to something that requires some background knowledge, for instance, cultural knowledge, is a large language model, at least at this point, be able to know all this? So in general, the use of large language models, I think when it makes our lives easier, it's totally fine to use it. We should not blindly rely on its outputs. And we should always keep in mind that if we need some context or if we need some unique experience, there is probably the point where a large language model gets to its limit.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to the panel. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I think we could have continued discussion for quite some time. At least I've enjoyed myself quite a lot. So I hope that we have shared some insights as well of both of what is happening within the bigger perspective here or globally, but also about what does it mean for us as humans. So thank you very much for joining us and for having us.
Hey, a big thanks for our panelists, and we'll continue here at 2:30. Now it's time to go to the expo area, get some refreshments and network. See you here soon. 2:30 we'll continue here. Thank you very much. Olli. Very nice. It's such a shame to have to stop the conversation, but...
We've got some backstage.
Okay. That's fine.
The microphone works.
And I can already make you a photo?
If you like. Is that okay? Is testing 1, 2, 3? Is this the PC for the presenter? This is the clicker. If you have fingernails, the USB is just in there. It's just that bit. Yeah, you need to get your fingernail in there, right? And then. Have you got a spare USB port? Yep. Hopefully the battery is charged as well.
Come back to the... Okay, no niin. Yeah, that's good. Yes.
Yep. Right.
I'm sorry.
No worries. You're welcome to use this until you get yours back as well. So, yeah.
There we go. The light is so dark.
I know. You ask and you shall receive. How'd you save you? If you're walking backstage, can you just look after that? Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Match XR Innovation Talks. My name is Johannes Malkamäki and I'm the host of this event. Our next keynote speaker is John Dable, the Senior Director at Viver's Operations, a seasoned technology leader with a remarkable career in the tech industry. In his current role, he is at the forefront of shaping the content ecosystem, building strategic partnerships, and advancing XR solutions that redefine spatial computing. Today, he'll share insights on future trends and use cases that are shaping the next generation of immersive experiences. So, let's warmly welcome to the stage, John Dable.
Thank you. I hope everybody's having a good day so far at Match XR. So I've got the job in 30 minutes to try and sum up where we are with the Metaverse today and where we're heading rapidly. So for anything I don't cover today, please see us. We've got a demo center and I'm around for the rest of the day as well. So my job is really connecting customers with solutions and connecting development partners with our technology, our hardware and software and platform solutions in terms of how we can help progress the metaverse and spatial computing further. But let's start by setting the scene a little bit and let's look at where we are today and why we're all here. So data from PwC shows that the number of jobs impacted by VR and AR, XR, will rise to 23 million by 2030. For those here earlier, we saw in some of the presentations the dollar value, the billions and trillions of dollars that are behind that growth. And let's have a look at where we are in terms of deployment. So this is one of thousands of examples that I could pick up on. This is from our partner Wobbling from Sweden. And it's fire safety training. And this is one of the very obvious, very visual use cases for VR. It enables us to put people in a stressful situation like this, putting out a fire, but to not have to do that in the real world for the first time. It's kinesthetic learning for the learning development audience in the room. But let's take the 30,000 feet view of that, or let's take the space view. And let's step back about how these applications, how this content is deployed today. It's typically deployed on a VR headset as an application on there. But if we look at the tools that we use on our laptops today, many of those are cloud-based. They've got a client on the PC or the smartphone that you're using, but a lot of the data storage, a lot of the traffic is in the cloud. Now, why is that? It's because we need to connect these audiences from different parts of the world. So there's many different definitions of metaverse. I'm sure there's many different ones here in the room if I ask you. But that, I think, is one important thing. It's about moving those applications from an individual headset and moving them into a cloud so that I can explore these experiences. So again, let's set the scene. Why the metaverse and what is it being used for today? So in our research and from discussing with a number of customers, we've found that there's some things that are hard to do remotely. And I want to stress here, I'm not just talking about remote in a post-COVID sense. I'm talking remote in terms of global businesses, for satellite teams, salespeople, other specialists that might be out in the field and disconnected from their headquarters or for other key parts of the organizations. So true collaboration, being able to get together to brainstorm ideas. It's why we love events like this, because you can have that human conversation. And these solutions, these metaverse solutions, spatial collaboration systems, as we prefer to call them, aren't about replacing the real world. It's about complementing and adding more frequent discussions to those. And collaboration brainstorming is one of those. Socializing and network is another important one. Teams, Zoom, and the tools that we use today are very transactional. You'll join a meeting, and at the end of the meeting, you hit hang up, and you're on to the next thing. In the real world office, we leave a meeting room and we have a chat with each other. We talk about the weekend, what we did, or what our plans are. We talk about that other project. Or we pick up on something that somebody said in the meeting that we want to delve into deeper. And that's what we mean about those social and network connections, the water cooler chats, if you like. Reviewing visual work is something I'll come back onto, but that's hugely important to us and our customers. And I think, most of us in the room probably have a lot of difficulty translating a 2D drawing to a 3D object. Well, with spatial collaboration, with spatial computing, of course, we don't need to do that. We can actually look and walk around and experience the 3D object almost as we would in the real world. We also found some things are even harder to do remotely. Communication, again, going back to the current tools we use today, I was discussing this with last night with somebody. The tools have a flaw in that we're talking to a screen, which is not the best experience anyway, but that screen is also where all of our other notifications are coming up, distracting us from the topic at hand. And those meetings, those discussions that we're having, we want to make them more like the real world. So we want that engagement. We want global synchronization. We want the ability to have Team A in LA and Team B in Finland to be able to work together to benefit from each other's work without, ruining everybody's days and nights by making them work different time zones. It's not very sexy, but we also need these systems to be secure, private. We talked about AI in the last session, and these systems, our systems, are very integrated with AI these days. It's very important that people have trust in those systems. And we want, as you saw in the wobbling use case earlier with the fire safety training, we want that hands-on experience. So these are the challenges that we're trying to address. And don't just take our word for it. This is data from PwC from last year that surveyed users of these systems, and they saw a 16% improvement in communication, more than 50% greater sense of closeness with colleagues, and an 11% higher satisfaction with workshop results. We also did a survey, again last year actually, and found that 80% of users of our platform felt as if they were in the same room as their colleagues when they were in VR. So you're bringing those connections, making them much more human, which is a topic I've heard several times this morning. People felt more focused and attentive in VR than in video calls. That's about removing those distractions that I talked about earlier. In a VR headset, in a VR meeting, you're as focused as you are in a real-world meeting, one-to-one, with somebody across the table from you. And again, 80% agreed that VR onboardings are more personal than video calls. And this onboarding and training is a theme that runs through lots of businesses in an increasingly competitive world. We have to remember training isn't something that we do once. It's something that we need to do repeatedly so that we can gain a competitive edge on our businesses. A quick look at where businesses are using the solutions today. So productivity, I've touched on some of these topics about how these platforms can bring people closer together even though they're in different parts of the world. It can help to reduce the travel so that the dead time, the travel time in between isn't as much. And again, it's not about replacing it completely, but I can have one of these meetings with my team across the globe once a week, whereas I'm not able to get on a plane once a week and meet them. Client engagement, to show your products. Again, I'll come on to these capabilities with 3D products, but if you're a business that is creating any sort of product, a physical product for sale, or a stand, an exhibition, a trade show like this, you can actually show your customers, your attendees, how that's going to look. We've seen lots of people. One of the most recent ones that comes to memory locally is IKEA, getting into the Metaverse for advertising and marketing, but I think we've only scratched the surface of what's happening there. And going back to the beginning of my presentation, absolutely fundamental with the VR experience has always been simulation and education and training. So that remains one of the strongest interest areas. We're working with a lot of universities across Europe and elsewhere about using these systems as the new generation of students that are coming through expect these sort of platforms and are brought up as digital natives with Fortnite and Roblox, etc. So when I first used this slide some time ago, this was all about where spatial computing was heading, but a lot of these solutions are actually already in place and deployed today. So it's now what's happening now and where are we heading with this? And there's a few key topics. So more realism, AI creation and scale. No tech presentation is complete without AI today. And there's that real-time interaction as well. Powerful low-cost spatial computing and open connected ecosystems. So let me expand on those a little bit. So somebody commented earlier on one of our images about what this attachment was for the headset. If you look just below here, this is a facial tracker onto a headset. So now within a Metaverse environment, users can see who's talking, see their lip movement, see whether they're smiling, happy, sad, and get a little bit more of that human interaction. We recently, I seem to be missing, or I've skipped over a slide there, apologies. Yeah, there should be a slide there for, we recently launched our Vive Ultimate trackers, which have taken away the need for base stations and allow full body tracking in these environments. So if you want to rehearse dance moves for a presentation or the choreography of how speakers are going to move around a space, you can do that as well. Power of AI, we already have integrated, and we've seen many of these other platforms integrated AI. So we've tried to target AI where it's useful in these systems. So live language translation. I unfortunately, as a typical Englishman, only speak one language, but I can have a conversation in these environments with my colleagues who are speaking French, German, and multiple other languages, and I can have all of their conversations translated to me in English. So everybody's comfortable talking in their preferred language, removing misunderstandings and ambiguity. And AI MPC, again, we've seen platforms deploy these. So this is artificial intelligence, non-playing characters, linked back to perhaps a large language model in the business. So you don't need to duplicate what you've done elsewhere in the business within these platforms. You can access data at your fingertips by talking to the model. Or perhaps a large language model in a university with training so that students can learn on their own time and not just in classes, and they feel they've got that support, that semi-human support. I want to talk about this topic, powerful low-cost spatial computing, and explain one of the challenges that the industry has had a little bit over the last few years. For those that understand the technology, you'll be familiar with pixel streaming. Let me just explain briefly how that's working. Pixel streaming is taking a model from a cloud and presenting that to me and streaming all of that data. But there's a problem with that when it comes to scale. If I want 3 people within that environment, so maybe decision makers to review a new product or a stand design, each of those users needs a powerful GPU to be able to cope with all of that data that's being presented to them. GPUs are very costly, not leastly which because of the growth and expansion of AI. So if you want to get your stakeholders together to review your latest product, and you're doing that by pixel streaming, it quickly becomes very costly. So our solution to this is polygon streaming. There's also another little problem with pixel streaming, that often you can run into change control issues because each user is working from their own version of the model. So polygon streaming addresses both of these issues. So firstly, everybody's working from one version of the model. As the name suggests, it's in the cloud, it's streamed to the users. If you look here, these users needed a GPU, much more costly. Here, we're using the processing power that's on the device. So now, across a range of devices, even from an ordinary smartphone, an ordinary office PC, I can now bring a multi-million polygon object into an environment, and importantly, I can have multiple users access this space because it is about collaboration and bringing these teams together without compromising the quality, and that's obviously really important as well. So this is one example of how it could be used. This could be a building. This could be your latest product, your latest motorbike, your latest IKEA product that you're rolling out. Not only does it help with being more cost efficient, but importantly for VR users, it helps improve the frame rate of the product. And what's happening behind the scenes of the technology is it's only giving me the information on this model that I need, the part of the model that I'm looking at. And if somebody's off to my left and off to my right, they're seeing the parts of the model that they need. So we get a much smoother frame rate, important for, again, the accuracy of these models. And this goes back to one of the earlier challenges that we saw with the Metaverse. I won't name the company, but we all saw early pictures of the Metaverse that looked like this image at the top. They were very cartoonish, very simplified. The world was expecting this futuristic vision, and it was a bit blur. So the reason for that was this polygon challenge, to make that accessible on an all-in-one VR headset, which is, of course, the norm today. You had to work within this overhead, these thousands of polygons. Whereas now we can take that away, and this video, I think, shows it much better. We can have much more realistic environments. This is running from our cloud platform. Again, this is just a couple of users in this space, but this can be hundreds of users in there. Much more realistic, much more natural environments, much more inviting for us as human beings. And you'll see here in the video as it plays, you'll see how the technology is working, and it's bringing some of those objects in as I get close to those. So it's enabling very large scenes as well. And as I move through that scene, the bit of the scene that is close to me is being presented in full detail, and what's in the distance, I'm not actually too worried about those. So that's polygon streaming. Open ecosystem talks really to many things. It's open in terms of being cross-platform. We, as a hardware manufacturer through our parent company, Vive, would love that everybody has a VR headset. I'm sure many of you in the room would love that as well. But unfortunately, not everybody does. So it's important we need these systems to be cross-platform now to allow that migration from the tools of today, PCs and phones, into VR headsets. But VR is definitely the best experience. It's also open in terms of collaboration, something I've heard talked about in a couple of discussions, and we're obviously here in one of the beating hearts of the Metaverse. Here in Finland is, the national strategy around the Metaverse, I think, is a huge benefit to those working in the region, and is something the rest of Europe needs to look to, because the competition in this space is countries like UAE and KSA, who've also had that government initiative and that government funding. And apparently their weather's a bit better. So now, I talked at the beginning about some of the use cases today. This is something we're very proud of. We've always created this technology, and then people have taken it in different directions. And a couple of years ago, we were approached about putting VR headsets into the International Space Station. For many of you in the room, understanding the technology, you'll realize how difficult that is. In a zero-gravity situation, there's no alignment. There's no clear direction of which way is up or down. So how do you manage the tracking in the device? But also I think, again, I want to echo something I heard in earlier presentations and something that's really important to me. This is about the technology disappearing into the background, and this is about helping problems. If you're in this very closed, very fake environment of the International Space Station, we now give Andreas Mogensen the ability to actually go cycling in his hometown, or go cycling in the forest, or have a walk along the beach. So not only fitting into his exercise regime, but taking him out of that harsh environment of the International Space Station. Let's look at a few more practical solutions back here on Earth. Now, I talked earlier about business, and I've talked about meetings and things like that. And again, this is another one of those areas where the technology shouldn't just be narrowed into one particular solution. And we've worked with a couple of partners who came to us and said, we think your technology can help in different ways. The first of these is ESG gaming. There is a challenge today, as I'll come on to, with isolation of more elderly audiences, with family members dissipated across different countries, across their own country. So they want to explore both the medical benefits, which as yet are unproven, but certainly the societal benefits of being able to bring those users together in the platform. So a health and fitness room where they can do classrooms. They can go and see talks on interesting topics to keep their brains active. Simple games and just interacting with other humans. And again, difficult if you've got low mobility and it's harder to get out of the house. And why are they doing this? There's, dementia is on the rise. This is data from the NHS in the UK, where I'm from. New cases of dementia arise every 3 seconds. 1 in 11 people over the age of 65 now have dementia, and 7% of adults in the UK experience major depressive episodes annually, and part of that is because of this disconnection that some of the tools we use today have ended up bringing about in society. At the other end of the age spectrum is the safe zone. The safe zone identified a challenge, especially post-COVID, with teenagers, particularly female teenagers, with their social lives, their human connection being disrupted through the COVID pandemic. And what they're doing is allowing teenagers into the system to be able to connect with therapists in a trusted, secure way. And this is another one of those reasons why these secure, trusted environments are so important. And if you think about this, and if you step back, that's a huge use of the new technology, because the teenagers who are suffering from a little bit of anxiety can be behind an avatar. It's less scary than a real in-person discussion with a therapist, and the therapist can literally be anywhere in the world, but you still have this near human connection within these spaces. So whilst we call our product Metaverse for Business, and we've got a demonstration out there today, for the more imaginative people in the room, the creatives in this industry, let's look at how else we can use these systems. And you can see some of the examples there today. This is a video from the safe zone showing the sort of environments that are a little bit more welcoming for therapy and relaxation, and just helping teenagers open up a little bit more. So both, I think, brilliant, innovative uses of the technology from where I stand. So just to sum up, I think there's a few things that for all of us in the room, and for me in my role, that want to see these platforms continue to grow. It's really important that we have open platforms. So we at HTC are very committed to working with standards, to working interoperability with other systems. As I mentioned earlier, it's hugely important to be device agnostic, because not everybody has access to that VR headset. Security and privacy is not the most sexy thing when you're doing a product presentation, but it is often the most important piece of the puzzle when it comes to moving beyond a proof of concept. And you have to start those proof of concepts and trials in the right way, because at some point, if we want this to scale, you will come up against a CIO that expects you to be able to have a secure private system that interconnects with the other tools they use. From us as a company, we're an XR technology leader with experience in both these platforms, a total solution provider, a global company, and with regional deployment and presence as well. So that's really it from me. I've just sum up. Let's collaborate, immerse, and engage. And I say I'm around for the rest of the day, so are the team. I'd love to have a further discussion and see how we can help you with your work. And that's me if anybody wants to connect.
Thanks, John. Before you exit, we're actually a few minutes early.
Yes, I think there was a couple of slides missing, but
that's completely fine. And actually, our next speaker is not quite here yet,
right.
Or one of them is not here yet. So I was thinking, if you're fine with it,
absolutely,
should we take a few audience questions at this point?
Yeah.
So if we'll get questions, I'll relay them via my microphone into the stream, so the people in there also stay with us. But hey, so we have one question there. Come on, let's hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think if you look at the evolution of the internet, what happened is you had this combination of users, industry pushing the technology, and then it being implemented into standards. And I think that has generally worked well in my view of the internet. And I think that's how we need to progress. We need, the expertise of users creating these platforms to come up with new ideas, and then we need to make those as standards. And there's a few examples of this already happening. So there's a VRM standard for avatars that I'm sure many of you are aware of. So we support that in our platforms to make it easier so that you can have a common identity across the platforms. And I think this is where the collaboration between businesses, between different countries as well becomes so important, because you can take that innovation and then move it forward as a standard.
Sure thing.
So I think this is, again, where that cloud definition of the metaverse comes in a little bit. If we put more of the experience on the cloud, it can be a bit more democratized. And really what you're talking about is what you present on the headset. And I think to take from that question, it's also about different types of headsets for different use cases. There is certain use cases where AR or MR is much more useful, but for other environments, if you want to be completely immersed, VR is the only solution. So we've got to have that flexibility across the different hardware types as well. So yeah, hopefully that helps and answers your question.
Thank you very much. Let's have other questions. I think we still have a few minutes a few minutes time here. There we go.
Yeah, so an interesting question there about the connection between 5G and the metaverse. So firstly, from a business and a personal perspective, I think it is hugely important. 5G offers not only much higher speed, but lower latency, which we need for these sort of solutions. But I think one of the reasons it hasn't progressed as much so far is really because most of the use of VR is in a fixed location, whereas most of what the mobile operators are doing is for a wider scale mobile network. So the 5G becomes more important as we start to put VR experiences in the back of cars to keep kids entertained, or when we're in the future, and I don't believe we're that far away, having more VR interactions on trains and things like that. So hugely important, but it's just with some of the stalls in the industry, it's not quite moved forward as much, I think, is the main reason. But certainly we're still working with a number of mobile operators around the world, and I think technologies like polygon streaming are hugely important as well, because my background is telecoms. That's where I started my career. And obviously the constant drive for network operators is to be as efficient as possible with data. And if VR does take off and takes off with pixel streaming, those networks are going to fall over very quickly. So we need better technology to enable this. So hopefully that answers your question.
All right, let's keep them coming.
Hi. Thank you, John. Very fascinating topic. Let's say I want this event in VR, AR, maybe I can be there in my phone or in the headset. What's the turnaround in a project like that?
Yeah, so a good question. One of the slides that was missed was talking about generative AI, actually, as well. So today, that has been too slow. You've needed more specialist equipment and more tools to do that. It's possible today, and in one of our demos, we've got a simple 3D model, a LiDAR scan of the entrance hall to the Natural History Museum in London. So with a simple drone fly through in larger spaces or a camera walk through, it's possible to process that now in hours, and then with the power of polygon streaming and these platforms to bring that on very quickly. In the product that you'll see demonstrated today, Metaverse for Business, that came about because having worked with customers 4 or 5 years ago, they were coming with not a clear direction in terms of how they could use the technology. And then if you're working with them, it takes 3 months to get to the point where you can deliver something, because you've got to design it, build it, and work out. And then it's not what they wanted because they couldn't define that at the beginning. So we took it the other way around and we said, let's design something that's very quick to deploy, can still be customized for businesses. So we can now deploy in days from first discussions with a customer. I think our record is less than 2 weeks from a first discussion with a customer to getting their solution customized and delivered. And they ran an event at the British Science Festival in London in the platform as well. So the time's coming down all the time. And I think creating the environments, this is one of the slides that wasn't in there for some reason. When we started doing these, you would need creative designers to create the environments. Now, of course, with generative AI, we're on the cusp of being able to do that just by describing And for somebody like me who's not artistic, being able to, create a space out of my imagination is very powerful. That is really important. That will help speed things up. I will just say, though, we do need to find a way of protecting that real human-generated art and skill and differentiating that from the mass-produced, AI that will inevitably come in the next year or so within these platforms.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you see the growth being more into, you talked about having these new experiences or new ways to deploy the technology that you kind of hadn't even thought of previously? Do you think the growth is more about just getting more and more varied different applications, or is it more narrow where you find these kind of narrow avenues to go down? Or
yeah, I think there's always a temptation with new technology to go and take the old processes and just make them faster or better with new technology. We're inevitably going to be seeing some of that, and I talked about some of that in the presentation, that we're taking the tools that we have today and for remote meetings and collaboration, but we're making them better in these systems. But what I love personally about working with new technology is these new ideas and say, right, let's throw away the old paradigm. Let's, in the safe zone case, the teenagers, that's one that's, as a father of 2 teenage daughters, one of whom, was impacted a little bit by COVID in her progression. I know she would not feel comfortable, she doesn't mind me talking about this, by the way, would not feel comfortable meeting with a therapist or talking to somebody about that face-to-face, but she would feel much more comfortable in these systems. So I think that imagination and how you can actually do things differently in these platforms is really, really important.
Do we have any final questions here? I think we have time for one more. There we go.
Yeah, so I think it's not going fast enough. We need to do more work, as has been discussed in earlier sessions, by collaborating with different partners within the sector. But I think also Open has lots of different meetings. One of those simple ones is just being as cross-platform as we can. So whilst Viverse is a division of HTC, and HTC obviously makes the hardware, we took a decision with this product that we have to be cross-platform, so it's in the Quest store because we recognize people, will have different headsets. And it's also available in the Windows store and likewise. So that's one simple example. I think in terms of the open ecosystem, it's building on those examples like the VRM. How do we make it much easier to move from a Finnish metaverse into a British one, or to move from one business's metaverse into another? As much like, I would go and visit a customer's office, or they would come to our office, to minimize the barriers in the digital environment as they're minimized in the real world. So what I need to do in the real world is I just need to know that guest is allowed in and where they're allowed in the space, and to interconnect these spaces digitally. If we take that concept, I think we'll increase growth there. So. And then the rest is standardization, as I talked about earlier, and really taking those ideas and then building them into standards, because that's how the industry will scale faster and faster.
So John, I'm still not seeing the speakers here ready, so I'll continue with my previous line of thought. Oh no, actually, yeah, I'll give you the line of thought. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. Who is governing that collaboration? Well, at the moment, I don't see a single entity governing those. I think, like many areas of new technology, it's about the businesses that are evolving this technology to work together and to collaborate, and then, potentially at a more international level through standards forums, the Metaverse Standards Forum and so on, of moving those things forward. But, you don't get evolution in technology, in my experience, by top-down government or industry initiatives. It tends to happen from the bottom-up innovation combined with top-down standardization. I think the telecoms industry is a prime example of that, where there has been a lot of innovation, much of which coming from here, of course, in Finland. And taking those ideas, but then making them standardized, and they're rolled out across the world, across all of the smartphones that we use today.
Any more questions? I think still we might be getting one more. Maybe can you guys check backstage what the situation is with the next line of speakers? But I'm having a lot of fun.
Otherwise, I could talk all day.
Exactly. Yeah, this is great. I'm pretty sure it will be starting any time now, but I think I'll continue with my previous line of thought now. So I have a 3D printer. I've had it for about a year now, and it's a very user-friendly, consumer-ready product. And what I've noticed now that I've been kind of playing around with it is that the ecosystems for those files are exploding, and there's so much innovation there. Now that the actual consumers are kind of getting involved and just finding new and new applications for those. So I'm guessing there must be some overlap here with the VR technology as well, and I guess all the different applications that this could be applied to. So what do you see? Is there a kind of a consumer space here? Or is it just, I know you're talking from the company side, but what is kind of the consumer side of this?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting example. It's not one I'm hugely familiar with in terms of 3D printing. But what I've seen happening there is, as you say, this collaboration within the community of sharing these ideas and sharing new use cases. And I think that, to me, is what's hugely important about these sort of events. You can share those experiences, share those best practices, and as an industry, we all want to move this forward. We want to have more people using the hardware, the solutions that are being developed. So it's picking up from those things. I think in the metaverse, what comes is, one of the things that we're trying to do is get our solution. We're going to get one to the Helsinki XR system. So that, again, I expect to come from the innovation here. People will go, well, you've designed it in this way, but what if we could do that and generate those next ideas? So it is about, getting it in as many people's hands, getting people to think about, what's next for these systems, not just using today's paradigm for tools, but to use other tech as well.
All right, I think we have some people there waiting to get on stage. So thank you very much at this point for John Dable. Let's have a big round of applause. Thanks for answering the questions as well. So now onwards, we'll get to hear a fireside chat from Urho Konttori and Petri Rajahalme on navigating the startup funding landscape. And I guess you guys are ready. I think I'll skip my talking here. So let's just very warmly welcome to the stage Urho Konttori and Petri Rajahalme. Come on over.
Okay, next, side by side. Side by side. Fireside by side. Vitsillä sisään. All right, how's everyone doing? Thanks for your patience. It wasn't my fault. Mine. So nice to be here. Great to have MatchXR going well, and I think even stronger and bigger each year.
And definitely bigger than last year.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And so many demos, can't wait to see.
Yeah. So we have about half an hour today to talk about, in broad terms, startup fundraising, maybe a little bit of the ecosystem, hardware situation, and obviously people are keen to hear what you're up to. So just by way of short intros, my name is Petri Rajahalme. I run FOV Ventures. We're a venture capital fund here based in Finland. Invest pre-seed, seed stage into XR, spatial computing, Gen AI and 3D robotics these days also, exciting area. We've been operational for about 2 years now, invested in 28 companies in Finland, UK, France, Germany, and Sweden. So, over to you.
Yeah.
Short introduction, maybe more kind of the background up to today.
Okay, good. So I'm Uro Konttori, and my previous company was Varjo, where I was the CEO for the first 2 years, not by choice, and definitely learned to appreciate anybody who sits on that hot seat during those years. Then passed the torch to my co-founder and stayed as a CPO and CTO for 6 more years. Before that one, long career in product management at Nokia and Microsoft. So working together with Panos Panay, his organization, with the HoloLens team, with the high-end phones team back in those years, as well as with the Surface Hub guys who were doing these beautiful teleport devices for the flat screen era. Then Nokia a couple of years in very similar hardware, high-end phones, innovation roles. And I think looking back in those, I think coolest thing was both at Nokia and Microsoft that my team had a task to do the things that are borderline too difficult. And the job entailed that I need to fail at least half of my project needs to be too difficult to succeed, otherwise I will not get my bonuses. And lo and behold, I'm very happy share owner of Microsoft stock. I failed enough, but it was really interesting because I typically had like 4 projects with a team working on each one of them, and really trying to push it so that we find the sweet spot where you fail, because then you know that when you actually do a product program, you need to aim a little bit lower than that, but you will be on the a very head of the pack with your ambition level by doing it. So actually finding that breaking point is oftentimes really important. And whereas sometimes you also succeed by hitting a really high point, which is slightly below it to begin with, and then you're really certain it will succeed, which is also good. But really this learning to fail and giving the opportunity to do that one was one of the a huge changers of character, because learning to fail is not as easy as saying it out loud and getting attached to your projects. Again, when you run multiple, you also understand that you don't need to stick with them too long. And this is one of the learnings that I would really appreciate that everybody in the startup space also learns it. So when at some point, because most of the startups, let's be honest, are not wildly successful. And at some point you realize that maybe this isn't going to succeed that well. It's not worth your time or investors' time or anybody's time to prolong the inevitable too long. So then learning to quit is also important, I think.
Jumping ahead, way ahead of what I was scheduled to ask you, but that's such an interesting point. And what, in your view, is how do you measure or evaluate when it's time to kill your darling?
Yeah, I mean, how do you know? When you know there is your chances of getting out of it are
when
relative.
do you think that maybe I do this and then I'll be there? Or should I just pull the plug now?
I mean, on the technical topics, you can see it more clearly. It's then when you have this a business engagement that you're hoping will turn out the tide. Those are the difficult ones, and I think one of the most fairest things is then to, if you work in the B2B domain, is really to go on and be as frank as possible and say that I'm fearing this will not work out. Do you think it will work out with you? And then either they are fair to you, say it will not succeed, or maybe they actually find a way to push you to a new speed. But it is super difficult when you're dependent on somebody else than just a quantifiable success criteria.
Yeah. Okay, so let's rewind a little bit.
maybe when you have fired half of your people, that's probably the first telltale sign that it's not going to go well.
Yeah, maybe something should be looked at. Worked at Nokia. What got you then to think about the whole idea of human eye resolution for XR?
Yeah, I mean, I had been working with Todd Holmdahl and his team, who was the previous head of hardware before Panos Panay in Microsoft, and we did a VR headset for the Xbox team with them. They didn't see financial sense to it. So when they did the business evaluations, once we had actually designed it, they were like, you know, guys, this probably doesn't make sense for Xbox. Like, this will not be wildly successful. The unit estimates were such that it did not make sense.
So you thought, I'm going to make a startup out of this.
Yeah, and then after Microsoft, we started dabbling a little bit into like mixed reality with the video see-through paradigm. We had been talking about it with the Microsoft research, the guys in Seattle, and that it should probably be like a really solid thing. And then we explored it 2 days, got it working really nicely, and then ended up like accidentally finding Varjo. At that stage, Varjo was really all about like a video see-through mixed reality, maybe as an add-on for existing headsets to enable people to develop before the Magic Leap and HoloLens comes and sweeps the floor with the, you know, because at that stage, Magic Leap was showing like wild promises. It was like, this is the future. Everybody will be living their lives with this on, and it's a miracle. And then the reality was that it wasn't quite as good as they meant it to be. But anyway, when we started the company, we started thinking that, hold on, if we do this one, there is no business to making an add-on. We can make like a couple of bucks, and then what's next? Like nothing. Hindsight, we might have been successful at making it, but anyway, we thought that let's capture a market niche and make it so that it's one that the big leaguers like Metas and Microsofts and these people who have like infinite capital, that they can just like squeeze all the margins out of the product and like drive you out as a competition. So let's instead figure out a niche that they will not be able to enter, where we have like a defendable position throughout the time. And that's how we thought that, okay, let's go for the high end, and then what is the ultimate high end? Like, where do we find the spot where we don't need to be like theoretically better? And that was human eye resolution. Once you reach that one, do you really need to be better? And so we thought that, okay, let's set at that as the target, and let's go forward with that one, with no idea how to actually do it. But that was like a minor point. So as long as you know what mountain to climb, you can probably find a lot of routes on the hillside, and maybe you cannot get to the like a highest mountaintop. You get first to something else, and that might be a very decent business by itself. And yeah, I think Varjo has found really nice success. Yes, yes, especially in defense space these days.
Yeah. So fast forward a little bit. It was probably, what would it have been? August, September. You gave me a call last year. Hey, I've been thinking about new stuff. Would you be interested in talking or hearing more? And I was like, where do I sign? I mean, I've followed you since I've had very early demos of Varjo, the first iterations of the headset. So obviously there's a history, so that's kind of an unfair advantage you have compared to maybe someone starting out in the industry. But you had clearly a need to tackle big problems and challenges again. So what are you building now?
Yeah, so Distance is building glasses-free mixed reality. So and one of the things that, for example, at Varjo we focused on training people how to operate in the future, training how to fly, training how to be a military pilot, or design for the future, what the future products will look like. And with Distance, we thought that we really want to be at the like a key of everyday life, part of everyday life, rather than like these niche lives. And at the core of that one was the thesis that if we can actually get to do this without any kind of glasses, any kind of thing in your head, it makes it so much more approachable. But you cannot have it then maybe at every single moment of your day of life, but you can make it into like a meaningful part, and that maybe gradually traverses us to mixed reality in like everyday moments. So that was at the like a core thesis, and now we have been doing a little bit of repeat of the findings at Varjo as well, which is that, oh, lo and behold, actually also the defense industry is wildly interested in seeing the digital battlefield and the analog battlefield at the same time. So we see interesting opportunities in that space as well. Yes.
So what are, just maybe go through the concrete steps for the founders, for example, in the audience. What happened during the first 8 to 12 months?
Yeah, I think even rolling back even before that is also interesting, because we started with my one of my co-founders. We actually had 8 in total, so a lot. And all of the books tell you not to do it with that many, and I can guarantee that some people will leave from this founding team in like a year or two.
Statistically, at least, yes.
Yes, but then again, you build resilience by having that kind of support people, and they will be in it for a very long time as well. But anyway, we started like looking into what could be interesting opportunities in the space, and we made 4 companies, like prototype versions of them, like what will be the key markets, what will be the market size, what kind of technical teams could we build that would be like a world level teams. Can we actually do that one, and what's going to be the time to market, and building the SWOT table, so strength, weaknesses, opportunities and threats type of thing, like building those kind of models, and we built like I think 25-page document out of this one to justify to ourselves if the one that we're going to be doing is the right one out of these, which all made sense. I would be happy to do a startup in any one of them. And then,
are you selling those other ideas to the highest bidder?
I have been trying to push at least one of them to, which is a medical startup, to willing recipients. But yeah, so with that one, like figuring out that this is what we actually want to do, and then once we had done that one, then actually we had really good case of. So what is it that we want to do? And we had a strong conviction that we can be the world leader in this domain. And the market is big enough, and it is very underrepresented. And we focused initially on mainly like replacing existing things in head-up display space for automotive, aviation, and defense. Just like automotive market, 100 million vehicles produced every year, which is like massive market. And the head-up displays are now growing right now at a very steady pace of 20% year on year, so good growth rate. And the market size is well over $1 billion annually in that space, and it is definitely one of those like leader captures all type of market. So if you're better than anybody else, then nobody in the high-end space will want to have the second best thing. Like Mercedes-Benz, hey, we are known to have the second best solution. So that simply doesn't happen. So we thought that, yeah, this is good opportunity, and defense is like a size-wise 5x bigger than that one. So again, like looking at, yes, there is a market, and maybe we can do things a little bit differently. And then we started executing, and without, again, blindly going into this field, like we don't have any clue really how to do this one properly. And we started just like hitting different ideas, trying those out, and 100 days later we had a prototype that is not terribly far away from what we are, for example, today showing at our slush party. And so per pixel depth, really wide field of view, something which has been like a dream in the automotive industry. And low price point, what's not to like type of thing. So really mixed reality capable windshield. And then a lot of patenting. We are now at 30 patents filed to US Patents Office. And not design patents, but actual patents. 2 of them approved, which is also one of the tricks that if you want to make sure you own something, then you don't need to pay more than $1,000 to skip the line of all the processing in the patents office. You skip basically 2 to 3 years, and you will be processed next. And then for that one, you will know really quickly if you have something in your hands or not. And again, those kind of things make a huge difference when you can say that we actually have protected this one and it has been approved, so we own this one. And it will be difficult to circumvent. Then comes the like a patent minefields that you patent also similar ways that you don't do, but somebody else might do, just to make it difficult for them to go around with of what you're doing. So
yeah. I think that was a big part of your kind of strategy in Varjo as well, that patenting strategy. Yeah. You mentioned that you wanted to replicate some things. What are the things that you took from your previous experience that you wanted to absolutely nail? And was there something from Varjo or previous experience that you thought, hey, let's try to avoid this?
Yeah, so definitely one of the things that everybody said in the beginning of Varjo, like, hire only the best people. Like, don't go for the like a mid-grade guys. And I'm not saying that we hired really bad people at Varjo, but at some point I realized that to maintain the momentum and scale,
you had really high growth, like you were hiring aggressively.
Yeah, Varjo was really like a high growth, and we started realizing that we were actually like lowering the bar, and once you start lowering, you just keep on lowering the bar, and that's tough. That's tough to actually listen to that advice to just hire the best people. But you know what? The second one is that not all the best people are the best at an engineering task. Like a really high value needs to be coming from, if you're passionate, you typically figure out different things than the highly technically competent. So you shouldn't think about like a bar as only technical competence. It includes that like a passion and like a, social witness. They're all part of the same equation, and it might be that like really the best guy for you is like a technically relatively competent but really passionate person. And that could actually drive more success, especially early on, because you might be able to move much faster to the right direction than with the person who just happens to be like on the paper very technically competent. So I would say that when you listen into that advice that just hire the best people, don't think it means only that it is technically the most competent people, but don't go sacrificing the core values and bringing the people who just might be able to do the job. They're probably okay. They're probably good enough people. So keeping the quality high is super crucial. Then the second one is to start getting the business development and sales side early on. We hired at Varjo the first sales head, Seppo Aaltonen, brilliant guy, but we hired him like 2 months before the sales start. And he had been working in totally different field. So like learning the language, learning the like ways of selling actually takes easily a year. So unless you have somebody who is like fully ready, has been doing exactly the same thing as you are, then probably you should really like assume it will take them a year to get to learn the right contacts, build the Rolodex, build the trust, and learn really how to sell your product. And this is of course B2B mainly, I would say. But maybe even the consumer space, like if you sell something that that needs you to be able to tell the message, you need to have time to actually trial out how to tell your message the right way. So, I would say like a beginning that early on business development sales cycle, even too early, I think that was one of the things that we could have sped up a year if we had started a little bit earlier with the sales team.
I mean, that's definitely something, one of the points which I would or could highlight for founders is following you from the sidelines, especially with distance now, is building with the clients. So obviously you have a product in mind. This could be what the market and the industry is looking for, but actually going out and talk to them very early on to get like feedback and iterate on what it is.
Yeah, it's the only way really to go to the customers and calibrate, make sure that you're doing the right thing, and then listen to the like sometimes very blunt feedback of what is not good about what you're doing. And I have been now like always starting with that one, that please be as blunt as possible and just go ahead with all the issues you even might not be certain we are having, because again, learning cycle as early on as possible is crucial, and it's really difficult to say that you can imagine the customer's problems. The only way really is to go to the customers and validate it and ask and work with them to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And again, you might save a full funding cycle by doing it, so that by doing the actual right product first, rather than doing the first product quickly and then raising more capital in more disadvantaged situations. So.
Yeah. A second thing that I always marvel at is you did it with Varjo. You're replicating that with distance. Is narrative, story building, brand, and what is kind of similar to them is just appearing shinier and bigger than what you actually are from day one or day zero even.
Yeah. I mean, we have a tremendously good CMO who Jussi Mäkinen, who has been building the brands, but really at the core on both of the companies has been that we figured out that we want to appear as a billion-dollar company from the get-go, so that the other customers can trust you. And overspending on the marketing. And we were yesterday at the Field of View Ventures dinner where we were discussing about the US entry, and I had just been discussing that with Gartner the day before, and they were saying that a lot of European startups think that when they go to the States, they will just put a marketing budget of $250,000 and assume that they can break it in the USA, whereas in reality, it's enough for only a LinkedIn campaign. Which was like, obviously, we cannot afford to spend $250K on a LinkedIn campaign, but our budget was for this year was roughly 1 million, so we spent roughly 250,000, so a quarter of the budget almost on like a marketing and brand and customer reach out and so forth. So overspending early to build that recognition and connection.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is under-indexed even to today in Finland. The importance of, I mean, it's all about like from the deck, from the visuals, from everything. It's just a coherent brand and a story. Because stories, investors are largely investing in teams who are telling compelling story. So it's something that is definitely of utmost importance. You've been involved in a lot of fundraising rounds. What are some of the kind of one or two key points that you think are important for founders to remember, to think about, like what has been working, and maybe now, years wiser, what are some things that just didn't work?
I think that like being able to really like distill your message into like almost a singular sentence is like is at the very core of the successful pitch. So this old saying of the elevator pitch is that Steve Jobs was asking from some of the employees on the elevator, like, justify yourself, and it means that you have like 30 seconds time to tell the message. And when we reach out to you guys in the very beginning, we said that we had one slide, glasses-free mixed reality, and like as big letters as possible. And it was like everything that you needed to hear was pretty much on that one, and then everything else was just like a nice talk that it actually makes sense to do this one, and this is our team, it's a really nice team, and we need this amount of money so that we can actually succeed here. A little bit of those like additional justifications, but really like condensing to that one was really important. And now, almost 1 year later, we are actually 271 days in on the company. We are now like revolving, especially on the defense side, and we have been thinking what's our position for at least 4 months, and only now we have been able to condense it into this kind of almost singular sentence. And I was trying it out with like 2 investors, and I could see like eyes popping up almost immediately when like going with the message, and like really starting to listen immediately. So if you can have like a strong message which is clear, then people will listen. If you like have unclarity, what is it that you're actually doing? If that's the end result at the end of your pitch, like what makes you unique? Like if those kind of things are not clear, then it's going to be really difficult for anybody to invest, because they will be looking, hold on, there are probably like a gazillion competitors, because again, you didn't sandbox yourself to be in a place where you can say that we actually have a chance of being the biggest. So that's one thing. And then second one, which is like, if you want good investment, you need to have a track to be a big player. So you cannot assume like, hey, if we succeed, this is going to be like a couple of million. Like, you will not find good investments, maybe some like a tiny investments, but if you want like a proper ones, you need to be able to tell a story that is going to be minimum a few hundred million.
Big enough, yeah.
Yeah. And then you can actually get the support, because it's always an equation on the investor side. Like X amount of startups will fail utterly, some of them only a little bit, and we recover some of the money out of it. And then those couple of crown jewels need to be able to like pull in the whole value of the fund.
Yeah.
And thus, if you actually want to raise proper money, then you need to appear as the gold nugget. Like, or have at least a chance of becoming one.
And that's actually super important, that founders should understand the math behind venture capital.
Yeah.
Like, what is it that venture capital, I mean, when you're investing, you're evaluating the team, you're evaluating their capability to execute the strategy, the product, etc. But ultimately, there's a math behind, like, do we believe that this investment, this single investment, could potentially return the whole fund? And that's something that founders maybe often could forget, that there's different sizes of funds. You can't just always go to Andreessen with your idea, because to return their fund, you have to be quite big. But then there's smaller funds, and some of them like are more specialist, so the outcome doesn't have to be as big for already returning that fund.
Yeah.
I think we're out of time. We need to let the next people come on. Enjoy the rest of MatchXR, and hope to see you all in the corridors of Slush later this week.
Excellent.
Thank you, Urho.
Hey, thank you, Petter.
Thank you, Urho Konttori and Petri Rajahalme. That was a very, very interesting conversation. Now it's time for our second panel discussion of the day. And this is on sustainable gaming, leading change in the game industry. I think our panelists can also already kind of come to the stage, and I'll introduce you guys as you get ready. This session dives into how the gaming industry can take the lead in driving sustainability within the entertainment and technology sectors. From developers and publishers to investors and gamers, we'll explore opportunities, challenges, and best practices for creating a more environmentally friendly future in gaming. As a moderator for this discussion, we will have Elina Tyynelä, the coordinator at NeoGames Finland Association, passionately supporting sustainability initiatives in the gaming industry, particularly guiding studios in measuring and reducing their carbon footprint. And then we have two panelists. Jiri Kupiainen is the founder and chairperson of the Sustainable Games Alliance, driving sustainability within the gaming sector. And then we have Wanda O'Reilly, who is a science communicator and co-founder of Cyan Games, known for blending ecological and societal sustainability with applied gaming, education, and artistic expression. So let's give these three a big round of applause.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope my mic is on. It feels like that. Good afternoon. I'm Elina Tyynelä, as it was kindly introduced. I'm the climate and sustainability specialist in NeoGames Finland. Welcome to this panel. I'm relying on our panel members to introduce themselves a little more. But before doing that, on the program you might have noticed that we should have Jussi Impio here with us also. But unfortunately, he got sick while coming back from COP29 from Baku yesterday. So he's not here. But luckily we have a couple of great minds. So please introduce yourselves, where you're from, and also could you give some insights for this introductory question. So what's your organization's vision when it comes to the sustainability and taking the action in this? Could you maybe, Wanda, go first?
Yes, please. So thank you. It's a privilege to be here and happy to contribute as I can. So my name is Wanda O'Reilly. I'm also known as Valtteri Lahti. I'm the COO and co-founder of Cyan Games. And Cyan Games is a health games company, but more than that, it's a company that drives impact. So it's an impact business and a game business at the same time. And the idea is to create games that actually have impact on people's lives, that actually drive behavior change. And now we are really focusing into the area of social sustainability and especially health with our current strategy. But basically, all the design principles that underlie are also applicable to this environmental aspect, which is a passion of mine as well. So I'm kind of representing both Cyan Games and myself here. And in my career, basically, Cyan Games is one outlet in my umbrella of trying to find creative ways of doing communication, fact-based communication about societally important topics, and sustainability being one of the key topics for me. So yeah, happy to be here, and let's see where this goes.
Yeah, cool. My name is Jiri Kupiainen from the beautiful town of Korso, which hopefully you have not visited. But anyway, really glad to be here on stage with you two, and thanks to the organizers as well for having me. So I'm one of the founders and the chairperson of the Sustainable Games Alliance. We are essentially a non-profit and actually non-profit cooperative of companies, so studios, publishers, as well as trade associations in the games industry. And we are focused on kind of maybe changing the business as usual of the games industry. So we're kind of focused on really like helping the industry decarbonize. And where that comes from, I guess, is well, first, like I've been in the industry for 23 years. It's quite dear to me. I also really like this planet, and I also realized, I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago, that I'm I'm an absolute climate criminal. So I've been a heavy business traveler all my life, and then at some point I started kind of tallying up the numbers and was amazed by how many tons and tons and tons of CO2 just one person can emit. So I wanted to do something about that. And I would say the second thing that led to the formation of the Sustainable Games Alliance is that I actually did a YouTube show last year where we interviewed about 40 gaming CEOs and investors and board members, and we asked them like, hey, you've been in the industry for a long time, you're influential, what are you doing to be more sustainable? And I think the kind of top 3 answers were that, well, we're buying recycled toilet paper, we are buying green electricity for our offices, and we encourage our employees to occasionally cycle to work, which was when we realized that there's a little bit of work to do when it comes to making the industry and the value chains more sustainable.
Yes, definitely. I think that was very kind of making the picture that there's status quo where we are now, and maybe we are getting in this chat where we want to be, also to that direction. So you chatted a lot with company CEOs. What would you, Vanda, you will get your chance too, don't worry. What would you say is the single most important way game entrepreneurs can impact their carbon footprint?
How heavy do we want to be on the numbers?
Well,
which is a trick question because we actually don't have numbers. So that's honestly like the first thing we have to do as an industry is just to like start actually calculating our footprint. Because right now we're talking about it, but there's no comparable data worldwide. There's even within individual companies, even the ones that are doing a really good job, they're not kind of tallying up their entire value chain. So the very first thing is just to like get serious about actually measuring and calculating this. But from the data we have, it kind of strongly indicates that probably 90% of the footprint of any single game is actually coming from the use of sold products, which means it's the kind of embodied emissions in the devices that you use, and I mean the end of life, also recycling or trashing of those devices, as well as then just the energy that is used to power those devices. So that's eventually where we need to be looking at, but right now like we're not even equipped to have that conversation because we're not even measuring this stuff properly.
Yeah. Vanda, as a game entrepreneur, game development company with Syon, have you noticed some things that you could already have impact on in carbon dioxide emissions-wise?
We, as a mobile game startup, are very dependent on the platforms, and basically the entire business exists on them. So our agency, outside the choice of tech and platforms that we rely on, is actually quite small. So it really comes to the point of how we talk with and to these platforms, and basically my answer to the question of what is the like one single thing that we can do is come together, and that's what SGA is doing. And just to kind of reveal all dependencies here, Scion Games is a member of the SGA. I'm also the chair of Game Business Cooperative EXPA, which is an organization, cooperative company in central Finland, established to boost the game industry locally there. And EXPA is also a member of the SGA. So yes, I really believe that coming together to solve these problems is the first step, the most important thing that we can do at this time, because like Iri kind of said, if everybody, even if they have goodwill, if everybody just keeps running around and designing their own solutions and their own metrics and standards, there's nothing that you can build on that knowledge. So it's really important when we talk about structural problems that go across, like, it's not only game industry thing, it's across industries, across countries, across continents and cultures. So coming together is the most important thing that we can begin with.
Yeah, and thanks for everyone being here, coming together in this topic as well. You mentioned platforms. I was thinking about asking this a little later, but you just mentioned those, and as you mentioned, they have very substantial power within the game industry. So do you feel that when it comes to the environmental concerns, do the concerns actually affect platforms and their decisions, or are they on lower priorities in the platform side? Do you have any kind of feeling about that?
Well, I think another very important thing that we could do, every company could do to address this topic is to be honest about what are the inbuilt incentives in our system, and sustainability is not there. It's not kind of a liability of a company to seek sustainable ways of building their business. It's not written anywhere, not in the law, not in the regulation. So it's something that is newly discovered and found. And yeah, I think it's very important that we kind of bring this to the table in the very beginning. So nobody is inherently pursuing this topic. It's basically, if something is being done, it's mostly out of goodwill, or then that people or companies are actually kind of looking forward to the future and seeing that, okay, at one point this will become a problem, but still the incentive to it is kind of just our business might suffer at one point. So yeah, I really believe that this needs to be discussed more openly, and it's something that the platforms need to address. It's something that all the other companies need to address. But of course, when we talk about the distribution of responsibility, platforms profit the most from the current system. They have the most power to basically implement any change. So obviously, with that profit also comes the responsibility of taking action. But it covers everybody, but it's your role in the ecosystem, how big it is, that kind of defines how much action you must take.
Yeah. Do you have, Jiri, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, excellent points already. Like, I think the whole thing about climate change is that it's very much a collective action problem, and it's not for any company to solve, but it's also kind of not any single company's fault. You can probably find some in the fossil fuels industry who are a little bit more to blame than the others, but the reality is that, like, to fix climate change, whatever that even means, we need massive policy changes, and we need massive changes to how we conduct business. And this is not for a game development studio to solve. And as Wanda was saying, like, the only way to get there is to actually work together, put collective pressure on the big platforms, on the hardware manufacturers, and on the politicians. Because this whole question of, like, where is the incentive to be green, you know, because in the end, like, we don't really have, I mean, there are some carbon tariffs and whatnot, but we don't have, you know, carbon tax. It's still like, basically, you don't really have to much care for your emissions, or you can move them around so that, you know, you're emitting in a country where there's no penalty for it. So. Yeah. So I really like this was one of the big reasons why we founded the SGA, because we felt that the people who actually make games are weirdos and hippies and punks, and it's people who usually, I mean, of course, you know, you gotta make enough money to sustain your business, but usually people kind of care about things beyond that. So we kind of figured that I think we can get these people on board, and then we can go to the big platforms and say that, look, like, we are the people who make the content that makes your platforms popular. We demand you do better.
Yeah, that's very good points there. Thank you. We had some ideas already in these questions, but I think we can still maybe come a little more digging there. What is the game industry missing when it comes to addressing environmental issues? And also, is there some lessons we know already at the moment to be learned from other industries? Do you see this kind of collaboration possibilities? Jiri, could you now go first?
No. So this is actually a big part of my personal motivation for doing the SGA, because, like, I always thought that we're kind of at the forefront of things. Like, I always thought that, you know, games that we're pushing on technology, we're pushing on, you know, social change. You know, I thought that we're the industry that's kind of driving everybody forward. And then you look at sustainability, and you look at especially at emissions, and somehow, like, we're behind the film folks, we're behind the TV people. Like, these people have industry standards for emissions calculation and reporting. They have organizations that are doing this stuff. Like, they have, you know, if you look at a film set today, there's going to be a sustainability manager on every set who's doing this work. And somehow, if you look at the average game company, even the big one, like, if they're doing anything about sustainability, it's usually dumped on the HR intern. This is maybe a little bit mean. Like, of course, we have a bunch of members who are taking it seriously, but it's still, like, this is a relatively new thing for us. So I guess I just wanted to rant about that a little bit, but I think it is a case that actually like this is maybe one of the first times that we're really falling behind the curve, and we should look at what the film and TV people are doing. For example, like they are figuring it out. Yeah, does that answer the question, or was I just ranting?
You did good ranting because you also answered the question.
Okay.
No worries. Wanda, do you have anything to add on that side?
Yeah, well, it's really that we are missing that, I don't know, even that like bare minimum level of regulation on that side. On the other hand, I think it's kind of a cultural thing, like how the game industry has built, what is its legacy and how companies are being formed. It's very different, for example, from the film industry. And the beauty of the game industry is obviously that if you have an idea and you just know the business environment, which is also really clear to navigate, and basically anyone can get into it, thanks to the platforms again. It is an environment where these kind of systems could be easily established. And I think we already have great solutions for social sustainability. And for example, looking at the work of IGDA, providing like anti-harassment resources for companies who don't have resources to do that on their own. Now SGA is kinda doing the same from the sustainability perspective. So I think the solution is the same. So coming together again to solve these things that are beyond the size of a small company. After all, a big size of the industry are very small companies who don't have these resources, and kind of explains why we are missing these things. But yeah, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just come together and start solving those problems.
Yeah, I would support that actually I do think that the games industry is overall extremely good at organizing around things that matter and doing something. Like you mentioned IGDA, but also like Neo Games in Finland has been amazing at kind of getting the Finnish game community together and kind of sharing, having shared goals and pushing the policymakers and the kind of support structures to be there for us. So it's not like we haven't done this stuff before, but I think it's a little bit also just in the DNA of the industry that, you're a bit of an escapist, there's a little bit of this that, you get into games because you want to imagine these other worlds that we could spend time in. And somehow that creates this kind of like disconnection where you go like, look, like I'm just creating these virtual places, so I don't really have a footprint in the real one, but that's of course not true. Right?
Yes, definitely. And I think this is like after all, like, okay, first it might seem like a problem that, okay, the industry is distributed so, that it's hard to implement changes like centralized way, top down, that someone sets a regulation that all companies must now meet. It doesn't really work like that. But on the other hand, when we work like down top, people actually engage. And that's really, I believe that we can do more than industries who kind of just say that, okay, this is the way and now you must comply. And there will be sanctions if you don't. And some companies choose to pay those sanctions because they don't care or it's easier or so on. So actually to engage people to the problem solving and implementing systems that have an impact, this is what I'm concerned about. And this is why I think I'm kind of reversing the question. We're not missing something. I think we still have the business environment to do things better than most industries, even in this topic.
I will just, because like in the end, like what we're seeing a lot is that often the decision for a company to join the SGA, it comes from the top because it's, the CFO or the CEO, they're now aware of their compliance requirements. They realize that they actually have to be now reporting on their emissions, and they're freaking out that they don't know how to do that. But then when somebody joins, we go and we give a presentation to the whole team or anybody in the company who wants to join. And I think out of every one of these sessions, some kind of new initiative has spawned where, it's the community manager says that, hey, actually, like, I want to talk to all the community managers that are part of this because I have some ideas on what we could do on the kind of climate communications front. Or it's a company saying that, hey, like, we actually we know that our code isn't super optimized, so if you can get us together with the other members and get us together with Unity or Unreal, and like kind of we'd be happy to kind of just work on this stuff. So it is this like the kind of grassroots power is definitely there once people become aware of that this is a thing you have to do something about, but it's also a thing that you can do something about, and then people get excited.
Yeah, and you kindly already answered to my follow-up. Is there something that other industries could learn from our side? I think it's the collaboration, getting together, that the root level also matters very much, because that's how the things start rolling a little more. Or do you agree on that?
I do agree on the level of like principle, but how would other industries reorganize themselves in a way that they could actually implement some of these lessons? It's not so easy. We often talk about this, that it's easy for game industry to come together and share knowledge. For example, especially in Finland, because like we never think of competing in the domestic market. It's always like the born global, and when someone in Finland does well, then the whole of Finnish game industry is yay, and there will be parties and there will be shared knowledge. And we have the meetups, professionals go from city to city sharing. In events, the talks are very open and honest, as I hope this one to be as well, and turning out to be. I think there's so much value in that. We collaborate, or we work as a company in the cross-section of different industries, and I've been into many different types of industry events, and I see that this doesn't happen a lot elsewhere.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I can pinpoint the problem, but being a social thing, not very easy to kind of start solving. So but definitely this is our strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would maybe just add to that I do think that now that we're getting kind of serious about the data collection and establishing, like common ways of calculating and reporting things, I would say that the games industry is we're really good with data nowadays. Like since mobile gaming became as big as it is, like I'm quite confident that we are going to be able to collect like a very comprehensive global data set on industry emissions, and I'm sure that there's a whole bunch of things, like once we have the first version of the global standard is out and we get the first report on the whole industry, then I'm quite sure that there's going to be a lot of things that other industries, and especially let's say just like non-gaming tech startups, that they could easily adopt them, but we're not there yet.
We're not there yet, and actually the next question is about this. Should we as game industry aim to lead in these environmental issues, or is it enough for us to follow the current global trends? Jiri, could you go first again?
No, I think I already answered that. I think we should. I really think that we're a unique industry in that it is, it's super technical. It's a lot of extremely smart people, a lot of engineers who really know what they're doing. But it's also a lot of very passionate, very creative people. And I really think that we are in a position to tackle anything. As soon as we realize that this is a real thing and that we actually have agency, I'm fully confident that we will come up with solutions faster than the other industries. And of course for us, like we're also almost completely digital, so it's also kind of the other side of that is that we don't really have much of an excuse for emitting anything, right? We're not pouring concrete, or we're not manufacturing cement or steel, it's all virtual. So if we can't lead with decarbonization, then what can we do, right?
Yeah. Anything to add?
Yes, well, my short answer is that yes, we should lead, and many of the reasons why have been already touched in this discussion. It's the power of the community and ability to work from like grassroots all the way to the top. I think also like when we think about the value network in terms of, like Jiri already mentioned this, that game developers, indie companies can put pressure on these platforms to take action if they won't take action like natively. And again, it's the power of community over there, but let's not forget also that games speak to billions of people every day. So our agency is not only limited to changing the industry, it's actually changing, like we can change the world with our designs, with our stories, with our products. And this obviously we have been now very industry focused, but I kind of want to take this opportunity to say that I believe when we think about our total agency, that the biggest portion of it might still be like in how we talk to our players.
True.
So yeah.
And actually, I want to follow up on that. I already had this question here, I just moved a little upwards. Games and shows of impact. Should, as you mentioned, there's players, there's more to kind of dig in there. Should games strive to address environmental topics more directly? For example, having some kind of things there on games. Wanda?
Yeah, coming from my perspective and with the background and understanding that I have of these topics, addressing a topic directly might not always be the most effective way to bring it up.
Yeah.
If we talk about the power of games to change perspective, it's usually working from something that belongs to the player, not kind of that, hey, here's a topic that you should be interested about and slamming it into their face. It's more about like, here's a story, here's a setting that you can relate to, here's fun gameplay mechanics that engage you and kind of you can relax with and enjoy your time with and actually have a very natural reason to come back to the game. Serving these elements first and then taking that design into somehow relevant context where it doesn't feel like you are enforcing anything.
True.
You are simply taking that phenomenon and describing it in terms of a game. Then it usually, then that's when the like benefits of the game, the strengths of the game actually work for this goal. Otherwise, it's kind of like, you know, old school educational games. You take a textbook and then you put some animations and say it's a game.
Yeah, and it's not what we want to do.
It doesn't work. So let's do it the other way around.
Yeah, Jiri, anything?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a game where you get told that you're a bad person for not recycling, I don't think this is going to change anyone's view. But I mean, so I think there's kind of two levels there. So one of them is kind of games as like a narrative medium or whatever. And I think one of the kind of key challenges when it comes to addressing climate change is just people's lack of imagination. This sounds maybe kind of mean, but I think for a lot of people, like it's hard for them to see climate change solutions in a positive light. So usually the framing is that something is being taken away from me, you know, because of these, you know, hippies. I can't fly to Thailand every year to play golf anymore. Then something's being taken away from me. I have to sit in the car and wait 10 minutes for it to charge instead of, you know, spending 2 minutes filling it up. So, and it's kind of this that we don't have like enough of like good narratives of like how the world can actually be a better place, how your life can be better as a result of adapting, you know, to a more sustainable way of life, right? So what I'm getting at is that I think that's part of it, that games can actually tell better stories. We can show kind of worlds where we have changed our ways and this is actually a better world than we have today, even though, you know, we stop polluting. I think that's half of it. And the second thing that is, you know, unique to games is that it's an interactive medium. It's game systems. You're interacting with the game, you make choices, and there are consequences, positive or negative, of those choices. And this is where I think it's easy to get it wrong. You know, if it's this super simplistic, oh, you didn't pick the green option, so now you're gonna be penalized. I think that doesn't, as I said, doesn't change anyone's mind. But then, you know. Which is kind of a basic example, but you take like City Skylines, right? You take Colossal Order City Builder game, and you know, right away from the beginning, you can put up windmills or you can put up a coal power plant. And you know, the game doesn't tell you that you did the right thing or you did the bad thing, because actually the coal power plant is cheaper initially, so maybe it makes sense. But then over time, you know, pollution spreads, your Sims get sick, you know, they start complaining, they start moving out. But again, they're still not saying that this is because you built the wrong thing, because, like, you know, maybe it was a justified, smart decision at that point. And kind of like just putting these choices into the games and just showing like what comes if you do it, but not in a preachy, you know, like weird edu-game way, but just, making it part of the gameplay.
Yeah, like actually people can enjoy trying these things out and not actually probably also realizing they are trying things out at the same time they are having fun with the games, definitely. Game industry is quite early adopter in new technologies, and we have been seeing headlines about AI and energy consumption and therefore CO2 emissions. Do you see this kind of new technologies usually having little higher energy demand and therefore the emissions? Do you see that as a challenge when implementing these new technologies? Jiri, do you have opinion on this?
Yeah, we're actually hosting our first AI working group session, I think next week, with this specific kind of idea in mind that that the use of kind of AI tools in the games industry is kind of inevitable. People will use whatever tools are available, and that's that. But we just want to make sure that there is kind of a deliberate, conscious discussion on what is the kind of impact of changing to these AI workflows. And of course the reality is that we're like, if you look at like data center emissions worldwide, they're just shooting up. And even though there's all this talk of like now Microsoft bought a nuclear power plant, and this means that AI is green, yay. The reality is that almost all of the kind of new AI workloads, especially in the US, are being powered by gas turbines. So we're actually just burning natural gas, which is also, by the way, a great branding thing, natural gas. We're burning gas. We're burning fossil gas to train these models to then generate whatever the hell we generate with them. But it is, I think this is kind of one of the problems of, like, one of the challenges for the industry, that we've always been pushing technology. It's always this cycle that there's new hardware, then we kind of do everything we can with it, and then this, it powers creativity, but it's also pushing the hardware envelope further. And at some point, like, we do need to slow down, and I don't know how that looks like for the games industry.
It's going to be interesting.
It's going to be hard, yeah.
Wanda, what's your opinion in this?
Yeah, well, I think it's not specifically a game industry problem, or so it has to do very fundamentals of our economic system, and basically, if with the help of AI, one person can do the work of 3 persons, that will become the norm of the industry very fast because of how it's incentivized. And again, we come back to like, is sustainability incentivized anyway, like in the system? It's not, at least when you compare at this scale. And this is the problem that we should be talking about and addressing. And we are already in the point where we've seen, for example, what kind of trend was hyper casual games coming out, it's crazy, more than people have time to play. There's oversaturation, and it's something that can happen also now with the power of AI, that the productivity just increases. And if we just focus on how much we can do, resource-wise, it can seem from the company perspective that we are saving resources, but basically every company who manages to get to that point, they will scale the solution, and again, more emissions, because we just do more of that we can do with less resources, because we have the power to do it. So these are the kind of fundamentals that we should be talking about. It has partly to do with the games industry. There might be a day when there's just too many games, and it doesn't make any sense to make more, or that how that system then develops. It's difficult to foresee. But I believe that this is where game industry then could, I don't know, be a trend center in a way that at least we see this problem in the seeable future, near future, and that we could basically also discuss to other industries that what can we do. So what we have done inside the game industry is to come together to solve these problems. Can we as an industry reach out and then start building something together to actually come up with something sensible? I'm definitely not against the tech. I think it's really good that we are pushing it forward. It just, I wish we had really good reasons to push the tech forward, and sometimes it's good to stop and see that why am I doing this?
That's actually, I love that idea. Like this with tech, we want to push it forward, but why are we doing that? That's important for us to keep in mind. What is our aim with that? Not going mindlessly on the topic there.
Exactly.
Little bit about funding side. European Union is hoping that more investments funding would go to the places that is good or neutral for climate. So when it comes to game business and, for example, securing funding in game business, is there environmental aspects issues at the moment? Can you see already that funding or VCs, public funding or VCs are taking these topics into account? Wanda, could you?
Well, definitely there are funds that review your company from the sustainability perspective. Like there are, like funds have their right to choose what they are focusing on and what kind of world they want to build with what kind of companies they fund. Obviously, this is one way that change can be built from inside the system. But again, just kind of, sorry if I'm being preachy, but it's up to the choice of those, the founders of that fund to choose to act that way. There's no inbuilt incentive in the system for them to work that way. It's just that they see the problem and they use the agency that they have within that space to contribute as much as they can, which is good. But again, coming back to the question, so yes, it's a thing. Like doing impactful games at Science Games, you might guess that we are discussing with many such funds, and it's really good that they exist. But I believe, like in the grand scale of funding systems, they are a minority. And again, it kind of comes back to the structural problem. But yeah, they do their part. And I think there's lessons to be learned from their success. And yeah, I hope it catches on.
Definitely. Jiri, do you have any ideas on the public funding side? Because you have been now working with the trade association and different companies in different countries. Is there some public funding related topics here?
Yeah, definitely. I think overall, like if you look at new EU funding programs, they tend to have a sustainability requirement, and this is then of course affecting the national funding. And so concretely in Finland, Business Finland, if you want to get money from them next year, then you do need to say something about your projects and your company's sustainability there. And this is kind of the trend we're seeing everywhere in Europe, that this is now just a basic part of the requirements that if you don't have some kind of a sustainability vision for what you're building, then you're not going to get funded. The challenge then is, what does that mean? How do you evaluate that? If I'm a person at Business Finland who's deciding on game company funding, and I'm being told that you can only invest in sustainable game companies, how do I evaluate that when there is no common standard, there's no common way of reporting, there's no shared understanding of what it even means to be sustainable in this industry? So I think this is going to be a bit of a mess over the next couple of years at least, where I guess there will be push from the public funders to establish some standards, some terms, some baseline for what does it mean. Yeah. And I mean on the kind of private side, I mean of course you do see people choosing to invest in this, like David Helgason, the founder of Unity. His full-time job is now running a VC fund that is investing in kind of sustainability things, at least broadly defined. So you can see money moving in that direction, but the fundamental incentives still aren't really there. So it is more, people choosing to do it, it doesn't maybe make economical sense for them.
Yeah. So there's still, when thinking about this EU's idea where EU wants the money to be, there's still road to go towards that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna end up in trouble for saying this, but like it's nice that the EU is making companies, calculate and report on these things. It's nice that the EU is making it a requirement for funding to say something about it. But in the end, like we're not touching the kind of the heavy policy weaponry of taxes and tariffs and all of these things, which is what we need if we want to guide the markets in the right direction, and that's what needs to happen.
And also, before ending our session about this public fund that it's requested, it also feels that it puts companies on the little different playing fields, because if there's no standard, people can do it differently, and that feels interesting. It's interesting to see what kind of mess comes out of that.
It can become a creative writing exercise. Sorry.
Yes, because it's basically like the sustainability aspect is very much similar to pitching a business idea. It's a wild west. They are so vastly different that when like funders, they review projects and applications and all of that, it's basically, they're not comparable because one suggests something entirely else than someone else. And then the sustainability aspect might be somehow baked into that. But yes, I think what SGA has done, they have identified that this is the problem. There's no common language between what those emissions actually are and where they come from. And at least it's a step. Like if we had that, then it would be comparable and it could be implemented directly to these funding systems and applications, that there's a certain way that you report based on the standard that we have together created. And that's the end of that. No more pitching, no more selling your idea of how sustainable you are. There are the numbers and that's that. Yeah. So that's how it needs to work. And that's not inspiring for entrepreneurs either. So that's one problem too.
Yeah. Definitely.
But luckily someone is pushing it forward. Yeah.
Exactly. So thanks a lot, Wanda, Jiri, and thanks for the audience. That's all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jiri Kupiainen, Wanda O'Reilly, and Elina Tyynelä for this very interesting conversation. Now we'll take a break. We'll reconvene at 4:40 p.m., so in around 20 minutes. In the meantime, feel free to roam around the expo area or stay here and watch an empty stage. There's refreshments and other attendees as well who you can network with. See you soon. Welcome back to Match XR Innovation Talks. My name is Johannes Malkamäki, and I'm your host for this event. Now we'll have a keynote speaker up here who goes by the name of Linda Ricky Jacobs. She will explore the intersection of artificial intelligence and XR. She's a seasoned executive and strategist specializing in emerging technologies like AR, XR, and the blockchain. With a career spanning global partnerships, transformative tech commercialization, and mentoring startups worldwide. So, let's give it up for Linda Ricky Jacobs. Oh, you're doing it the hard way. There are stairs this side as well. Maybe it's easier that way. That's a good workout to get to the stage.
Not that good. Thank you, everybody. It is so great to be here. I am not Leslie Shannon, who was the original speaker who came down with COVID. So I am talking about AI and the intersection with XR, but not her talk, which was about generative AI. So you can all, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to talk about something that I find particularly fascinating, which is the intersection of AI and XR, but with digital beings. So artificial, and I have notes as well, I apologize for that, but as I said, she got sick yesterday, so I'm doing this a little bit on the fly. So I'm talking about the intersection of AI and XR, but with digital beings. Things I'm going to talk about today are why should we care about them, what are they, artificial intelligence today, where we kind of really are as opposed to the hype. A little history about the intersection of XR and AI, because in fact it goes back to the 1960s, and then where we are today and where we're going to be going, and then just discuss some practical use cases about different industries and how they can use it. And then a few closing thoughts. Why should you be interested in digital beings, right? Other than the obvious things that I'm sure you're all thinking about right now. As an industry, it's been already worth $23 billion in 2023, and that includes mostly customer service, to be honest. It's expected to reach $166 billion, and yes, I apologize that my numbers are in dollars still, but they are. And by 2028, it's supposed to be a 46% compounded annual growth rate until then. So really large market. It taps into something very basic at the human DNA level, I think, to be able to talk to something naturally. So what is a digital being? It is a digital representation of a physical being that uses AI to interact with us. And what does that mean? It could have any aesthetic. It doesn't have to be a human. It could be a bouncing ball that you follow as you're trying to find your way around Helsinki like I was this morning. Or it could be a pet. Or it could be, a hot dog that you choose to have an interactive conversation with. It can be anything you want. Ideally, the goal is to have them offer natural language interaction. So we can talk to them, and they will use both verbal and nonverbal cues to talk with us. And that is a very key part of this. They do exist entirely in the digital domain, and they interact with us through anywhere that we currently interact with digital, but also in the future other mediums. So media, games, web browser, VR environments, and reality, anywhere that we interact with digital. So the key driving factor behind all of this is that adding AI to the mix with an XR output means that you can create incredibly emotionally engaging conversations and relationships, and in a way that's never been done before. So we already kind of do it if you think about it in a way. We have people who are fans of sports characters and TV characters. I know I'm a Star Trek fan. I've always been a Star Trek fan. There's fandom, and we already emotionally attached to characters that are out there. So this can bring an extra layer of meaningful conversation and connection that didn't exist before. And when it comes to things like empathy and compassion, all of these things can be wrapped up, especially if you are a brand or a company and you want to you have a relationship with your customers in a new way and have an engaging emotional connection with them. Emotionally connected customers, and this is from the Harvard Business Review, are proven to be 4 times more loyal to brands, and they're likely to spend twice as much. But it's not just about money, and it's not just about brands. It is also about connecting at a human level. So I thought, again, this is a very short talk. I actually have given much longer talks on each one of these, so I'm trying to fit it all in. There's a lot of branches of AI. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, there's actually a whole bunch of them. I've grayed out the ones that I'm not talking about today. I'm kind of just talking about three, really, which is machine learning, which is the second branch of AI, which is they don't have a specific narrow data set that they're drawing from, so it's not like a chatbot that has a defined script, but they can actually think outside of it, self-learn, and customize future experiences and interactions because of that. There's natural language processing, which is just talking, but it's also analyzing your conversation, understanding your interaction preferences, and customizing the way it talks to you from that. And then the third one is image recognition, which is kind of important. Like I said, if you're walking around Helsinki with a bouncing ball showing you where to go, it has to know that it's not walking you into something, or it recognizes that there might be something you'd be interested in. If you like architecture, for example, it can tell you that. So image recognition is super important because it needs to understand the world around you as you interact with it. We don't have a lot of that yet, right? It's still really kind of early days despite all the hype that's going on with generative AI right now and all that. But we do actually, I have a lot of people that say to me, don't interact with AI. And I'm like, you already interact with it 100 times a day and you don't realize that. And for example, detecting email spam, that's AI. Recognizes an image when you do an image search. So image search is AI. Making your cars brake automatically if they detect an object, which, by the way, I think is the most annoying thing ever. I just don't drive my car. I have an 18-year-old car, so it's going to be worth something someday when it has no technology in it. Voice commands, Alexa and Siri, as bad as they currently still are, they will get better. And there's a whole bunch of applications for AI in the healthcare field of identifying, cancer, skin cancer, anomalies. It can actually identify anomalies far earlier, it's been shown, than actual people looking at the scans and all. So let's skip that again. I'm going really fast to talk about the force multiplier that AI will bring when it interacts with XR in a meaningful way. Let's go down. All right, I skipped it. Oh, am I going up or down? I'm going the wrong way. I'm sorry. Okay, short history. Now I go backwards. Really quickly, just because I think it's interesting to know, is that in the 1960s at MIT, there was a research scientist who produced something called ELIZA. And ELIZA simulated conversation. It wasn't true AI. But the thing about ELIZA that's really interesting, even though it was scripted and it was very narrow, and the researcher, Joseph Weizenbaum, he was astonished at how quickly people became emotionally attached to conversing with this thing. It wasn't just a computer as well. And I think the interesting insight from that is just as humans, how quickly we anthropomorphize. And I had done this before. I've talked about, the dog from Boston Electronics, where everybody kicks it and everybody's like, oh, the poor dog, and it's a robot. Like, we very quickly attach emotional connections to objects. So I think that is the interesting insight from this, even though it's from the 1960s. On that note, let's talk about where we really are and where we're going with digital beings. Eliza's great-grandchildren have come really far. We have specific purpose virtual humans, and it is weak AI, meaning it's narrow, the data set, it can't really learn yet. Is being used in customer service, as I said before. It's heavily sandboxed in terms of its understanding of the conversation and what it can talk about. But it does exist already, and it's going to get better super fast. In customer service roles, chatbots are being replaced by virtual humans. And you can converse with it through limited text. It's not great yet. I tested one of them. I think Nestle had Ruth the cookie coach. Ruth the cookie coach was supposed to be able to talk to you about making cookies, so I started throwing curveballs at Ruth the cookie coach. I was like, what about sesame seeds? It didn't know how to handle that. So it's still got some ways to go before it's true conversation, but we are going to get there very fast. This is the lowest hanging fruit, though. This is where all the companies are currently running to, because this is the obvious replacement for the, chatbot experience that we've all had and hate and takes forever to answer. We also have an AI intersection with gaming. Currently, we have non-player characters, NPCs, that could be your guide, your hero, your overlord, whatever you want in games, and they have limited functionality, but it will get to the point where they actually are infused with AI and they can interact with us naturally in the game, making it much more interesting to be playing because it's responding to you and then you're responding to it, and there's a loop there, and you're actually getting really involved emotionally with the interaction. With games or with pets. So there's a couple companies that have launched digital pets. Some of them look like dogs, some of them look like dragons, some of them look like whatever you want, and they're essentially live Tamagotchis, so they're augmented reality Tamagotchis. They have personalities, you can train them, and they also have their own personalities. And I did recently play a game with a few other people in VR, where we were in VR chat and someone had developed this cat herding game where we had to work together to herd these 10 cats into an enclosure, and it was really hard to do. And the lead programmer was there with me, and he was explaining to me how they had actually infused each of these cats with a different personality. Some of them want to escape, some of them want to be pet, some of them want to sleep, right? But that's early AI, and that is a harbinger of what's to come in terms of that stuff. I'm going to read through this. This is a really bad slide, and I know that. But what's interesting about it, this is an actual thing that a friend of mine whose name is Lorraine Pratt, and she's a really big person in AI, and she gave this to me. And this is an actual sim that she did, mapping with a whole bunch of different variables, a building and an interaction and an experience so that it would optimize the building. It was during COVID, and it was an actual sim that was done using AI. It's not really AI in XR, but I think that it's a short jump to go from that to understanding how it can be used in simulation as well. I just tore through that really quickly, so I'm sure there'll be questions at the end. But what's next? So let's talk about where this is going. Consider the impact of easily accessible XR. So right now, we got to put the headsets on. You got to adjust it. It's not really intuitive. We have some XR glasses that have come out. My gripe with that is I wear glasses. I don't want another pair of glasses. All that stuff, right? But easily accessible, meaning it's in our glasses every day, all day. We walk around the city and we have this additional layer of information that we can interact with. So what's next? We have entertainment. What we now call television and movies is going to become much more immersive and much more experiential and much more a bi-directional type of interaction with the entertainment, not just fed to us. We've had dead actors resurrected, like Audrey Hepburn in this Galaxy chocolate commercial. And the AI that used it is more what I would call CGI than natural interaction. Nevertheless, it's pretty convincing, and as we all played with snap lenses, it's pretty good. And we've had actors, de-aged in movies like Robert De Niro. It's not really AI yet, but I think you can see where I'm going with this is, we're going to be able to replace actors with AI digital beings, and not just. It's going to be Tom Cruise at 100 doing his own stunts, right? Because he's going to license his image, he's going to have his avatar, and it's going to be able to talk, speak, and act, and he's not going to have to actually show up for the acting job anymore. So, Tom Cruise at 100 doing his own stunts out of airplanes, it's going to happen. And then if you think about it, the next step is why do you even need the human to start with, right? You can just have a digital being that can naturally, convincingly portray emotions and act. So that's the entertainment. It's more like theater in the round. You can actually experience it, interact with it. And then that character could be somebody that is in your living room, and you can have them over for coffee. I can have Tom Cruise sitting there in my room, building a relationship with that digital being that is then driven by AI for natural language interaction. For entertainment, ABBA. I grew up on ABBA in Holland. We have people who are resurrecting digital versions of their younger selves holographically and performing. Tupac had a virtual concert. I think was it Tupac? I'm really bad at the music stuff. Tupac did an event where he was actually digitally recreated. So it's not AI per se, but with AI being able to generate the music and AI being able to create a conversational avatar, you can create new music in the style of this dead person's, and his grandchildren are going to be thanking us forever for that one. And then you can have them over for drinks in your room afterwards and say, hey, and then you are interacting with this character, even though they're dead, but they just put out a new album. We live in a really interesting times. For sports, again, not a sports person, David Beckham though, I do know that name. Not only will you be able to necessarily be in virtual reality with David Beckham, but you can actually play sports with him, and you can play football, and the AI will be able to not only take the moves he's made, but see what you're doing, match his moves to your, and come up with new ones, so new David Beckham moves, and you can play with him. And again, you can sit with him in your living room if you so desire, or take him with you when we walk around the city to be your guide and say, hey, there's the, the metro stop or something like that. I had 3 people this morning helping me with that. It was very kind. We have marketing and advertising. So virtual influencers, this is a whole talk of its own. It's a fascinating area. The stats, and I'm talking like the last 2 days, another one was launched. These, I get slightly cynical about it. It's not real. Only the younger you get, the less you care about the reality of your virtual influencer, to the point where it flips with Gen Z. They actually prefer it to be a digital influencer. So these people are brand ambassadors. They are not real, but they look real, they act real. And you could, I think the numbers I have is that Ludamaglu launched in 2009. So it was just a digital person, a 2D, has since become 3D, will become one that you can interact with in the future, has earned a staggering $552 million since launch for her, the people who designed her. She's had partnerships with brands. It's insane. It's like it's a real person, but it's not. And the advantage there for brands and companies is that they'll never get caught doing something you don't want them to do as a brand. They'll never, stumble drunk out of a taxi in the middle of the night and the paparazzi will catch it, and that's the end of your brand relationship. Like, these are completely controllable, which is incredibly powerful for a brand, but also for a fan. Again, you have that relationship with that brand. And what does, for example, a Timberland brand, what does that feel like and to you as a fan? And what is the manifestation of that? And how do I interact with it in the real world? And that is what we're talking about here. Yesterday, I think it was, Puma just launched a new virtual influencer called Layla. She's from Morocco. They have a whole backstory on her. And actually, it's an incredible tool. So when you can actually talk and interact with these things naturally, and it understands your history, your relationship to the brand, previous conversations you've had with them. And by the way, I'm on the privacy and panel talk after this, so you may want to come to that too, because it kind of matches this. But it's an incredibly powerful tool, and I just think it's really interesting. And then companionship. We have a lot of lonely people in the world. I did a TED Talk a couple years ago about the end of loneliness in virtual reality and community, and I truly believe that this is one of those ways that we can help people who are lonely. And it's not just for senior citizens. I know that's the stereotype, and despite the picture I have, it's 30% of adults suffer from severe loneliness, and that rises to almost 50% over 65. And I personally think that's a real travesty, right? We've lost community, but all of a sudden we have all these lonely people. It takes a physical toll, blood pressure, Alzheimer's, anxiety, depression, all those things, cognitive decline. So I think having a virtual being, human, dinosaur, whatever you want, but something that's in your space that you can talk to is actually a really human and uplifting experience, possibly, right? There's a story I like. It's about a woman who has Parkinson's, so she can't walk anymore. But she meets her son in, I'm sorry about the speaker. Can you hear me? It's all good? She meets her son in virtual reality every week. They both he wears a tuxedo, she puts on a virtual evening gown, and they dance together. And I just it's just so sweet, right? Like, she's not alone anymore. She can meet with people. And it's just a wonderful way to brighten people's lives. And then other kinds of companionship, because let's just be honest, it exists. I can't even start to talk about this. This was the nicest picture I could find, by the way. I got yelled at by my boyfriend for putting this in the presentation. I was like, it's the best I could find. I think I've seen, I'm in a lot of augmented AI groups where people are generating all sorts of pictures. And this is a very powerful connection that people have to the Rorschach test fantasy in their head. And this company is called, justifiably, BroLab, that's their name. And BroLab's app has been downloaded at least 500,000 times in the last year or two. And their interaction is still, I'm sorry, this is falling. Put this back on. I'm sorry, I'll do this quickly. But I mean, this is just one of them. There's so many. But I think the opportunity to do, that kind of relationship, and again, it is about loneliness. It's about being able to talk to someone. So infuse this with AI, and you've got a super powerful connection. And it can look like whatever you want. That's all I have to say about that one. All right. So that's it, really. I go back just for a second. I had some thoughts, closing thoughts. We're on the cusp of something super interesting and super revolutionary at a human scale. It's essentially, imagine you can have a relationship with anybody and any personality and anybody you want. Create it yourself, create it from the entertainment world. I can sit with Captain Picard, have some tea, right? This is an incredibly powerful technology combination. And essentially, I understand that what I'm talking about a little bit is, the holodeck from Star Trek, but we are moving there. So we are increasingly already digital. I mean, everybody's looking at their phone, everybody's on their computers. Like, it's become our reality, and this is the next frontier of that. And I feel very strongly that this is a way for us as people not to necessarily separate, but we can engage with another dimension as well as each other. So I know that it's easy to say, oh, it's not human, but it is. And that's what's so beautiful about it. So stick around for the privacy panel when we talk about the downside of potentially some of this stuff. But thank you for your time. That was very quick.
Thank you for this spontaneous talk. You really had to jump in fast. We'll get you better mic'd up for the panel. Now it's an honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Tom Furness, a true pioneer in the field of virtual reality. Often referred to as the grandfather of virtual reality, Tom is an inventor, a professor, and the founder of the Human Interface Technology Lab. He has spent his career pushing the boundaries of human interface technology and shaping the future of immersive experiences. Today, he'll take us on a thought-provoking journey as he likens the metaverse to humanity's second discovery of fire. And I had the pleasure to chat with Tom beforehand, and he told me that on the inside he feels as though he's 16 years old, yet he's striving to be 12 years old. So I think that is the true pioneer spirit. Let's very warmly welcome to the stage, Tom Furness.
Thank you, everyone. Isn't this fun? This is my first time in Finland, and what an amazing place this is. I've gotten a chance to feed reindeer and then eat reindeer. I've talked to Santa Claus, and he actually says once I get to be 300, I can understudy him. And so everybody's been so kind and gentle. Thank you for inviting me. And I am really impressed with what's going on here in Helsinki and with the center here and just the whole Finland. So, honored to be here. Now, I have a clicker somewhere. You have the clicker. Yeah, okay. Yeah, isn't she wonderful? Linda is also a board member of the Virtual World Society. I'll be talking about that in a few minutes. Okay. So I want to tell you a few little stories about my background and what led me to what's going on today. Discovering fire for the second time. So in 1966, I graduated from Duke University in electrical engineering, and the same day I was commissioned as an officer in the Air Force. I was going to spend 4 years working for Uncle Sam during the Vietnam War period. I didn't have any choice. So what happened is, I turned out my job was designing fighter cockpits. And so my job was to figure out how we can take one person, interface that person with 50 computers, and build the interface for that. And so it was a complex situation. The crew station we had, where the pilot goes to the office, as you know, something like 75 displays and 300 switches, 11 switches on the control stick, 9 switches on the throttle. You're flying twice the speed of sound, pulling G's at the boundaries of consciousness and being shot at the same time. One guy told me it sounds like New York City to him. So my real challenge was, how in the world was I going to build a cockpit that gets bandwidth to and from the brain? Because all of these instruments aren't doing it. So my solution was to think more spatially. Instead of having all these iconic and highly coded instruments, how could we build a three-dimensional display or cockpit for these pilots? So you see here in these two pictures my early projects. One was, how in the world can we take where we're looking and use that as an input to the aircraft? Rather than having to aim the whole aircraft, just look at the target and then have the systems go to that direction. Or how do you get your head out of the cockpit? Instead of looking at all the instruments, how could you put the instruments up on your head, wherever you're looking? And so you see Lieutenant Furness wearing the very first helmet-mounted display, virtual image, on the left-hand side. And you see the same Lieutenant Furness on the right image wearing this head tracking system. And then what we did was put these two together. So now we could move the display around, virtual image projected in space, wide field of view, and we knew exactly where it was at each time. And we hooked that to a computer, and therefore we could take what's down here and put it up here and spatialize it and project it over the world. And we're talking about, in the late 60s, early 70s doing this. Nobody knew about it because it was classified work and things like that. So you see on the left-hand side, my friend Dan Eliason, fighter pilot, who actually is wearing this first combined visual couple system, where you had the head tracking and the display together, all projected on a visor that is variable transmission. So it switches from AR to VR, depending on what you're trying to do. So fast forward about 20 years, I started working on how can we build a cockpit that you wear. A magic flight suit, magic helmet, magic gloves to provide three-dimensional information to your eyes, into your ears, and to your hands. And basically what you would do is have this capability to build circumambience of information that would get high bandwidth to and from your senses. And we call this a super cockpit. And started working on that in 1986. So the idea was to take this kind of cockpit, this is F-16 cockpit, and convert it into something that looks like this. So it's a picture, and it's superimposed over the real world. And as the things happen in the real world, and data from our sensors, it's all superimposed over the outside world. And this is what you'd see flying at night, at low altitude, high speed, and so forth. And you see basically these barber poles that move by and tell you how fast you're going, how high you are, without even looking at any instrument, because the humans can infer that. Also, you have the pathway in the sky to avoid threat obstacles and mountains and things like that. You have the surface-to-air missile batteries, the red dome. The whole idea is not to fly through the red dome, because you'll get shot down if you do. So we were working on these things in 1986. And in order to prove that it worked, we had to build a simulator. And this was my Darth Vader simulator we started working on in 1981. With the idea of actually generating this and testing it with test pilots on the ground first before we do it in the air. And then we'd go take these kind of devices into the air. So it turns out that we were able to do amazing things with this in terms of our spatial models. One of the problems always is how in the world could you take the information you have in the cockpit and put it out there in the world? And how do you take the information in the world and put it into the cockpit, so that you have these two worlds you're trying to coordinate? So we had what is called an egocentric view and an exocentric view. Here you see the pilot with this outside the world projected view, but this globe that's actually sitting in the pilot's lap. This gets the whole world at one time. And what you could do then is interact with that display by pointing to something and saying, where is that? And so then you see a laser line come out of your finger to the outside world. That's where it is. Or you look at that and say, where is that? And you see it in the global view, your plan view, a map, and so forth. So we were demonstrating all these kinds of concepts in the super cockpit with our Darth Vader helmet. But we had one other thing. It was clear that even then, even though we had these high bandwidth interfaces, that it was overwhelming, all the things that were going on. So what we had in the cockpit in the aircraft is what we call R2-D2. Now you guys have heard of R2-D2. R2-D2 was this embodiment of an artificial intelligence entity in Star Wars. And we actually had one. This is before even Star Wars happened. We were doing this. And this was actually a black box that would be monitoring what the pilot is doing and inferring the intent based upon the state of information coming from all the systems, and then in real time reconfiguring the world, the virtual world that this pilot sees, in order to keep from being overwhelmed by all the information that's coming in. So, in addition to having the virtual cockpit, this R2-D2 would reconfigure this aircraft. And we'd be using eye position, head position, speech input, three-dimensional sound, all these things as part of this interaction that was configured by the R2-D2. So here's even my block diagram that I used in my presentations back in the day, in 1987 it looks like. You see here, there's a pilot state monitoring system and a pilot inference engine. These are two AI components. The pilot intent inference engine was doing this in inference of trying to find, to determine what the pilot's trying to do and help the pilot. The pilot state monitoring system was looking to the pilot and says, is this guy actually conscious? Because you can go from 1G to 9Gs instantaneously with digital fly-by-wire. Real problem, because the crew members would black out instantly. And they would be blacked out for a while and wouldn't recover. And we lost a lot of pilots with these really hot airplanes because the G set. So what this would do is actually watch the pilot and say, is this guy even conscious? He's not conscious. What we do is take over and fly the airplane automatically. And the variable transmission fire. Everybody talks about AR and VR. To us, it was one thing, because we can switch between AR and VR just by changing the transmission of the visor, and we did that electronically. You can do that. Now remember, this is happening in the early to mid-'80s. We're doing these technologies. So what did we learn from this? Well, certainly we found that this kind of interface completely transformed the way to get information to pilots. It spatialized the information, drew a picture. A picture is worth 1,000 words. No picture takes about 10,000 or 100,000 words. So it really did open up this mind, this whole spatial memory, because the pilots would remember it and could make decisions much better than it could before. Never forget it. Once you've been in a virtual world, you don't forget it, because you're in a place. And you're in a place that puts a place inside of you. Because now when you remember it, you remember being in a place. High bandwidth in the brain, we found it's immersion. You have to have about 120 degrees to get fully immersed. It's like somebody pulls you out of the picture and now you're in a place. You're not looking at a picture anymore, you're in a place. We had a combination, of course, of putting what we call AR, MR, VR, with the term XR. We were doing it all back at that time. And we were flirting with AI, the early days of AI, especially with expert systems. But the very thing we were doing is trying to solve problems. We weren't just making this stuff up to say, this is sort of cool stuff to do. We had problems to solve. And those problems are the ones that led us into these inventions that would transform the way we build fighter aircraft. By the way, the F-35 fighter airplane that's out there now, the hottest fifth-generation fighter in the world, was my cockpit that I designed way back then. So what happened after this is I decided to beat my sword into a plowshare and become an academic, become a professor, so I could take these things that we learned building fighter cockpits and use them for medicine and for education, for design, because the world needed this new way of interfacing with computers. So in 1989, I left the Air Force and started a laboratory at the University of Washington, and it's called the HIT Lab, Human Interface Technology Lab. And we continue to develop these technologies, only now for other applications. Here's one of my patents, issued in '92 for the very first consumer virtual display. And it was like this, these glasses that you wore, ski goggles, and what you see is a 1 meter screen at about 3 meters away, and it was called an eye multiplex display. So you look at the world, normal world, and you look down and you see this image, and it filled your field of view up to, about 40 degrees. And so this became a product that was actually on the market, and it was an absolute disaster because it cost $799. And we went to the Consumer Electronics Show. People were lined up for 2 hours. They just put that on and tested it out. And everyone who put it on said, "Gosh, this is fantastic." And when can I get this and all that? So we were actually being sort of beginning to believe our own press. But here you see the product, virtual vision display, a person wearing this electronic unit on the belt. And you see a little television antenna coming out of it. You're getting broadcast television. So you can sit on Waikiki Beach and watch the NFL playoffs. Why you never want to do that, I'm not sure, but you could do it. Or you can watch Oprah. Why you want to do that, I'm not sure either. But nevertheless, you have this capability of having this image you take with you. And so it was a disaster, except what we found out is that dentists started buying these like crazy. We went to these dentists and said, "What are you doing with these things?" And what they were doing is giving it to their patients. They put in a movie. The patients were watching the movie while the dentists are inflicting pain on them. And the dentist says, "It's amazing. The patients aren't complaining anymore. It's really great. Only it's creating a new problem. Now we can't get them to leave. Saying, I can leave now. This is the good part." So these kind of things were evolving, but we started something. Now you saw the company started picking up on these ideas, all the way from the Glasstron from Sony up to the Google Glass and so forth. But we went further than that. You always had to, in virtual displays, even today, you have to start off with an image to begin with. And what you do is you magnify, collimate, and project it to make a small screen appear to be big, and collimate it to optical infinity so it appears to be out in the world. Well, I always felt this is the wrong way to do things. Instead of having all these matrix elements, millions of them, why don't you just have one and move it really fast? And this is the virtual retinal display. Virtual retinal display is another one of my patents where you have one pixel and you scan it really fast over the retina, and it gives you an unlimited luminance. We're using micro laser devices for that. And it won't hurt your eye. It's lower than you get less exposure than you do walking outside. Well, I was going to say in Finland, maybe not, but in Seattle. We also found that this would give you almost unlimited resolution in field of view, depending on how the scanning you did. The virtual retinal display patent was issued in 1995 and expired in 2015. It's not good to be too soon, because now everybody's using this stuff and a lot of things, including a lot of research work we're doing with pain reduction and providing a new form of low vision help with it. Okay, so these were the things that were going on. Here I am looking through in my optical bench at this picture being scanned directly on my retina. No picture exists anywhere except on the retina of your eye. So you can make it with a small fiber, scanning really fast, and you get this amazing picture from it. Okay, so there are lessons learned on this journey I took as an academic. My laboratory at the University of Washington, we generated over 300 patents with students from all of the departments in the university, pretty much. Transdisciplinary. We showed how we can use XR in medicine, education, and design. We were writing papers back in the 95 and on about all these things. We spun off 27 companies. 2 of them are traded on NASDAQ. It's now about $12 billion. We educated thousands of students. As a matter of fact, Dace, that you will hear from recently, was one of my students in architecture. And and they're captains of industry that are out there actually building the technology today. But we realized that there was a great need for going beyond just having a laboratory that would work on developing the technology. It was clear that the industry, we couldn't depend on the industry to take our baby and do good with it. So we felt this need to have a nonprofit that would take a humanitarian look at this and basically be like a Peace Corps of VR, or like the National Geographic Society of VR or XR. You know, the National Geographic Society is trying to take the outside world and bring it inside of us. What we're trying to do is take what's inside of us out. And so what we did is start what is called the Virtual World Society. And it was started to begin with in 1993. But it was way too early. Nobody knew what virtual reality was. Furthermore, if you wanted to get into virtual reality, it cost you about $1 million for all the technology needed. But 2015 is when Palmer Luckey did the Oculus. And that was the time we started it again. And now, of course, we have this amazing partnership here in Finland with the Helsinki XR Institute. We have a presence here of the team. Now, Leslie wasn't able to be here because she has COVID, but you would have seen Leslie instead of Linda. But Linda's, you see, is also here and with doing dual role pickup things. Dace Campbell, you'll be hearing from him here in a few minutes. Now you see also I put Tina there. Now why is Tina there? Because she is a part of us. And we have a partnership. Result of Tina and the presence that she's given. And by the way, she's a rock star. She is a world treasure that I mean, enough said on that. I mean, and thank you, Tina, for all that you've done. You also see Damon. Damon, many of you probably know Damon Hernandez. And here he is. Just in time, Damon. No, Damon, just one of the things you probably don't know about Damon is that he won the Virtual World Society's Nextant Prize for a Rising Star, the Rising Star Nextant Prize. This is like the Nobel Prize for XR. And he won that in July. So he's another rock star. It's here in Finland with his startup in mixed reality. Okay, now let me switch gears a little bit and talk about the metaverse in the future. This is what the metaverse looks like now. It's overwhelming. There's so much stuff out there. How in the world are we going to make sense of it? Well, guess what? It reminds me of this. This is exactly the problem we had with all the delivery of all that you needed to know, things you needed to know to navigate in the real world. Well, what I think we need to do is build a super cockpit for the mind. The same kind of thinking and the same kind of need as what we've seen before. And the idea is this is going to be a crucial device for us to navigate in the future. Because it's not good enough to have all that out there and not working on how in the world do you get it inside of yourself. And there's something else that this needs to do, just like in my original super cockpit. Certainly there's an outward-facing piece of it that's connected to all that stuff out there that helps us in our exploring of that, navigating in particular places we want to do, building our knowledge. How do we take that inside of us? How do we adapt to what and filter what we're going to bring in so it's useful to us? We're just not overwhelmed and spending our time just fishing around trying to find things. And it needs to be intent-driven, just like my original super cockpit. It needs to be also inward-facing. Just like in the super cockpit, our interface of the future needs to know what's going on with the human, the user. Is this person feeling okay? What is their energy level? What is their diet? Are they getting enough exercise? Are their senses, are they taking advantage of the senses that they've been given? Is there a way to train those senses? We have way more capability as humans than we're using. Just the peripheral retina, the far peripheral retina. Normally people say, well, you can see about 180 degrees. Well, it turns out the receptors in the retina go way beyond that, 240 degrees. What's going on out here? It's what we call perception without awareness. You don't see it. But when we test people and we put objects in the far periphery view, they say, I don't see anything. Well, tell us what you think it is anyway. And they get it right. It's a portal to our subconscious. It's a portal to a part of inside of us that we're not using yet. That's just one example. So we're interested in the health and well-being of the pilot. In this case, it's the user that's going into this amazing metaverse and expanding our capability, helping us learn how to use our senses to see in 4 dimensions, in 5 dimensions. We can do that. The way that we organize and portray information and train ourselves to understand it. We have the capacity to do that. So we can expand our sensory capability, perceptual and psychomotor capabilities in this. We need to grok. Everybody know what grokking is? Grokking is sort of, it's a term of Heinlein from science fiction. It's the way you think about things, mulling over things and looking at it from different perspectives. Critical thinking. We can develop these skills. We're going to need to. With AI coming around, we have to know how to use that effectively. How to behold. Beholding is a great word. When you meet somebody and you behold them, it's like you're holding them. You're making connection to them and you're holding them with your own spirit or whatever you want to call it. And once you've done that, there is a channel of communication that goes there. Okay, and then finally, transcendent beings. How can we become transcendent beings? Because we need to change the way we think that gets us to a point where we don't make the mistakes we've made in the past. It created these 17 sustainable goals of the United Nations. So, in building a super cockpit, there are lots of modules. This is just a short list. Don't have time to explain it, but they're really cool. What will happen and we'll have the power to use in this future interface to the metaverse. And the end game, though, is none of this. The end game is not the technology. The end game is taking the helmet off. And what are we like after we take the helmet off? Because then, hopefully, we're enlightened, maybe even transcendent beings. And we have a new way of thinking, and a new way of connecting, a new way of loving that we've not had before, and realizing we're all in this together. And we need to work together and reach down to those who don't have the basic things, be able to lift them, reach across to those of our colleagues and reach out for inspiration. Taking the helmet off is the most important part of this, not putting it on in the end game. Okay, so this is what we want to try to achieve. We basically want to free and educate the human spirit so we can accomplish these things. And the end goal is transcendence. So this is where the quote came from to begin with. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin said, and he was a French cleric. He said, someday after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love, and then, for the second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire. We need to discover fire again and solve these problems and become one on the earth. So, where does Finland fit in? We're connected already. And what we want to do is involve Finland in this new global program to build a super cockpit for the mind. And there will be pieces of that that we'll want to, if you want to, accomplish here. And in the process, there will be other things that we want to teach folks to do, and especially the applications here. But we see this as an economic engine, a further economic engine for Finland, and providing a world stage for Finland to be on the first team representing these things. So thank you for this, and thanks for the support of the Helsinki XR Center. You be sure to support it, and also join the Virtual World Society. You just go online to virtualworldsociety.org, and let's build a super cockpit for the mind, okay? So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Tom Furness. And we'll hear more from him and Damon Hernandez at 6 when we'll have the final event of this event, which is a Fireside Chat, so it's not the last we get from you, Tom. But now it's on to our next panel, which dives into one of the most perhaps pressing topics of our time, the privacy paradox, balancing innovation and security in spatial computing and XR. I think as I'm speaking, the panelists can also already come to the stage. Very good. Maybe we can clap to them as well as they arrive. Now taking the other route. Very good, Linda. So as technology continues to advance, the challenge of safeguarding personal data while fostering innovation becomes even more critical. This panel will explore the complex dynamics of privacy in spatial computing and XR, examining the current landscape, potential risks, and innovative solutions to protect users. Moderating this discussion is Dace Campbell, an architect and thought leader specializing in XR technology, driving sustainability and innovation in the built environment with award-winning expertise. We have 3 panelists joining us. First up is Alina Kadlubski, who is the managing director of OpenAR Cloud Europe, and a leader in the XR for Human Project's interoperability work package, specializing in spatial computing and XR research, with a focus on creating a human-centered digital future. Then we also have Anthony Vitillo, also known as Scared Ghost, who is an AR/VR developer, entrepreneur, and influential blogger in the XR space, known for creating innovative immersive experiences and leading cutting-edge projects in virtual reality and the Metaverse. And finally, we also have Linda Ricky Jacobs, who does not need an introduction at this point. So hey, let's give it up for these guys one more time, and let's enjoy the panel.
Well, thank you, and thanks everybody for sticking around for the second last panel, or the second last session, I should say, here today at Match XR. As was mentioned, we're going to be talking about privacy, information security, and ethics in the metaverse. And I am just absolutely thrilled to have these expert panelists here today. I'll be asking them a few questions. They've seen some of them, they haven't seen some of them. This is actually, believe it or not, our first time, all 4 of us in the same room at the same time. As much as we really tried to get a prep session, here it is in real time. We're gonna be prepping while we go. If we have time, we'll take some audience questions. We'll just see how the panel unfolds. So if you have a burning question or you need some clarification, please hold it to the end. We'll see if we can get to it. So to begin, I know we had some brief introductions, but maybe just a little bit more of an expanded introduction from each of you, and why you're here or why this topic. And I guess I'll just go first very, very briefly. I have my own consultancy in XR focused on the AEC industry primarily. And I also, and I believe Dr. Tom Furness mentioned this in the last session, I'm also on the Virtual World Society Board of Directors. So there, of course, we have a sharp focus on ethics and ethical use of the technology. So with that, let's just go in order, right to left for the audience. Alina, Anthony, and Linda, just tell us a little bit about yourself and why are you here today to talk about this topic?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm also one of the co-founding members of Arabiasali Europe. Besides being active in various communities and in standards bodies and ensuring that we create a better future for the benefit of all, and also learn from the mistakes that we made in the Web 2 era, and ensure that we create a better future. So this is my most key goal moving forward.
Excellent.
And why I'm here.
Well, they already had a great introduction of me. So I'm working in XR since 10 years with different roles. They say I can be a technical guy when I develop, but I'm more open on the human side when I write my blog articles and interact with the community. I'm here because, I mean, it's an important topic, and as a technologist, I live this paradox myself. You know, I would like to see technology evolve as much as I can, but as a human, I will also have to see some guardrails or things like that. So I'm here maybe to try also to learn from the others how to solve this paradox for myself.
Excellent.
And I don't know how many people here, I just spoke. I'm Linda Ritchie-Jacobs, it's nice to be here. I'm also the vice chair of the Virtual World Society, and professionally I have been doing business strategy consulting in emerging tech for 30 years now. Helping to commercialize and bring new technologies to market. The reason I'm here is because I have this paradox myself. I love the space. I love the promise. I love the connections of immersive tech. I'm also definitely worried about the loss of privacy and the amount of data it needs to work.
Excellent, excellent. All right, well, let's get going, and let's start where you just left off, Linda.
I know, I kind of did that already.
Yeah. I mean, the title of our panel, The Privacy Paradox.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that. What is the paradox? What does it mean to you?
Well, the thing is, the amount of data that both the devices can gather and that artificial intelligence needs to actually work properly and seamlessly, which is what we all want it to do, is directly inversely proportionate to how much privacy you have and how much personal information you give up. And I think that that is something we should be talking about, and most people don't read the T's and C's, and most people don't think about it. But the amount of personally identifiable information from gaze, biometric data, all the things that the headsets can gather, as well as just computing in general, we increasingly are open for, I hate to say this word, but manipulation, because they will know everything about us, and we'll be able to make sure that we respond in the way, get us to where we think, it sounds awful, but people or whoever want us to go. And that is the paradox for me, because you want it to work, and you want it to be seamless, and you love the promise, but at the same time you have to be mindful of the impact.
Yeah, so in a lot of ways, I mean, the very things that make XR meaningful and useful and desirable are the exact same things we're most protective of, are very, very personal data and behaviors.
There was a really interesting podcast that Kent Bai did a couple of years ago, actually, about the paradox in terms of the amount of data that can be gathered from the headsets, the gaze. Where you look is really indicative of what you're thinking a lot of times. There's the gait data that can be gathered from motion. There's all sorts of, now there's all those things can be applied to good things too. It's not that they're all bad. And right now, as far as I know, the headsets they have the capacity to gather that data, but they don't actually do it because they are being stopped and they don't quite know what to do with that information yet. But the opportunity to do that is there. And there is, if you at all are interested, I would Google that episode and listen to it, because it's really interesting to talk about what kind of information can be gathered from these minute bits of personal data that are then personally identifiable back to you.
And Anthony and Alina, any thoughts to add? By all means, please do.
I mean, technology has always been a double-edged sword, but I think also the paradox is also taking this into the spatial and combining digital in the physical world. It also enhances new potential risks that emerge. And so also when it comes to future policy making, ensuring that for any legislators that they are aware of the potential new risks that could emerge, that are future risks. So how can we also then set policies and guidelines now and prep for the future accordingly, and ensure, especially when you are in this context-based technologies, different context-based scenarios, for instance, public and private spaces, and these enhance new risks that have not occurred yet, and ensuring that policymakers and legislators are aware of these things.
Sure. And and we'll get into policies and risk here as the conversation goes on. So I want to at least put a pin in that just for a moment. But you're right. I mean, and finding the right balance and not having underreach or overreach is going to be the challenge, I think.
And to add what Linda said, I mean, there's a really good Stanford paper from last year that actually occurred that in less than 3 seconds, the data gathered from the hardware could also pinch to the user itself. So I think being aware of these things is really important.
Well, I want to move us to a question that I know when we were initially trying to think about how we wanted this panel to go, it seemed like it was a topic that all three of you really wanted to chew on. All of you wanted to get into is kind of the global privacy challenge. Obviously, Europe is on the global stage is a fantastic leader in data privacy, and in the Americas and in Asia, it's thought of as the gold standard in many ways. But we've got tech that exists on a very personal level, is adopted in a region, but often adopted by users interacting with a global corporation, or data that doesn't necessarily sit or reside inherently in one specific country or even one specific continent.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that. And maybe Anthony, you can kind of lead us off here. What does it mean to you that we're kind of operating across multiple geographies when we're having this sort of singular personal or sometimes a social experience in XR?
Well, that's let's say a very complicated topic for various reasons. One is the different perception of privacy of the people in different parts of the world. Then there is the regulation, and then there is also when an application is original from one place and used by other places. I mean, we've seen the conflict, for instance, now with TikTok, ByteDance, that is Chinese-based, and US that say that this is used to, for instance, take the data from American users and also try to influence the American society from China. Now there is also, if you think the debate about AI is set between Europe and the US, with now Meta blocking the AI features and also Apple doing the same in Europe because they claim that it's difficult for them to understand the regulations, the entity to speak with, etc. So there is lots of problems about how to do, let's say, this interaction cross borders. And also I will say that, I mean, I can talk about my perception as a European, I'm Italian to be exact. I see that, as you say, in Europe we have a lot of attention about these themes. We have the GDPR, we have the AI Act, with the good and the bad they take, because sometimes, for instance, if you're a small company, that can be a problem to comply with all these regulations, but it's, let's say, done for a greater good of preserving our privacy. From my perception, then maybe a US person can tell better, but I see that in US there is more debate about having, for instance, more innovation about this, or maybe slightly more sacrificing the privacy, but keeping on the innovation going. I've read if I remember well, was even Andreessen Horowitz proposing that all the data of Americans could be given to startups so they could innovate. I mean, that's a bit extreme also for Americans, but he brought it for real. I was like, okay, wow. And then there is Asia, where actually we're on the other side. They're like, okay, we want to go for innovation. Usually, I'm mostly going to mainland China, and privacy is more like, I don't know, a suggestion, let's say, to people. I was in Shenzhen, there were cameras in every corner. I mean, sometimes 5, 6 cameras in every corner. I was like, why, you need one, you don't need all these cameras.
They need every angle is what they need.
they probably have some stock ones they have to put, and they put them everywhere. And the thing is that thanks to this, you could have innovations very fast, like the payment with the face in the vending machines, or payment even with the hand, whatever. So I see a friend of mine taking a beverage on vending machine, smiling and get it. I try to smile in front of my vending machine in Italy, but unless I punch it, I see I can have no drink for it. So that's. And when I speak with my friends there, they say basically they don't care. They say I'm not doing anything bad. So if they collect me my data to give me a service, to give innovation, okay, that's not a problem. If you say this to me, I'm like, no, wait, my face is mine. You
It's
should take
biometric data is immutable. You can change your password. You can't change your face.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe
you
a little
can,
bit,
but it's a bit expensive and a bit painful, but that's a topic for another panel. So sorry for the little talking a bit too much, but what I'm saying is that there is little different perceptions also, which is not easy to take in account when you are from a country, you see other people from other countries.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, because you're touching on informed consent, and there's this implication that if the using public is informed and they give consent based on information, then all is okay. But clearly, that consent is culturally driven, and what's acceptable in one country or in one continent or one region is not acceptable in another. Linda, you and I, we had some conversations about this too.
So many thoughts on American privacy. I think it's also generational, to be honest. I think the older you are at this time, the more you currently seem to worry about this. I think younger people are going to expect just data or technology to just work. And the more frictionless it becomes, the more data you need to have it be that way. And they've grown up with it being reasonably painless. We grew up in a generation where it was painful. It was dial-up. It was, discs. It was all whatever. And we've moved on from that. So they're going to be like the fish that swim in their own little aquarium. They don't notice the water around them. I always use that metaphor. But, all that data, they don't think about it and they don't care because it just has to work. So I also think there's a generational component as well as a geographical one. The U.S., as we all know, is, money talks. I have nothing more to really say after that. But I don't get the sense that U.S. is particularly concerned with privacy. It's more concerned with making sure that Silicon Valley grows. And that is unfortunately something people agree with there. So it is a cultural aspect. And I do think that GDPR is great, but I also think it's annoying that I got to pop up every single time I visit a website and have to go unclick, unclick, unclick every time. And we can't have that if we're going to have seamless, immersive experiences, like the bouncing ball I was talking about before, walking down the street with a banana giving me directions in Helsinki. Like, I can't have a pop-up every time there's a sign that says, oh, this brand wants to reach out to you, pop up. You can't have that in this kind of technology. So it requires a rethink about how all this works. Yeah.
And I'll just offer my own perspective as an American, having spent the last few days in the Nordics. Websites I visit, not even XR, just normal use of visiting a website on a mobile device. Websites I live on all the time are just in the last few days asking me questions about my privacy and asking me for consent that I've never been asked before.
Yeah, it's because you're here. It's
It really changes the dynamic as a consumer. I'm like, well, wait a minute, why are you asking?
But then there's
and why didn't you ask before?
530, what did they call it here? It's legitimate interest. Legitimate to who? Not legitimate to me. Unclick. Yeah.
On the same topic, Alina. I mean, again, let's focus in maybe the European perspective here for a second. How does Europe maintain its cultural identity on the world stage, and not become insular? Not become isolated and this oddity, gold standard or not, how do you play in the global market this way?
I would agree because these are different formats. So I think you have self-regulate. And then in Europe, you have this sort of framework for what incident would occur, right? So it's like setting a framework before it occurs. So those are different models, and I would argue in order for us not to stay isolated And you then also have to drizzle it down. It's one thing is EU regulation, but then we have 27 other countries. So you then also apply this to national law. I think Europe is a nice sort of example because there are so many different cultures, so many different languages, and then you have this sort of universal framework. But then at the end, I would also argue this transatlantic connection is key. And here I would even argue that interoperability is key. So it falls back at the end to interoperability. And I would even argue that privacy, safety, ethics, at the end, you also need to apply this to interoperability. So interoperability has mainly been perceived from a technical point of view. So also applying these human-centered aspects to interoperability itself. And then I would argue it might be even easier to have this transatlantic bridge. So that could be an option, and here interoperability could be an enabler for that.
So I want to.
I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it did. It did. I'm trying to think.
But I argued with another question, more or less.
Moderator a little.
Yeah. You want this seat? I'm thinking then, just in terms of practical boundaries, and I guess maybe I'm looking at you, Anthony, here for a second. Where should the boundaries be set, practically speaking, especially acknowledging there's this sort of cultural divide, whether it's transatlantic or go head eastward to Asia. Where are the practical boundaries? Where are the limits that you set?
Well, that's a very big question, let's say. Luckily, I'm not a very good answer, maybe. But I tried to think about it various times, and also in the occasion of this panel. But I remember also speaking about questions like this with other people that are more expert than me about privacy. I mean, apart from her, but also I was speaking a few months ago with Kavya from XRSI that, as you know, cares about privacy and safety in VR, etc. And it's very complicated exactly for what you said about the perception of everyone and the paradox you're talking about. So about as a technologist, I would like to have the data that I want to do whatever I want. I mean, I'm talking about XR. Recently, there was this debate about the pass-through, for instance, of the headset. Should developers have access to the pass-through, what the cameras of the headset see in VR?
The answer is yes, but keep going.
My answer was yes. I pushed as much as I could online so that was possible. But at the same time, I understand the concern because you don't know what the developer is doing. I think that at the end of the day, the only thing I can think is that should be the user choosing what he wants to share. So he or she should be given the information about what the application wants to do. Who is going to handle this data? Who is the developer? Can be trusted, not, etc. And then I can choose, okay, I want to give access to the pass-through because I trust this developer. I want to have this service. Okay, good. Or no. For me, even the remote possibility someone can steal the data of my house is too much, then no. And then the application probably should have a fallback to work in another direction. So I think that because I'm not a fan, okay, there is a risk of privacy, then let's remove everything, because then you don't have innovation. We can close XR, we can close this event, etc. I think that what we should do is inform the user about what we want to do, who is going to handle the data and all the rest, and then see what the users want to do in this case. And at the same time, also on the other side, as developers, of course, try to handle the data we are given in the best way we can, because of course we are given a lot when we have to handle data, and we should be very transparent in what we're doing. So I think this can be a good platform to do that. I don't know if you agree with something like that.
It depends on the context, right? So I would also argue that even agree and consent doesn't apply because this data is stored, right? What do we know what we agreed on 2 years ago? So I think moving ahead into this new era of compute, in the moment I'm about to make a decision, a pop-up should pop up. I think Pokemon Go was a great example. I mean, how many deaths did we have? And due to the convergence of technologies, the potential risks emerge, right? And it's all about, I think we all can agree that how can we mitigate potential risks? So I think also the methods on how linear certain things are need to adopt to these new technologies as well. So in order I'm about to enter a house, I should get a pop-up, right? So it sort of aligns with real-time technology in a way.
I like the idea of a digital wallet that has your preferences and your permissions stored, and everything you access pings it and knows what it's allowed to have and not allowed to have. That gives some control back to the user. It doesn't answer the question of what to do on a country and geography basis per se, but that's one method. And I agree with you about interoperability because it needs to work everywhere, kind of a thing. That's just one solution. I'm thinking as we're talking about the augmented reality, you're walking down the street, the facial recognition is capturing the people you walk by, and it knows that that person is actually is next to a methadone clinic or something, and it's revealing information about the person that person didn't necessarily want anybody to know about. Like, there's a lot of levels of privacy that are going on here, and augmented reality, particularly since it's out of the house, also brings an awful lot of these issues with it, because it's scanning the exterior and it knows exactly what it's identifying using that machine learning and image recognition I was talking about before to identify it all. But I haven't heard of any one solution because it's a very complex problem. The one that like I said, I like the best, at least now, is the wallet that has my permission, so that you don't have to answer every single time you do something. And there's too many choices, and you just run through them anyway. And again, who's hosting the data? And where is it being hosted? And how do I know they're going to handle it reputably? And how do they know that if I'm examining an alternate personality, maybe in VR, that they aren't gathering this data and coming up with summaries and infers, things about me that I may not want anybody to know about yet? And then the data's out there. And then who has access to the data? What if they go out of business? Who do they sell it to? We all know that's happening with the DNA now getting sold. So there's so many layers of privacy that we're talking about here, not just usage, but also, ones that aren't active, like you're just walking down the street. Anyway, that was me on a rant a bit.
No.
There you go.
I want to open up another dimension to this conversation, because I think implicit in what we've been discussing as the context that it's a public metaverse, it's a social metaverse, it's meant for the consumer, and these are kind of the lens that I think kind of default we're looking through here. But there's an industrial metaverse. There are employers and employees. There are union employees, union labor that have very strict privacy standards. In some ways, I would think that if you look at it through the lens of the industrial metaverse, some of this becomes easier, because it's purpose-built kind of data, it's purpose-built conversations and context. And yeah, probably that surgeon who's going to use some kind of AR-enabled experience to enhance his or her craft probably ought to have access to the data they need to have a successful surgery, for example. Or the first responders who might need information about the facility, that burning building that they have to get into at a moment's notice, and what could be behind the door before they swing an axe through it, that kind of thing. You can think of a context where it just makes perfect sense. Give the professional the data they need when they need it to take immediate action. But then there's another side of it where the employee is beholden to the employer, and what rights do they have, and does this make it worse in an employment context than in a consumer context? So I'd love your thoughts there.
I mean, one particular thought could take into account that employees might not have a say, so they are forced in using the devices. So here onboarding is key, but some might not. Especially we experienced this during the pandemic, where not just only universities, but a lot of industries adopted to this technology, so not throw the employee into this water. And then also from a physical perspective, there are a lot of people who can't even have the best experience due to physical limitations. So this also needs to be taken into account. So there are various dilemmas here that fall into place.
Any other thoughts?
I have thoughts, but I've spoken plenty. Tony, you haven't.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the example that was fascinating about like the safety if the police or like the firefighters have to enter a house, etc. I never thought about that, so that's a good point. And again, in that case, I mean, probably I would like to have a choice. Maybe, as you said, having some kind of personal wallet somewhere, somehow, maybe associated with my country, in my register, or who I am, etc. If I want to share this data with the police, etc., etc., when it's needed. But then it comes another problem when it's against me. Like if the police is looking for me, I don't know why. I'm not doing anything wrong. If I did, I will not say in this stage, of course. But in that case, you know, I will. I cannot say, oh, please don't look into my data, police, and they say, oh no, it's for the privacy. We don't say no. So it's difficult in this case to decide. So, yeah, I mean, you're not expert in crime, maybe.
I know,
so.
apparently not. You are Italian.
I did a deserted island.
So it's not easy in the case where it's against you. When it's for you, I guess maybe you can have a choice, especially save somewhere. And it's crucial also to understand where, because that's another sensitive topic. And who is going to respect that? I mean, maybe in Italy is recognized my choice. I go to the US and they don't care because they don't have an agreement with Italy for that. So
no jurisdiction. Yeah.
Lots of questions.
Or they did and they revoke it, but they still have that data from before.
Yeah, that's another good point. So, tricky.
Well, I think a lot of what is coming out of the discussion so far is, I mean, ethics, in the broadest sense of the word, cannot be an afterthought. It needs to be a forethought. It needs to be something that's planned in advance and agreed to. And inevitably, that gets into regulations. And so swinging back to when I said we'd come back to it here for a little bit, let's talk a little bit about kind of policies and regulations and standards. And maybe we can talk just a little bit about the AI Act as perhaps a precedent for what could come in the XR world. And I'm looking right at you, Alina, because I know this is your baby right here. So.
Not my baby, but I think being in touch with the EU Commission and in debate, I think we even active in XR, when we think of future policy, everything will arise from the AI Act, every digital related policy. So I think also for us as XR, we need to burst the bubble and look at other related technologies and ensure that also that we take that into account. So it's not just only about XR anymore, it's already enhancing all our production processes, as we know. So we also need to take that into account. And whenever we want to have a say in any future policy making, we need to include AI in it if we want to have an impact on European level. Otherwise, I would say from a policy perspective, they don't care about XR anymore. It's all about AI with the AI office. So if we want to have a future impact, we need to take AI into account.
Is the right approach then to kind of leverage the AI Act and kind of ride those coattails a little bit and to say, well, there's already a framework of regulation being considered and put in place through the AI Act, and yet all of that data needs to be, at some point, needs to be consumed and humanized for it to make sense. And enter XR into the chat right there. Is that the right way to think about this? There's already the conversation happening in the AI space, and the XR conversation should be on the consumption side.
I think one key part of it is with the Virtual Worlds initiative from the EU Commission, which is a separate department. I think we need to ensure that we don't know how the two departments will work with each other, because the Virtual Worlds initiative is rather new. And also from a European Commission side, there's still a lot of unknowns. And by the EU Commission being a rather old ship with a lot of departments, we don't know if both departments will work with each other. So we earlier this year wrote a concerning paper to the EU Commission that we are rather concerned that we, in a couple of years, talk about a separate Virtual Worlds Act, which is not linked with the AI Act, especially due to production processes already being enhanced by AI. So I would rather have a direct link here and a direct link to the AI Act due to also other real-time data, biometric data, and these things. So those are concerns. I think those are going to be future topics while the EU Commission still navigates the ship of the Virtual Worlds Initiative. We don't know yet. And I think this is also, there are still a lot of unknowns for people who are in Europe with both departments and how they will interact with each other. But I think it's important that we build the bridge.
Yeah, it does seem like it makes sense to think about that in advance and get those otherwise disparate parties connected.
Especially with future calls from Horizon Europe for next year, especially when it comes to virtual worlds, AI is a key topic in these future calls. Yeah. So how do we build this bridge? I don't have an answer, but I think there needs to be an interconnection between both departments.
Sure. Okay, well, I want to steer us towards one more question before we either perhaps open it up or bring the conversation to a close. And we've hinted at this, but we haven't kind of explicitly taken on the topic, and that's the topic of risks and mitigations, or risks and safeguards against those risks. Can we enumerate in short order what the real risks are here and I'll start by example, I guess. I mean, if through an XR experience, maybe it's mixed reality, augmented reality experience in public, I could either as a user choose to, or even not by choice, be fed information that obscures my physical environment, something I don't want to see or something somebody else doesn't want me to see. Or I could be presented with misinformation. I could be presented with unregulated or uninvited content. Those are risks that immediately come to mind for me, but give us more examples, I guess. So tangible examples. What's at risk for the user here?
Can I maybe say something which is not even my idea? It's, there is Louise Rosenberg that is one of the person that also talks a lot about the risks of manipulation via AI. He makes a great example of, for instance, using people that are close to you to make you buy stuff. So if an experience gets information about your family or the girl you like or whatever, then when you are in the application, there may appear an avatar that looks like her and speaks like her and says things in the way the applications know that you want to be heard. And then you are like hypnotized by this person and start buying the product because it looks like the girl you like, and so you do whatever for her. Well, it's all fake, So all these applications can be used also for advertisement, that we all know that it's already a problem with some companies in the field, for manipulate people to let you buy stuff or to convince to buy stuff, or can also be used for political things to manipulate
politics. Yeah, I think the political implications, potential for propaganda and misinformation and pushing people towards the outcome you want them to have. I think we already have a world that is sadly influenced by the techniques of propaganda that Edward Bernays proposed in the early 20th century. And I think, that's just going to continue to be even worse, and we already have so much trouble because of that. So that is my fear, but that's more AI than XR. But I think XR has a powerful part to play in it if you are interacting with something that creates that emotional connection I was talking about in my last presentation. You have an emotional connection with something that in fact is not neutral. And it knows your history, and it knows what you like, and it knows how to communicate with you exactly how to get you where it wants to.
Well, and being such a personal medium, it amplifies the experience.
Yeah, if you were
this emotional connection that you get from XR compounded with AI driving the interaction and the natural language and all that. And that, it frankly worries me. Yeah, it does.
So what, just real quickly, kind of off the top of your heads, what safeguards, what mitigations could we put in place to counteract this?
I think key is education, especially moving forward. Education cross stakeholders. And here, coming back to interoperability, also policymakers needs to put themselves in shoes of developers, creators, and vice versa. Otherwise, it's theory that won't be applied. And really ensuring that every stakeholder is taken into account.
I think stronger data laws. Also, actually using anti-monopoly legislation so that you can break up companies that know just a little bit too much sometimes. I think it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was easy, we'd have it solved by now.
Yeah.
Well, we do need to bring this panel, steer it a little bit towards close. But before we do, I'm wondering if we do have time for maybe one question from the audience. And we've covered a pretty good range of topics here, but certainly we haven't covered it all, and we're just a few people here. So what have we missed? What questions does anybody have out there that they might want to have for these experts?
We stumped everybody?
We stunned them into silence. This is awesome.
So, Tina, you spoke up. Do you have any questions? No? Okay.
Well, that's quite all right. We're veering towards the end of the day.
We have a hand up.
Please. So I'm going to repeat the question because I don't know what microphones are picking it up, and I'll try not to butcher it too badly. But I guess the root of the question is, what is the price for privacy? Maybe in monetary terms, like should a game player, a participant be charged $4,000 a month for protecting their data? And that seems pretty extreme in my intuition. But is there a price that's realistic?
We've become used to free content, and that is a problem to break. And if you're not paying, that means you're the product and they're using your data. That's how they make money. So that is a business model that has emerged through advertising that is detrimental in the longer term, but we've all become so spoiled. I don't know about you, but as soon as somebody tries to charge me, like Facebook is sending me, if you want us to review your ad settings, you can pay $7.99 a month or not. And I'm like, fine, I'll use a VPN and a ad blocker. The hell with you, Facebook. But it's a problem that's the monetary thing that's emerged. And yeah, I think people aren't going to pay $4,000 a month for privacy. They're like, most people don't care about privacy, right? They don't know what it means. Even people in the tech industry are like, so what? They know what game I play. They don't realize the bigger picture, which is all those data points could be correlated for much deeper insights. And yes, advertising ultimately, and then influencing. So yes, to answer your question, I think $4,000 a month is a lot. Yeah.
Well, thanks for that question. I appreciate it. With that, though, I do want to bring this panel to a close here. So just one last question for each of you, just briefly. Where's the future lie? Do we have any hope? Any closing thoughts that can, maybe lift the conversation back up towards maybe inspiration or optimism? No, you don't have to. I don't want to see that. You can be as pessimistic as you want, Anthony.
Okay. I will do it.
But no, what does the future hold for us, or what should we be doing about this?
So you want to start?
I'm dark and snarky, so don't ask me.
I'm not sure I see a way out of this. That's the truth. I'm sorry. Yay.
Well, let's say that what I've seen in the past has not been, it's been that technology has brought a lot of good things, but regarding this, let's say privacy and safety related things, actually usually things have gone bad in the past. So I don't know if putting some regulations, etc., is going to help a lot. I agree with her that being informed, especially being educated, if the users were educated, that could be the way we can have a solution to many things, because users can really have a choice, and et cetera, et cetera. But also for that, we've seen social media, there's not this education happening. So I don't know who will have the interest of doing this education. So that's what makes me a bit more pessimist about that. So to be sure, for now, we'll not scan the secret corner of my house. So in case the police enters, I know where to hide. Let's put it this way.
How about this? Don't put a gadget in your house that tracks everything you do. That would be a good start. The Roomba knows exactly what your house layout is. Your Alexa knows everything you're doing. Like your IoT, I personally, none of that in our house. None. That's the first step. Luddite.
There you go. Yeah, go Luddite. That's the way. Alina, any parting thoughts here?
For me, I would say there is a glimpse of hope. Because I think once we have the potential risk occur to us, then we will act on it. But I mean, I think there's one key for me personally, being on the nudge of the EU Commission and being on their toes and ensure, I mean, this is why we are all mutually active, is we want to create a better future. I think otherwise we wouldn't be here. So I think there is a glimpse of hope.
Sure. Well, and I'll double down on that and say the fact that you're all here attending this session offers a glimpse of hope. I mean, it's going to lie with everybody in this room to form an opinion, form an educated opinion, and hopefully, get into the game of the ethics conversation. We have organizations. We have the Virtual World Society. We have the XR Guild. There's a number of smaller organizations that kind of play in this space, and I think we can't just depend on those organizations to fight the battle for us, but we have to join and become members of those organizations to make sure our voices are heard. So that would be the glimmer of hope I would have, is and turn that into a call to action, is attend talks like this and get involved. There you go. So with that, a huge thank you to our expert panelists, and thank you for your time and attention.
Let's give it up for Linda Ritchie, Jacobs, Alina Kadlubski, Anthony Vitillo, and Dace Campbell for this very interesting discussion. And now on to our final event of Innovation Talks. We're running slightly behind schedule, and we'll let the next Fireside Chat go on a little longer than 6:30. So, for our last session, it is time to invite to the stage once again Tom Furness and Damon Hernandez. And their topic is Legacy and Innovation, Mapping the Path of XR for a Better Tomorrow. So, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Tom Furness and Damon Hernandez. Welcome.
Now, you go first.
Please, Tom, have a seat. This is even better, because this is what it's going to be as a therapy session. Exactly. We have a lot to cover. No, you were in the right pose. Don't know how well that picks up on the cameras, but well, first of all, I mean, I think the thing about all of this is always just the human component. So let's start with, how's it been for you so far today?
This is a dream come true. I never thought, of course, years back, that when I started working on this stuff, that a world would change. I knew that it was going to be powerful. It was clear at that first day when I switched on the wide field of view display. Oh my goodness, what have we done? Because it changed me. And I think those of you who have experienced it, not only you personally, but showing another person for the first time what VR is, it's a holy moment because they'll never be the same. You know, might make them sick, but they won't be the same. And so to answer your question, every time one of these kinds of events happen, especially here, the excitement, enthusiasm, and my feeling is just being a part of it is really gratifying. I mean, I could die a happy man right now as a result of that.
Very true, but don't. I have to get you back to the States, and as advisor of the company, that's going to be, some modification of the pitch deck there.
I've got, Santa Claus told me, that I can only start becoming a understudy after 300 years. So I have a ways to go before I can even start, I'll start working on this. So
well, I love the fact that we went to Rovaniemi and we took our own Santa Claus. That's true. It was a...
Yeah, this guy, he had to sit on my lap there. It was a private thing, but...
Well, this is maybe too private. Right? It was for a Santa Claus picture, okay? But anyway, so back to XR. Back to XR. Okay, so maybe we're getting too comfortable up here in the Fireside Chat.
Well, he what he asked? What he asked Santa for?
Yeah, I asked Santa for a convertible note.
That's right.
That's exactly.
For his company.
Well, speaking of this, so I'm glad you brought up companies because, what I think is unique when chatting with you, Tom, right, is because you've seen it all, right? I mean, you've been through these winners, and I always loved how when the DK1 came out, right, and I'd see you go around to these tables, and, of course, the people, because they're new, no idea who the hell you were. And be like, oh, who's this? This is someone's nice grandpa who's here to kind of see the projects. And you were always very encouraging, no matter what. And so with that, how do you feel? Because I feel that it's rather true that a lot of the XR companies today are repeating the same mistakes over the past 20 years. I mean, one part of that is you don't have access, right? A lot of the stuff is US-centric based. How do you feel about that? Like, how do you feel as far as, is this the case? If so, why?
Well, it is the case. It's amazing how many experts there are out there in VR and XR, A guy that how's his shingle, he has 1 year experience. I put a headset on a year ago, now I'm an expert. We have to understand that this didn't happen instantly. That this has been under development for, at least in my part of it, and which is probably close to the beginning, is now 60 years. And so we had to learn some things about how humans work. And one of the problems that happens with the beginners is they don't understand that we are playing with fire. We are now deeply coupling the human visual system and beyond with this technology. And we can really screw up humans with it if we don't do it right. And this is not just the hardware, it's the software too. Because one of the things that was prevalent in the early days, of course, was the update rate. If you had latency, an update rate, and you move your head, it'd take a while for the picture to catch up to where it's supposed to be. And it was making people sick. Not only to make people sick, but you'd have flashbacks. I'd go out driving my car, and I'd turn my head, and something weird happened. It introduced vertigo, things like that.
Now, are we talking about VR or LSD, Tom?
Well, it was Timothy Leary. I had a conversation with Timothy Leary. He said, this is better than LSD, with this VR. So it took a while for us. We knew that we had to speed it up. That was the fundamental problem. But then hardware got better, but we're still making people sick. And that was because we didn't understand that we are creating a Q conflict. Let's say that we're sitting still here, but we're riding on a roller coaster in VR. Yeah.
And then pukage.
Yeah, and make people really sick. And in fact, that was the worst demo to give a person to begin with in VR, is put them in a roller coaster.
Shed some pounds, it's effective.
That's true. But so the whole adage is to do no harm, because we are playing with fire. We can really hurt people, and hurt them where it's permanent, where it doesn't go away, because you can really mess up a person's visual system and remap all the coefficients we build in our head, because we have these artificial things that happen. So, it's worse the wider field of view. The more, we're playing with more fire, the better and better it gets. Even though we're solving problems, we also have the propensity to make bigger problems with that. So a lot of the younger generation don't understand the history.
So I want to, go ahead.
Well, I just think that that's why it's important for us to have an educational component for people getting into this. If you're going to be designing not only the medium but the message, then you need to understand these principles, these fundamental principles. There have been some good books written about this, but I think it's good for universities in particular or online training systems to be covering these things, because it's not trivial. You just don't put these things on a person's head and create some content and it's going to be okay. It's not going to be okay. You've got to take a lot of these things into account.
Yeah, because I think that was the thing that was fascinating for me, is because, and this may not make me the most popular person after I say this, but, when I got into VR back in 2000, when people were developing these systems, they were VR developers, not publishers, right? I feel that a lot of now the game engines allow people to be VR publishers, so they can make a game, publish it to VR. But when I, came in and was meeting these people who are developing these systems from the ground up, they understood so much about how humans processed information, right? And where, they really took into account the things that you're talking about, saying, hey, if you do this shock and awe, which is what when the game engine supported it, then you had all these game developers that said, hey, let's just take this into VR. And it's like, wait a second, you can create trauma in this individual. And so in their rush to maybe do something they didn't fully understand, hey, I'm spinning this gun around my finger that's loaded, and messing people up. What do you feel that this new wave, or this, someone that's not studying how people actually process information yet, what are the things that you feel that, what makes a good VR, AR developer when you're playing with the mind, when you're able to really screw someone up in the thing? What are your thoughts there? What do they need to know?
Well, let me tell you a story. I was giving a fireside chat. I'll try to keep it short.
Well, no, I was just getting comfy. I love your stories. I love your stories. Don't take that the wrong way.
So I was giving a fireside chat in San Francisco, an XR conference there, one of the early ones. And after the fireside chat, these guys came up to me from Sony. Sony was really eager for me to see their new PlayStation headset, PlayStation VR.
Oh, the Magic Lab guys.
Huh?
Anyways, go on. Yeah.
Anyhow, it was, and so I went back to the back room, and they sat me down and put on the headset. Oh, this is pretty good. This is, ergonomically, lightweight, balanced, everything, and, good low latency, everything, good resolution. And I'm looking around playing that, and then they said, we have this game we want you to see. And this was, you were actually in the streets of London, and you just robbed a bank, and you were in a getaway truck, right? And here you were driving along, and the police were coming by. Yeah, that's right. And you had an Uzi,
Yeah.
You had a Uzi machine gun in your lap, and you had clips that you put in, and the cops are coming by, trying to stop you, and you're just mowing them down. Yeah. Blood and guts, everything, blowing their brains out.
It was a cool game, man. That was high production value. That's a high production value. I mean, come on. But anyways.
Well, okay, so so I took the headset off after this was over, and the guy said, "What do you think?" I said, "Really?
Yeah.
Really? Realize what you're doing. You'll never forget that. I'll never forget that experience.
Yeah, same.
Never forget it. And using a Uzi, blowing people's brains out. That's why I built the Virtual World Society. Because it's a muck. The industry runs amok. Here they used the amazing technology they had built, but they were using it to blow people's brains out. And I don't care if you're really blowing people's brains out or you're pretending to. What does that do to your head? There are two possible outcomes. One is you get numb to those things. Or second, you get nightmares because it's going to play on your psyche. So this is where content that can appear to be thrilling, if the wrong hands, can really hurt. Grand Theft Auto, really? I mean, it's a popular game. But the whole idea, is to evade the police, go and, pick up women and whatever. I mean, really?
Yeah. Well,
and so here's where I'm talking about transcendence. It's not, we got to go beyond doing things because we can do them. We need to be doing things because we ought to be doing them. And I'm not sure the industry has that mindset. It's all about the bottom line. What is going to be thrilling? What's going to, how many people have been shot dead in Halo? I mean, last count when I was a few years back was 10 billion or something like that. And that's the way you keep score, as how many entities you've killed.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing is true, and you see this a lot in the industry, right? And I'm sure you've seen this over the years, is that I find that I bet you that whole Sony team was men.
Oh yes.
Right.
Oh yes.
Because that the destruction, the blood gut stuff is always so. I think diverse teams. So I'd love for you to kind of tap into why do these teams need to have good representation of both parties, both genders?
Yeah. Well, see, when these Sony guys, I said, "Why did you do this?" And they said, "Well, this is what sells." They said, "This is what sells." And I said, "I don't believe it." And I told them a story. So one of the early things I did with the lab at the University of Washington is we were invited by Pacific Science Center to do a little camp, sort of at the summertime, they'd have these camp at the Pacific Science Center, sort of a little week-long time of camp for the kids, during the summer vacation. And so they had, at that time, they had, like 3, 4 tracks you could go into. One was biology, one was the environment, one was robotics, and one was VR. And it was brand new. VR was, I just moved into town. And so we were trying to figure out, what are we going to do? This is in early days. And so we decided, well, let's see if kids can build virtual worlds. So we took a bunch of Macs down there with VR Studio or one of the early platforms, and we didn't know if this would work at all. When we thought, here these kids are 9 to 14 years old, maybe about a dozen of them, and we just know that they wouldn't get it. They wouldn't know what VR is or anything like that. Well, we were wrong. It took about 20 minutes. They were getting into, but they had to decide what to build. And so these are boys and girls, okay, around the table, and they're trying to decide what to build. And the guys are saying, yeah, we could build this, and then we'd go shoot it. And we'll go to, and then we'll do this and blow this up. And the girls were looking at them and said, really? Why would you want to do that? You have a chance to build a new world. Why would you put any of that in it? The boys would say, well, yeah. Why would we want to do that? And so, but in the end, by the way, the whole idea is that each of the kids had a polygon allowance. They could spend so many polygons because this had to run, in real time. And what they do is design this and then bring it up to the lab. We use our silicon graphics machine and put them in the headset. So they spend the last day in their virtual world that they built. Well, boys and girls working together, they were fantastic. I mean, it was unbelievable. These kids, 9 to 14 years old, who had no experience, zero experience, were getting together, deciding how to build a world, and then building it, and then spending a day in. And these worlds were amazing. And one of them was a spike world for intense anxiety. And you go in this world, and all these things are sharp edges and things like that. And then there was Mr. Mountain. Mr. Mountain was this big mountain with 2 boulders on the side, looked like Mickey Mouse. And then there was a waterfall that came out of the nose. And then what you do is you crawl up the waterfall, go through the nose, and you get inside the mountain, inside the head, and there are all these trees growing there. And there was this bear that's turned upside down, had an arrow in the foot, and you had to pull the arrow out, and the bear would turn over and trundled off.
All right, so mountain's not saving the bear game. All right, this is it.
But and so the point is, in all of this, is kids don't necessarily want to play games. They want to create them. And creation really was the whole idea here. And when they're given a free rein and working together, they don't create violence. Because why would you do it? And so when this guy said this is what sells, the reason it sells is that's what you make. Yeah. And they're going to buy whatever's out there. But I believe we can make worlds that will sell that don't do that.
So since you brought up content, right, because this is a key thing, and because you have an engineering background, which this is why I think this question may resonate more with the people here in Finland, that is known as a more engineering-centric community, right?
Well, engineers have hearts too,
Well, they definitely process information. I'm kidding. Of course you do. But then I would say, how does one tap into, because, given that content is king, right? And I feel that engineers look at it's like, no, it needs to have more features, or we just need to explain the specs or something like that. What do you see is, in your view, on why content and UX is probably equally, if not more important, right? It's not about like, look at my widget, look at the features, look at what it does. More of how does it make you feel? How does it make you want to come back? As you said earlier, when you take off the headset, how does that go with you? So what do you feel is the, why is content in UX important in this whole equation? And how would you communicate that, especially to an engineer who may just be down in algorithms and things like that?
That's a good question. I think that...
I should have shared them with you beforehand.
I think that it's about the forest and the trees. The engineers tend to be in the trees and not necessarily look at the forest and how the big picture of what is the goal here. What is the value? This is back to value.
Yeah.
What is the value? Neither the content nor the delivery of the content, the medium and the message, exist separately. They work together. And of course, McLuhan says that the medium is the message. But I believe that it's important for any designer, whether you're designing hardware or software, to concentrate first on what is it supposed to do. Or maybe it is to entertain. But what is it supposed to do? For whom is it supposed to do it? Why? And how well is it supposed to do it? And then you start off with those 4 things, and that becomes your pull. And then you have to figure out what does the push side. The push side is, okay, if we do these things, if we meet those performance requirements, this is the outcome we're shooting for. But we've got to build now both the hardware and the software to deliver that. So now that becomes a clear specification of eventual outcome that you want to have. So you're building, yes, the widget, but this is what you're really building out here. Because most people don't care what the update rate is on the, I mean, most people just want to have a good experience wearing the headset. And by the way, the game that has the best violent game that we can ever play is Beat Saber. You know, it's a very popular game, but you aren't slicing up real bodies, you're just slicing up these objects. But you can get great exercise doing that. And so that is an example where I believe that there was a lot of thought that went into that, that it really engages you. You get rid of all your angst, you know, that's inside of you. I mean, even you, it worked for you, I believe. And in the end, you've worked up a sweat and had a good time, and you can compete with your friends and things like that. So that's a game that has some good features on it. But I think, again, back to your question, it's really about, for engineers, to start with the end in mind. And the end in mind is when you take the headset off.
So start with the heart and the human and reverse engineer from there.
Of course. And the engineers have that. You know?
I believe that.
That's right. Yeah.
We'll find it. No, I'm kidding. So because on the content, and I'm biased as a person who's been focused on enterprise. And let's be honest, enterprise is what's kept these technologies around, and even Ori and Bar, which I recommend to folks, check out the intro to AWE and his keynote where he showed how much enterprise is dominating the market. Everyone talks B2C, which is great, but when I talk to folks in the industry, you can always tell what their focus is, because if I'm like, hey, how is it using XR as an ingredient in your cuisine? And they say, man, times are tough. I usually know that they're either making experiences, entertainment, or games, where if they're like, well, we're starting to see, more adoption, then it's enterprise. And so since enterprise usage in XR is increasing, yet I constantly hear enterprise adopters say that these companies keep trying to sell or push, right, technology on them instead of providing solutions that they can pull into their process. What advice do you have for the companies and service providers out there? Because as you said, right, and we see this maybe outside. How many people are selling us the gears of the watch and all the intricacies when it's just like, I just want to know what time it is. So what is your advice for those companies and service providers?
Well, to be fair, a lot of people don't know what they want. And this is where taking some chances, taking some risks, providing something new that they've never seen before, they don't realize they need. I mean, let's look at what's happened with smartphones. You think the smartphone, when we started out, gosh, this gives you mobile voice communication. Why would you ever put texting in it? The ability to text, or even a camera. And so those were experiments. And look what's happened. It becomes this universal device that you use for lots of things. It takes the even place of your separate camera and other ways of communicating. So I think that it needs to be a little bit of both. There needs to for a startup, a little bit of experimentation of price differentiates you with what you have. It's really fun and clever and accomplishes something that you wouldn't have. And one of the things that Apple has done is the think different kind of approach. Is they look at what's going on out there and they pick they don't necessarily the first to start doing it, but once they see something that appears to have promise, they will jump on it and invest a lot to make it. That's what our iPhones are. Make it a product that becomes the standard. So I think that my advice is that certainly you have to begin with the end in mind. But that doesn't mean that you know how to get there. But you should try anyway. different ways of doing that. Obviously understanding that we are deeply coupling, if we're talking about XR, to the human. And I think that, back to Finland, and mind you, I'm not an expert in Finland, expert of
the guy goes
3 or
to
4 days.
Rovaniemi for 2 days and he's
That's
the expert
right.
in Finland.
I know, but Finland's a class act in terms of the infrastructure that's here and the way it's the thoughtful design and those kind of things.
Very true.
And I believe that is certainly an asset. I think maybe there need to be some dreamers in there too. And combining, and I saw that. I've seen that we have these wild thinking people that can sort of, let's try out some things. Let's take some risks. But you want to fail fast. I mean, it's the kind of thing where you don't want to necessarily run into the ground, but you find out quickly, is this worth it? But you would never know unless you try it.
Yeah.
So you have to try it and give it a chance, but then be ready to repurpose and take another direction doing that. Yeah.
And definitely have the people that are in love with the problem. So even if you're not familiar, have those people that fall in love with the problem. And so another one of these questions, for you, as a person who, again, kind of, I often credit with, Darth Vader helmet and other. What is your greatest fear for how this could turn out? Because we heard from the privacy panel, their thoughts, the companies that are in control, their intentions are your information is of value to us. Everyone looks and says these players are too big to go against. But beyond that state, what is your greatest fear? Where is the thing where Tom looks and says, oh my God, I Victor Frankenstein this?
Well, I had that feeling at the very sort of in the early '90s. There's a movie called Lawnmower Man.
Oh, amazing! If anyone in this has not seen that movie, watch Lawnmower Man. Okay,
okay. Well, I'm going to take the opposite approach.
Well, see it so you can know what not to do. Right.
So the director of Lawnmower Man contacted me
and
wanted me to be the technical advisor on that movie because it was going to be about VR, use of VR, for the Lawnmower Man.
Transcending, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that was part of what it was.
That's right. That was the whole idea. But and so they sent me the script and said they want my feedback and what I would go about doing. I read the script and my heart sank. I said, oh no, this is bad. This is dystopian. This is going to be a movie, a major motion picture being screened out there, and people are going to get the wrong idea what virtual reality is for and what it can do. I mean, this is my baby. It can transform education. It can transform medicine, and they're going to watch this movie. And so you saw the date I had on there, 1993 was the first Virtual World Society. That was the reason.
No shit.
After I read that script, I said, oh my goodness, we're going to have to, the best defense is the offense. Let's get the kids involved in doing things and having a Virtual World Society so we can transcend that. Actually, it's a pretty clever movie, but nevertheless, it was the idea that something that can be so good has a dark side. And so you ask the question, what do I fear most? That's certainly one of the things is how when you put on that headset and you go into a virtual world, there's a place that goes inside of you that you'll always remember. Again, it's like writing on the brain with permanent ink. For whoever, if you're a creator of this content, I don't have confidence based upon the greed and the industry to have a conscience good enough to make sure it takes the high road. So that's my deepest fear, is that the pursuit of money will take this thing in a direction that really appeals to our baser instincts rather than our higher level. I want us to work for transcendence rather than, hate and fear and killing. Entertainment by practicing killing, really. And so that's my fear, is that something is so powerful can be used for these kind of negative things, including brainwashing us.
Well, and you touched into something, because I often get this push, right? Because you said this word, money, right? And I feel that it's always this argument of do good or make money, right? And I see, when, as a very Nordic approach up here, it's like, it is more amplified, I feel, in my own observations. I feel that it's like this, you can only do one or the other. But it's like, but if you don't make money, you're not going to be able to do good. And if you make more money, you can scale. So would you say then, obviously, it's more of the intention of the people that have a company, because companies have to make money. It's like gas in a car. You can't get in the car and say, let's go somewhere, and there's no gas, right? So what is the right values? I mean, this is why, again, I'm in Finland, because coming from the US, where, it's not as bad as some other countries that have much bigger populations, where it's just like, hey, sell grandma for $1, but it's what do you feel is needed that may be missing to say that, no, it's good to make money so you can do good longer, but what are those other key components that need to be a part of that? What are the other constellations as you sell that ship?
Wow, well, certainly there's no reason you can't make money doing good.
Yeah.
That's the ideal, isn't it? Yeah. And it's, again, the end game, the value proposition you're trying to establish. And if you have that goal in mind and it works, then that means you are actually helping people. And they'll know it. They feel better. They have a better attitude on life. They may make more money as a result of having been in a training environment that accelerates learning. And we know that it works for learning and accelerating learning. The slope of the learning curve increases remarkably, intuitiveness. And so all this, the power of that can be really used for good so that you can make money. And so the companies can make money to help other people make money. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's, but if we are on the pathway of trying to help our civilization become transcendent, it means we have to base things on the heart. How do we help people realize how wonderful they are, the great power and potential they have, and that they can develop that potential with the technology, and everybody wins. It's a winner. It's nothing. You don't have to take the low road to get there. I don't know if that's a very good answer, but that's...
Well, it wasn't, but I'll take it. No, I'm kidding, Chris. This is great. So as a final question, because they're telling us to get off, but I could ignore them because I love your insights. You said it right. Love and these other things, but let's put that into something as when I step outside of that door, when I go home tonight and think, and then starting tomorrow. What is an actionable step that anyone in the XR community can do today to use these technologies to help society? And I would ask you to have that be your closing thought.
Go home and call your mother.
Amen to that.
And tell them that you love her.
Amen to that. Amen to that. And your dad. And your dad.
Your dad.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, in the end. And the student that asked me, last when we did the ribbon cutting, the student came up to me and said, "What do you think is the best headset? What would you recommend is the best headset?"
Beautiful answer.
And I said, "We already have it. We already have it." And that's what we're after, is how we can really be better, how we can be, use the potential we've been given. We have so much capability. We're just not using. I mean, one of the, this is another story. You know,
well, I can't make it too long because they're hooking us off in the middle.
Oh yeah, okay. Where is he?
Well, no. I mean, I'm seeing the wind up. Hey,
yeah, you see me winding up.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I'll be dodging stuff here in a minute. But
well, the coach of the Huskies, this is a football team, gridiron football, and at the University of Washington.
American football for
American football. And he comes into my office, the coach does. He says, Tom, my quarterbacks can't see. You know, the problem is they're getting out there and they're doing a pass play, you know, they're sending out their wide receivers, they're walking out there, and then a flanker comes in and wipes them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And he says, can't you help me? Help them to see? You can. Because the capability is there, there's a capacity there. We used to look for saber-toothed tigers in the olden days. We're using that far peripheral right now. But the point is that we have so much capability we're not using.
So if I understand, call mom and tap into your potential.
That's right. And so that's the bottom line, is these tools can help us with that. And it's just a tool. Again, we're not going to run around all our lives with a headset on. We're going to be taking it off and being better people. And so anything we can do in developing the technology that makes us better, you know, when we take the headset off,
well,
I believe in it.
On that, sir, from the bottom of my heart and behalf of the entire industry, thank you for everything you've done. Your gracious nature, the love that you give to people, because you are that beacon of light of what I think all of us need to grow up and be like as we use these technologies. So thank you for coming to Finland.
Thank you.
And thank you for being a part of all of our lives. A round of applause for this.
Love you, old man.
Don't leave yet. So I won't let you go.
Oh, no.
I have a Damon come back
sorry.
as well. So I'll keep this very short. First of all, Tim, I don't know what to say. It has been so wonderful for these few days, and we'll still get to have you for a few more days. We thought that what would be the most Finnish thing that we could give you, and as some of you know, we have spent a few days with a great group in Lapland, and everyone who is Finnish here knows what is villasukat. It's all suk. So this is something we want to have for you. And remember us, they will get handy when it's cold, and warm your heart as well.
Oh, bless your heart.
So thank you, Tom, for coming here.
That's it. Thank you. Isn't she wonderful?
Okay. So, Damon, this comes to end beautifully. So we started this morning or in the afternoon and telling that you just came here for, like 3 years ago. So we don't want you to leave. We want you to stay in Finland.
Convertible note all.
Yeah, but you need this to be a true Finn and stay here. So you will need this as well to stay here.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom and Damon. I think once the rest of us leave, whoa, careful, good. Once the rest of us are gone, they'll continue the talks here until early morning. That would have gone for a long time. Hey, thanks everyone for attending Innovation Talks. It's been a great day. The after party kicks off at 8 p.m. at Bistro Bruk at the other end of the house or the building. Thank you very much. Have a great time. Thank you.